His situation is stable now. There was no surgery or anything of that type.
Well, add Jacksonville Jag running back Fred Taylor to the list, NFL injured list. Taylor said it felt like his body split in half when he fell to the ground with a groin injury yesterday. He has a partially detached tendon, and he's expected to miss at least 3 weeks. Now, Monday nights, football fans love them. The night crew here at the station really can't stand them. Monday Night Football always keeps us here a lot longer than we want to be, but who cares, because we've got a good one tonight. The Washington Redskins in Green Bay to take on the Packers, and we'll be here.
Who cares?
All right, John. Telling it like it is.
You can go home. I give you permission.
We have a lot of fun. We have fun.
All right, and tonight, speaking of the game, after the game, the fear of bioterrorism is very real, but what type of weapons does it entail? And what effects can it have on us? We'll investigate.
And a major courtroom battle concerning a landfill contamination is over. The results after that game that we all love.
That Monday Night Football game. That'll wrap it up for News Channel 8 at 6.
Have a great evening. We'll see you after the game.
Been watching News Channel 8 at 6, awarded Best Newscast in Connecticut by the Associated Press.
Escape to an exotic place that we call the driver's seat. The BMW 7 Series sedan, now available for $799 a month. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Test drive a 7 Series at your authorized BMW center.
When you're smiling, when you're smiling, when you're smiling, when you're smiling, and the whole world smiles with you. Smiles with you. And when you're laughing, oh, you're laughing. Oh, you're laughing. When the sun comes shining through. When you're smiling, keep on smiling, and the world will smile.
It's a great day when you play the Connecticut Lottery. Is this fun or what?
4 hot dogs. No, wait, 5 hot dogs. 3, yet no, 4 sodas, and a popcorn. $5 more than you expected. Exact change, priceless. With Debit MasterCard, you always have cash. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Get all the benefits of Debit MasterCard with a People's Plus Master Money ATM card.
Want more from a sport utility? Test drive the all-wheel drive Subaru Outback. More ground clearance than a Ford Explorer Sport. More cargo space than a Jeep Cherokee. More miles per gallon than any leading midsize SUV. Add a smooth car-like ride and you have a sport utility with a whole lot more. Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
Get $1,000 cash back on all 2001 Legacy and Legacy Outbacks.
Getting a bigger flamed royal cheeseburger can't get any easier. Get a tasty single cheeseburger for just 49 cents, a double for 99 cents, or a triple for $1.49. Now for a limited time. Stop by Burger King for a great tasting deal. All you have to say is single, double, triple.
On World News Tonight, the Bush administration begins a campaign to get at the money which helps the terrorists. A message from Osama bin Laden. He calls on Muslims in Pakistan to defend Afghanistan. The Attorney General says crop dusters in the U.S. will stay grounded at least until midnight. The FBI says it's worried they could be used to spread chemical or biological agents. The country's largest pilots union says its pilots should have the option of carrying a gun in the cockpit. And finding comfort in baseball and music and the Bible. Little by little, the nation moves on.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everyone. And so the United States begins another week in uncharted territory, though for millions of people the days all seem to run together. The Bush administration has begun the campaign to get at the financial assets of those who support terrorism. And we've heard from Osama bin Laden today, a message to the Arabic television service Al Jazeera. He calls on people in Pakistan to resist what he called the new Jewish-Christian crusade led by the big crusader Bush. And the Attorney General of the United States has said today that crop dusting planes will stay grounded until at least tomorrow because the FBI is concerned about their capacity to deliver biological or chemical agents. We'll get to that in just a moment. But first to the White House and ABC's Terry Moran. Terry?
Well, Peter, attacking terrorists' finances has been tried before. What's new about today's order is its attempt to use the U.S.'s vast economic leverage to rid the world's financial markets of terrorism. In short, its global reach.
In the Rose Garden, Mr. Bush delivered an ultimatum, this time to the world's bankers.
If you do business with terrorists, if you support or sponsor them, you will not do business with the United States of America.
The order the president signed targets 27 individuals and organizations whose U.S. assets will be immediately frozen, and it prohibits Americans from conducting any business with them. But the real financial firepower in the order, new powers allowing the government to freeze the U.S. assets of any bank anywhere in the world that deals with named terrorists. ABC News has learned one of the 3 Islamic charities named today as either fronts or dupes for terrorists has an account at the Pakistan-based Habib Bank, which has a branch in New York City. The president's order today could shut that bank down in the U.S.
It's a very substantial warning to banks all over the world that they move terrorist money at their peril. But it's the follow-up that will determine how effective it is.
Others named in the president's order today include Osama bin Laden himself and his al-Qaeda network, Ayman al-Zawahiri, one of bin Laden's top lieutenants, Abu Zubaydah, the organization's chief of operations, and other terrorist groups from Libya to the Philippines.
The campaign has begun. We're going after al-Qaeda, we're going after terrorism. And this is an indication of how we're going to use all the elements of our national and international power to do it.
There's one more aspect to this order. Banks around the world are being required to provide intelligence about their terrorist clients, and the list of those names is going to expand as the U.S. adds those names. Peter, the cost for banks not cooperating is the same. Heavy sanctions against them in the U.S.
Many thanks, Terry. Terry Moran at the White House tonight. On Capitol Hill today, the Attorney General John Ashcroft was talking about the possibility of an attack using chemical or biological agents. Mr. Ashcroft said the FBI has gathered information raising fears that crop dusters could be used for such attacks. ABC's Brian Ross joins us tonight with the details. Brian?
Peter, the country's 5,000 crop dusters remain grounded for a second day today.
The FBI assesses the uses of this type of aircraft to distribute chemical or biological weapons of mass destruction as potential threats to Americans. We have no clear indication of the time or place of any such attack.
The FBI has asked local police around the country to see if any crop dusters are missing. The action comes after agents learned that one of the men in custody, Zacharias Moussaoui, had downloaded significant information from the internet about the aerial application of chemicals, and that several of the now dead hijackers, including suspected ringleader Mohammed Atta, had spent a great deal of time at this crop dusting operation in Belle Glade, Florida, and may have wanted to buy a crop duster.
The basic question was, how hard are they to fly? Several of them asked that. Are they hard to fly?
At the same time, the FBI is investigating why 3 other men now under arrest were taking courses at this Detroit truck driving school, attempting to obtain licenses to drive trucks with hazardous materials.
You're hauling a piece of equipment, all right, that is capable of mass destruction. It could do a tremendous amount of damage.
And there's one more concern. Earlier this year, a convicted terrorist by the name of Ahmed Rassam testified that he had been trained in the use of cyanide gas at a bin Laden training camp in Afghanistan, trained how to release cyanide into the intake vents of government buildings. Peter?
Thanks, Brian. Brian Ross. The World Health Organization said today that advances in technology have made it theoretically possible for terrorists to kill millions of people with chemical or biological weapons, and the agency's report says governments are obliged to develop defense plans. But launching an effective attack would be very difficult. Here's ABC's Ned Potter.
If a crop duster now conjures up images of mass death and destruction, most doctors say to calm down. They say it's one thing to spray a farm field at low altitude. It's much harder to fly over a city and be sure the chemical in the plane's tanks will reach many people below. Still, the experts are worried.
I think September 11th has given us added evidence of the sophistication and determination of at least some terrorists.
The attack 2 weeks ago changed the image of terrorism. It was carried out by men who planned thoroughly and were well organized.
If they were to apply a similar disciplined, methodical approach to acquiring chemical or biological weapons, they might potentially be able to overcome the very significant technical hurdles involved.
Those hurdles are large, both in making a killer chemical and then in spreading it. Take the example of Tokyo in 1995, when a group tried to spread sarin gas through the city subway. They killed 12 people, but they had hoped the gas would spread citywide, and it never got beyond one subway station. It also turned out they had first tried to use anthrax, but the anthrax bacteria they grew were harmless.
This is not off-the-shelf equipment, and the know-how is not something that a university chemist or microbiologist would have.
And since Tokyo, the U.S. government has slowly been ramping up its defenses. The Centers for Disease Control has been turning out vaccines for smallpox and other diseases.
There are systems in place to deal with it. Those systems need to be strengthened, but they will serve us well at the moment.
That's reassuring, but simulations in past years have often gone badly. Government agencies were badly coordinated, hospitals could not handle floods of patients. So as unlikely as an effective attack may be, not all cities may be ready for one. Ned Potter, ABC News, New York.
We learned today that the Airline Pilots Association, which is the country's largest pilots union, will recommend to the Congress tomorrow that pilots of passenger jets be allowed to arm themselves with guns. Here's ABC's Lisa Stark.
The union says it has no idea how many pilots would want to carry a gun, but it says they should have that option.
This was an item that we came to, frankly, reluctantly, because we've been fighting to keep guns off aircraft for a long time, but the new threat demanded a new response.
Under the proposal, pilots would volunteer to become federal law enforcement officers. They would undergo the same type of training given to air marshals and would also have to pass extensive background and psychological checks. It would take an act of Congress to allow pilots to carry guns. Not everyone thinks this is a good idea. They worry the guns may end up in the wrong hands.
You could turn a would-be hijacker with a blunt instrument into someone who's very powerful with a gun to the head of a pilot.
Industry sources say the airlines are also very concerned about this idea. But the head of the Federal Aviation Administration said today that given what happened on board those hijacked planes, the agency is absolutely willing to consider guns in the cockpit. Lisa Stark, ABC News, Washington.
How things change. Now let's go overseas. In Afghanistan, the Taliban says it is mobilizing its forces, though it's not clear what that means. The Taliban is also seizing food from the remaining UN relief agencies and threatening some of the aid workers. Very clear what that means. In Moscow, President Putin says Russia will support the U.S. by supplying weapons to forces inside Afghanistan which are fighting the Taliban. The United States is actively supporting the most prominent opposition group there. The Northern Alliance controls only a tenth of the country, but in this fight they are important. And ABC's Mike Lee reports tonight from inside Afghanistan.
This is the territory controlled by the Northern Alliance. It's a group the U.S. is now counting on for help. We've been fighting the Taliban for years, says this lieutenant colonel, fighting terrorists and fighting Osama bin Laden before America got interested. The alliance is a collection of clans that would like to rule the country. In the last 2 weeks, the alliance has gone on the offensive, stepping up its fight against the Taliban that has been going on for years and has so far been a miserable failure. The Northern Alliance says it has about 15,000 troops. It uses some of the leftover weapons of the old Afghan war against the Soviets, some of them in good shape, some of them not. These are the Soviet tanks, he says, that we will use to fight the Taliban. The Taliban have the same outdated equipment, but a lot more of it. Today, the Taliban said it could mobilize 300,000 fighters for a holy war against its enemies, a number that is probably exaggerated. Also today, the leader of the Taliban, Mohammed Omar, said the only way for the U.S. to eliminate terrorism is to pull its soldiers out of the Persian Gulf. The United States believes that the Northern Alliance can offer some military help, as well as intelligence about potential targets for any American attacks. So the Northern Alliance, which many U.S. citizens probably never heard of until a few days ago, suddenly seems to be America's new best friend here, at least as long as U.S. forces are willing to take on their enemy. Mike Lee, ABC News in northern Afghanistan.
We do learn more about Afghanistan every day. A little later in the broadcast, trying to pinpoint Osama bin Laden. But now let's turn to the stock market. Investors who were selling like mad last week were buying today, and in record numbers. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had its 5th biggest point gain ever. The Dow was up 368 points to close at 8,603. On the NASDAQ, stocks were up 76 points. Investors were hunting for bargains, but ABC's Betsy Stark joins us tonight and says there's still some nervousness. What I don't get is everybody was so down on the market on Friday and up on the market on Monday. What made the difference?
I think, Peter, that enormous shift in sentiment is evidence of the kind of volatility that we're likely to see. These are emotional times. The best explanation I heard, the explanation I heard most often, as you suggest, was that the selling was overdone on Friday, and we saw bargain hunters out today, especially in the blue chips. Take a look at some cases in point. GE down 20% last week, up 12% today. American Express down 27% last week, up 9% today. Intel down 26% last week, up 10% today. GM and Home Depot, much the same story. Is it a one-day wonder or a sustainable recovery? No agreement on that.
A question about oil prices. Huge drop in oil prices, crude oil.
Crude oil down almost 15% today. Basically, the reason is falling demand because of the drop-off in air travel and also fears that we're going to have a global recession, which means there will be less demand for oil.
Many thanks. As always, Betsy Stark. When we come back, the specifics of hunting Osama bin Laden. The question is, will the U.S.'s high-technology arsenal make any real difference? And then we'll look out at the country again as people attempt to get back to living. Call it coping.
Too many high-interest monthly payments? Why not pay them off with a second mortgage with a no-closing cost option from Ditech.com? Apply online now or call us at 1-800-71-FIXED. And there is no equity required. Ditech Second Mortgage with a no-closing cost option can help you to consolidate your high-interest debts into one low monthly payment. It's smart money from Ditech.com. Apply online now or call us at 1-800-71-FIXED.
Now, the same Caltrate that helps fight bone loss may help your colon too. In a recent study, Caltrate helped reduce the risk of recurrence of colon polyps, a risk factor for colon cancer. The same Caltrate you take for your bones, now for colon health too.
Right on target. Now, Grecian 5 hair color targets only your gray hair to leave subtle tones like your own natural color, all in 5 easy minutes. Grecian 5 targets only the gray.
This is Unisom Sleep Gels. It helps you sleep. This is Tylenol PM. It helps you sleep too. They both have the exact same amount of the exact same sleep ingredient. But Tylenol PM has added medicine for headaches, backaches, even fever. Do you have a headache? Backache? Fever? Then why take medicine for it? Take Unisom. It's a safe, non-habit-forming way to fall fast asleep.
Super Polygrip keeps my dentures in very, very tight. I use Super Polygrip every morning, and it lasts from morning until evening. With Super Polygrip, I can eat every kernel of corn.
Also try Polygrip Ultra Fresh.
Pepto-Bismol. It's first aid for heartburn, diarrhea, nausea, indigestion, and upset stomachs.
So where is the world's most wanted man, and how is the United States going to find him? Reports and rumors and reports about rumors from the region place Osama bin Laden in China, in Chechnya, and any number of locations inside and outside Afghanistan. U.S. officials say that they believe he's still in Afghanistan. Our national security correspondent, John McCarthy, takes us a little farther into how one gets a beat on him. John?
Peter, the U.S. has a dazzling array of technology to help search for Osama bin Laden. U-2 spy planes flying at the edge of space. J-STARS surveillance aircraft that can track anything that moves on the ground, day or night. Small unmanned planes that can keep watch of rugged mountain passes, and bigger aircraft that can pick up all cell phone or radio calls. One huge problem with the high-tech approach, though.
I don't believe, based upon what I'm seeing, that this guy is using the telephone. He knows how to use runners. We're talking primitive stuff here. You give the guy the message, he takes it to the next guy, to the next guy, to the next guy.
Bin Laden also knows how to hide in complexes of mountain caves that he and others in Afghanistan have used for decades.
They know the hideouts, they know the caves, they know the tunnels. Very tough places to get at with any kind of high technology weapons.
So the best method for tracking Osama bin Laden may be the old-fashioned way. Find people who know the neighborhood, who have been fighting the ruling Taliban, or who are willing to defect from their ranks, which is exactly what the administration is just now starting to do. So the man now begins, Peter, with a number of U.S. generals saying that in this one, it probably favors the fugitive and not the superpower.
Thank you, John. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. There was a rare acknowledgement about the value of force today from the Vatican. In the Central Asian nation of Kazakhstan today, where he's on a visit, the Pope's spokesman said the Vatican would understand if the U.S. uses force to protect itself from terrorism, but the response, they went on, should not be excessive nor hurt innocent people. It is extremely rare for the Pope to even condone the use of force. When we continue this evening, the underground banking system, which moves the money without a trace.
People in America have type 2 diabetes, and my own grandmother lost her battle. If you have type 2 diabetes, it's more important than ever to watch what you eat and exercise regularly. And if that's not enough, ask your doctor about adding Avandia to your daily routine. Avandia is different from some diabetes medications. It helps your body use the natural insulin it's already making to help lower your blood sugar. With the addition of Avandia, a lot of people have been able to lower their blood sugar.
Avandia in combination with insulin may increase the risk of serious heart problems. Because of this, talk to your doctor before using Avandia and insulin together. Avandia may cause fluid retention or swelling, which could lead to or worsen heart failure. Avandia is not for everyone. If you have severe heart failure or active liver disease, Avandia is not recommended. Some people may experience weight gain with Avandia. Premenopausal women may be at increased risk of pregnancy. To check for serious liver problems, blood tests should be conducted before and during Avandia therapy.
Diet, exercise, and ask your doctor about adding Avandia. You can be stronger than diabetes.
Stop your messing around. Stop your messing
Messy babies? No problem. Introducing new Bibsters, a first from Pampers. A disposable bib that's so absorbent they can drip and spill and dribble some more. Because after they mess them up, you throw them out. New Pampers Bibsters. And for messy faces and fingers, soon to come are Pampers Wipesters. Easy every step of the way.
The long jump, the dash. Life is like a sport, and your feet take the impact hard. But new Stride Guard insoles absorb 50% more heel impact than these Dr. Scholl's. Take more impact in stride. New Stride Guard insoles.
What's the question?
Hi.
Hi. Hey, what's with the makeup?
She's got a date. It's not a date, it's just a group thing.
Yeah, what time's this group thing over with?
10:30.
Whoa, try again.
All right, 10 o'clock.
And don't forget what we talked about. No?
Drinking and no smoking.
Right.
And no kissing.
And no kissing.
So here, I have to go. Bye, Daddy.
Bye.
Talk to your kids about not smoking.
Hey, you want a cigarette?
No, thanks.
they'll listen.
Tired of struggling down glass after glass of powdered fiber for regularity? Consider refreshing glasses of water with FiberCon tablets. A whole lot easier to take.
And every bit as effective as powder.
FiberCon, refreshingly easier to take.
We're going to return to the subject of trying to get the terrorists money. This attempt by the Bush administration to cut off money flowing around the world is monumental. There are so many ways that money can travel between terrorists and ordinary people. Here's ABC's Robert Krulwich.
Is there a way to transfer tens of thousands of dollars around the world to America to pay for pilot schools or houses and food that leaves no trace of who sent the money? There is, says Jonathan Weiner.
It's called the Hawala system, and it's an underground banking system
that regular folks in India, Pakistan, the Middle East, China use to send their money all over the world, including to America.
Because it allows them to avoid tariffs and income taxes and having to worry about corrupt officials and paying bribes. And it's fast, it's convenient, and it's anonymous.
Here's how it works. Suppose a man in Pakistan wants to send money to a fellow in New York. He goes to a broker in his neighborhood with $1,000 and a small commission, and he says,
"Can you get money to New York for me?"
The broker contacts a fellow broker in New York and says, "Do you have $1,000 in New York you can give tomorrow to a young man who's going to show up in your office calling himself," could call himself anything.
Yeah, Mr. Blue wearing a white carnation.
The next day, Mr. Blue with a white carnation appears. The New York broker gives him $1,000. But here's the problem. The broker in New York has just given $1,000 to a total stranger, so he's down $1,000. The broker in Pakistan has got $1,000 plus commission, so he's ahead. Now, how do they even things out? Well, so many people use this system, it's quite likely in New York City, a Pakistani will want to send $1,000 the other way to his mom in Pakistan.
And the same thing happens in reverse.
This time, the New York dealer gets the money, so it evens out. And if it doesn't, the one who's ahead will pay by check to the one who is behind. But the key thing is, using this system, there's no record of who gives the money.
That's right.
No record of who receives the money.
That's right.
No bank involved.
That's right.
No money trail.
That's correct. That's why this is a loophole in our system of banking regulations that absolutely has to be closed.
Robert Krulwich, ABC News, New York.
When we come back, out in the country, looking for a little relief.
Hey, Teddy. Glad you could make it.
No problem.
Listen, you know how I told you to build all those stores?
Yeah?
And you know how I told you to staff them with computer experts?
Right.
Well, now is when we look like geniuses, Teddy boy.
How's that?
Well, there's a revolutionary new operating system coming out, and where's the best place for people to learn how to use it?
Our stores.
Bingo.
What will it take for you to talk to your doctor about Zocor? Zocor. Be there.
Introducing the revolutionary new Icy Hot Patch. It concentrates pain relief where it hurts.
You gotta try this.
Icy first to dull the pain, then hot to relax it away for hours of relief. The new Icy Hot Patch.
Fantastic how long it works.
The Heartburn Hotel. If you suffer persistent heartburn 2 days a week or more, despite diet change and treatment, it may be acid reflux disease. Prescription Prevacid can mean 24-hour relief from acid reflux disease. Prevacid turns off tiny pumps that produce acid. It has a low occurrence of side effects, such as diarrhea, abdominal pain, and nausea. Ask your doctor if Prevacid is right for you.
So leave your heartburn behind, yeah!
The more you live, the more you love, the more you laugh. The more a bladder control issue shouldn't hold you back. Discover new Serenity Slender. A breakthrough creates 3 layers of protection. The core of super absorbers keeps you drier, in our thinnest design ever. Even the leading maxi doesn't come close to letting you feel this free. New Serenity Slender. More protection, less pad. Now that's more you.
I like to come here early in the morning, before the rest of the world puts their 2 cents in.
When you have pain and sleeplessness, but worry about taking something, reach for Tylenol PM. It's non-habit forming, stops your pain and helps you sleep so you can wake up refreshed.
If I don't have a good morning, I don't hold out much hope for the rest of the day.
Take comfort. It's Tylenol PM.
Let the games begin. Millionaire Sports Edition continues. Layla Ali returns to the hot seat.
She be stinging.
You like that, huh, Charles? Monday Night Football is back. Washington versus Green Bay at legendary Lambeau. The toughest night on television. Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on ABC.
Finally this evening, those signs of moving on. Of course, the uncertainty is still there, but so is the irrepressible instinct to keep going. From out around the country, ABC's Dean Reynolds.
It is too soon to say the healing has begun, but at least the coping has.
And it's hit deep to left center.
Americans are resorting to familiar antidotes to dull the pain. The sights and sound of a home run can do it for some.
I was just so happy that I was able to, come through that situation and give these people something to cheer about.
In many places, including this concert hall in Indiana, people tried to lose themselves in music, away from the drumbeat of bad news. Elsewhere, bookstores report Bible sales are up amid a general search for a good read.
They come in and they're totally searching for something and they don't quite know what it is. They're very emotionally changed.
Many people seem to be taking this time to prioritize their lives. This sentiment came from Atlanta.
Making money, I don't think, is all that important anymore. It's being with people, being with your family and friends, and having that security.
In Los Angeles, one man spoke for many.
I need sober answers to the question, what are we going to do and how are we going to do it?
But would acceptable answers help?
I'm not sure you ever are going to feel better, like 100% better. I think we're just going to feel different.
From the Holy Gospel according to Luke.
Increasingly, answers are sought through prayer.
Now it's every day. I go to church every day now.
Attendance at places of worship like Old St. Mary's Catholic Church in Chicago is way up.
I see people walking in here with heavy hearts and a sense of searching, a sense of longing for things to be the way they were.
But one way or another, many Americans seem to be taking the first tentative steps toward dealing with the way things are. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Chicago.
We heard that man. Sober answers to sober questions. We'll be back again tomorrow. That's World News Tonight. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
Tuesday, you'll get to see the favorite new drama of the season, Philly.
I'm not ashamed of my job.
We should be. TV Guide says Delaney is terrific. Philly, Tuesday at 10/9 Central on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
I'm Ann Nyberg. Coming up tonight after the game, the possibility of bioterrorism has many on edge. Could chemicals be used? We'll have some details on that. Plus, new heart guidelines to help keep you healthy. Tonight.
Last season on Spin City.
Can I come in?
This is where it ended. Tuesday at 9/8 Central is where it begins.
I want more than just a fling.
I wouldn't go home with you now unless you asked me. A 1-hour star-studded premiere. Farrah Fawcett, Denise Richards. And if that wasn't enough, I'm back. Michael J. Fox is back where he belongs.
You should wear a bell around your neck so I know where you are.
It's the 1-hour season premiere of Spin City. Tuesday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Consumer's Digest Best Buy. AAA's top pick. 5-star government crash test rating. The most award-winning minivan on the planet with $2,000 cash.
1.5 million refugees from Afghanistan. That's what the United Nations fears. The Bush administration wants more authority to spy on citizens. There is resistance in Congress today. There are lots of proposals for airline security, but who will pay for it? And all the anxiety about other forms of terrorism. Is all the speculation justified? We'll take a closer look at what to be concerned about.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everyone. In the ruins of the World Trade Center today, they brought down the last standing remnant of the South Tower. the twisted fragment of steel wall which loomed over the wreckage for 2 weeks. It'll be preserved in a case. As a museum director suggested today, it is used for a memorial. We're going to begin this evening with indications from the Bush administration today that a heavy hand against the Taliban government in Afghanistan in the form of a bombing campaign or an invasion may not be such a good idea. Neither the President nor the Secretary of Defense came right out and said that today, but the strongest signal came from the Pentagon. And ABC's John McWethy, as always, is there. John.
Peter, the bombers are in place, the air crews are ready, but that may not matter. For all the firepower the U.S. now has in the region, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld today seemed to signal that massive airstrikes against Afghanistan were not likely anytime soon.
There's not going to be a D-Day as such. It is by its very nature something that cannot be dealt with by some sort of a massive attack or invasion. It is a much more subtle, nuanced, difficult, shadowy set of problems.
One such subtlety may be the President's suggestion today that there could be ways to apprehend Osama bin Laden that don't necessarily involve U.S. troops or American airstrikes.
And one way to do that is to ask for the cooperation of citizens within Afghanistan who may be tired of having the Taliban in place.
Pentagon sources say while intensive planning for airstrikes continues, there is a growing realization that actually doing them could wreck the delicate coalition of support the U.S. has been building in the region. Today, Saudi Arabia, the birthplace of Islam, broke off relations with the Taliban government of Afghanistan and ordered its diplomats to leave. In one way or another, every country that surrounds Afghanistan is offering some type of help. Today, both Kazakhstan and Tajikistan openly said the U.S. could use their airfields, crucial for inserting special operations troops that are likely to be needed in going after bin Laden and his al-Qaeda network. Even Iran, which condemned the attack on the U.S., is now being approached to see if it might do more. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld likened the U.S. game plan to setting loose a bunch of billiard balls and seeing what they hit. The State Department had a simpler formulation for what the administration is doing. They called it the big squeeze. Peter?
Thank you, John. John McWethy at the Pentagon. Let's continue this. As the President said, the United States is relying on a number of groups in Afghanistan to try overthrowing the Taliban. ABC's Mike Lee is in northern Afghanistan tonight.
The Taliban said its mass mobilization was underway today. Young men joining the ranks, promising fierce resistance. And a Taliban official warning, we will attack anyone and any nation that helps the United States. But the Taliban is now virtually without a friend in the outside world. And there are reports tonight of divisions, even desertions within its ranks. And today, the main opposition force, the Northern Alliance, was clearly taking advantage of the situation, making the case that the U.S. will find no better ally in the fight against terror and against the Taliban. We are on the side of the United States, says this alliance fighter. We will unite and defeat the Taliban. The alliance leader said the Taliban has turned Afghanistan into a center of terrorism, and that if the international community does not come here and help his fighters overthrow the Taliban, there could soon be a worldwide terrorism crisis. The Northern Alliance has already captured some new territory, and its leaders are also trying to score points with the outside world. Today they showed off this school to make the point that young girls are allowed to get an education, in stark contrast to the way the Taliban treats girls and women in the parts of Afghanistan it controls.
U.S. efforts to work with the Taliban will soon face a new obstacle: winter. The first snows have fallen in the mountains, and the rugged terrain here may soon be even more forbidding. Mike Lee, ABC News in northern Afghanistan.
Well, let's continue with the Northern Alliance for a moment, which seems to see an opportunity. ABC's Terry Moran is at the White House. How much contact, Terry, between the Northern Alliance and the Bush administration?
Well, Peter, the contacts are frequent, intense, and deepening. ABC News has learned that the Washington representative of the Northern Alliance has been in almost daily contact with national security officials here, and we have confirmed that the U.S. has already pledged financial assistance to the Northern Alliance. This comes after Russia has promised arms.
Any other group that the Bush administration wants to rely on militarily?
Well, administration officials are wary of putting all their eggs in that basket in a country torn by divisions, and so today in Rome, U.S. embassy officials met with the exiled king, hoping that he can somehow become a rallying point for national unity.
Thanks, Terry. Time ran at the White House. Now back to Afghanistan. One thing we know for certain about the situation there is that huge numbers of people are on the move, fearing some sort of war. At the border with Pakistan tonight, ABC's Hillary Brown.
In this dusty frontier town, the human traffic is mainly headed south. Afghan refugees who fear an American attack and have slipped past the Pakistani border guards. But sometimes you find Afghans going the other way, into Afghanistan. This man says he fought the Soviets in the 80s. He wants to fight the Americans today. I'm taking my family, he says. If the Americans come, we'll fight them all together. For him, it's a holy war. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of Afghan refugees are going back to their country to fight. But there are more than 2 million of those refugees here in Pakistan, and many of them support a campaign against the Taliban and against Osama bin Laden's terror network. Hamid Karzai was Deputy Foreign Minister of Afghanistan before the Taliban took over, and he says the U.S. will have to work with Afghans to defeat bin Laden and his followers.
You cannot kill the roots of these people unless you enable Afghans to throw them out of the country completely.
The pressing issue here tonight is the prospect of a humanitarian disaster in the region. The UN says 1.5 million people inside Afghanistan have left their homes. Many are trying to leave the country, but the borders for the moment are closed.
There are millions more who could very easily move. It's incredibly fragile in there. And then there are all the recent people who've left the cities. That's hundreds of thousands or more. So, I mean, colossal numbers.
There's plenty of food across the border in Pakistan. The World Food Program has stockpiled 18,000 tons of American wheat, with 60,000 tons to come. The fear is that many of those displaced people could starve before they can reach it. Hillary Brown, ABC News, Quetta.
And now to the defense of this homeland. We learned today that law enforcement agencies have been conducting a very intense search of vehicles, particularly trucks and buses coming into New York City. ABC's Pierre Thomas is at FBI headquarters. What's going on?
Peter, the Attorney General was extremely concerned today that terrorists might use tanker trucks as weapons.
Today, I can report to you that our investigation has uncovered several individuals, including individuals who may have links to the hijackers, who fraudulently have obtained or attempted to obtain hazardous material transportation licenses.
And here's the package. About 20 people have been charged with illegally obtaining licenses to haul hazardous materials. And the FBI is warning law enforcement from around the country to be on the lookout for suspicious trucks. It appears in today's climate, any threat, real or imagined, is being taken very seriously. Peter?
Thank you, Pierre. Pierre Thomas at the FBI headquarters. President Bush visited the FBI today, and he defended his administration's request that the Congress grant law enforcement officials sweeping new powers of surveillance. Some members of Congress from both parties are concerned that even if this helps catch terrorists, it may still be going too far. Here's ABC's Linda Douglas.
President Bush's anti-terrorism proposal would give the government more power to spy on Americans here at home, monitor internet use with little oversight from a judge, lock up immigrants whom the government says might be a threat to national security without presenting evidence. Today, the president argued that extraordinary times require extraordinary measures.
But we're at war, a war we're going to win. And in order to win the war, we must make sure that the law enforcement men and women have got the tools necessary within the Constitution to defeat the enemy.
The Attorney General wants Congress to change the law to allow easier tapping of cell phones and tracing of email. There is broad support for those changes.
Every day that passes with outdated statutes and the old rules of engagement is a day that terrorists have a competitive advantage.
But members of both parties say much of the president's proposal goes too far, making it easier to collect intelligence on U.S. residents with foreign ties and easier to track what websites a person visits. They argue those changes could trample fundamental rights, including the right to privacy.
We cannot allow terrorism to prevail by curtailing our constitutional democracy or our freedoms.
So resistance to many of these changes, Peter, is very strong. For the first time since the attack, the president will not be able to count on Congress to rubber stamp his proposals.
Interesting change. Thanks very much, Linda Douglas. When we come back, they're also arguing about airline safety. And tonight we'll look at what really is the danger of a terrorist attack on the U.S. infrastructure. A closer look.
I prefer using natural ingredients. That's why I take Beano. Beano helps prevent gas from problem foods with a natural food enzyme. It's not a drug. So if you prefer a more natural approach, prevent gas with Beano.
Now, the same Caltrate that helps fight bone loss may help your colon too. In a recent study, Caltrate helped reduce the risk of recurrence of colon polyps, a risk factor for colon cancer. The same Caltrate you take for your bones, now for colon health too.
Raising 3 boys, I don't always get to be the good guy.
What are you doing? Let's go. We are late.
But when I do get to lighten up, something as small as an accidental stain on me isn't going to ruin the fun.
It's okay.
For your tough stains, there's Tide Kick. Measure out Tide Deep Clean formula, treat your stains, toss it into wash. It eliminates more of your stains than any leading pre-treater and regular detergent combined.
My guys are a handful, but I wouldn't trade them for the world. On the other hand...
Ryan! Too many high-interest monthly payments? Why not pay them off with a second mortgage with a no closing cost option from Ditech.com? Apply online now or call us at 1-800-71-FIXED. And there is no equity required. Ditech's second mortgage with a no closing cost option can help you to consolidate your high-interest debts into one low monthly payment. It's smart money from Ditech.com. Apply online now or call us at 1-800-71-FIXED.
Your eyes need nutrition as well as the rest of your body, so Centrum and Centrum Silver added lutein to help maintain your precious sight. Now your eyes, your toes, and everything in between are covered by Centrum and Centrum Silver. More complete from A to Zinc.
I prefer using natural ingredients. That's why I take Beano. Beano helps prevent gas from problem foods with a natural food enzyme. It's not a drug. So if you prefer a more natural approach, prevent gas with Beano.
On Capitol Hill today, there were more hearings about what to do about increasing airline security. Just after the terrorist attacks, it seemed certain the Congress would pass legislation easily changing the way airports and airlines address safety. 2 weeks later, it has turned out to be much more complicated. ABC's Lisa Stark is in our Washington bureau. Lisa.
Well, Peter, the White House and lawmakers are still reviewing all security measures, but it's becoming clearer now which proposals they favor and which face an uphill battle. The White House is expected to propose stronger cockpit doors on all airplanes and armed air marshals on most flights, ideas likely to have widespread support in Congress. But there is growing disagreement on Capitol Hill on other key security measures, including a federal takeover of security screening and pilots carrying guns in the cockpit. There is also division over who should pay for tougher security. Some airlines oppose a ticket surcharge of $1 to $3, a position which has angered some lawmakers.
The polling last weekend said people would pay $50. They'd like to get there alive.
Even as these security measures are being considered, some are arguing it is time to look at new technology.
We're taking this very conventional approach of doing what has not worked in the past and doing it again, hoping for a different result. And that's insane.
One novel thought, a panic button that would allow pilots to disable airline controls. The autopilot would then land the plane at the nearest airport. Another idea, tested at last year's Super Bowl, a system that scans faces in a crowd to match them to photographs of known criminals.
Terror is not faceless. Terror has measurable identity, has faces that can be detected through technology that's available today.
But some security experts caution
there's a combination of factors that make up good security. It is not one answer, and you just can't rely on technology by itself.
Now, President Bush is expected to make his decision in the next few days on all of the security measures he will support, and lawmakers could move on legislation by next week. Peter?
Many thanks, Lisa. Lisa Stark in Washington. We've been so consumed by this crisis for the last 2 weeks, we've not got to any of the other news. But in the national briefing tonight, there is other news. Rescuers in central Alabama still cannot get into one of the country's deepest mines, where more than a dozen people are dead or missing after an explosion yesterday. Fires are still burning 2,000 feet down. Most of the people who died rushed into the mine to rescue their co-workers after the first explosion, and then there was a second blast. In Maryland, the governor's declared a state of emergency after last night's tornado which struck the Washington suburbs. A volunteer firefighter and 2 sisters at the University of Maryland were killed. The Supreme Court is going to hear several important cases in its new term. They include whether Cleveland's school voucher programs is a constitutional use of taxpayer money. Is it legal to execute the mentally retarded? Must the government pay Social Security to people who are disabled but can still work? And can a whole family be evicted from public housing if one member is caught with illegal drugs? Oklahoma City has fired its police chemist Joyce Gilchrist to analyze DNA evidence for murder trials. She is accused of performing sloppy work and giving false and misleading testimony that favored the prosecution. And the Census Bureau says the nation's poverty rate dropped slightly last year to 11.3%. 31.1 million Americans lived in poverty last year compared to 32.3 million in 1999. When we come back, we will return to the national challenge. How real is the risk of terrorist attacks on other targets in the country? We'll take a closer look.
$29, $30.
Now at Red Lobster, you can get 30 mouth-watering shrimp for just $9.99. Red Lobster, go overboard.
Imagine combining the stain-fighting power of Efferdent and freshening power of Listerine. You'd get Efferdent Plus. It's extra fresh, and nothing gets your dentures cleaner. Efferdent Clean, Listerine Fresh. That's Efferdent Plus.
From the moment we met, I knew there was something I had to know. Wow! Why couldn't we get along? What seemed to go wrong? Let's give it a second chance.
Somebody had their Minute Maid this morning. It only takes a minute, but the feeling lasts all day.
I wish we could come through.
After 26 years of marriage, Tom and I realized we're a little different from each other. We do everything together, but each in our own way. Except for one thing. For aspirin therapy, our doctor says we should both take the same dose, a single 81 milligram St. Joseph aspirin. The dosage doctors recommend most for aspirin therapy, because too much aspirin just isn't a good idea. For anybody, St. Joseph aspirin. Trust it with all your heart.
No can, no fork, no grill. It's the easiest way to a juicy grilled meal your cat can't resist. New from Whiskas.
I do enjoy the pleasures of the grill.
Yeah, I can see that. Whiskas, what cats want.
The long jump. The dash. Life is like a sport, and your feet take the impact hard. But new Stride Guard insoles absorb 50% more heel impact than these Dr. Scholl's. Take more impact in stride. New Stride Guard insoles.
Mom, how many Tums did you take right in front of the wedding planner?
You snuck one too.
It was a Pepsid Complete.
Is that the same as Pepsid AC?
No, there's nothing else like Pepsid Complete. It works fast like Tums, but it lasts for hours like Pepsid AC. So your heartburn goes away and then stays away.
Chewable? Calcium? I gotta try this.
Decision?
Tony, fabulous.
Pepsid Complete. Just one and heartburn's done.
Have you tried the anchovy cookies?
Oh, yeah.
And the jalapeno dip?
We're going to take a closer look tonight, 2 weeks after the attacks, at fear and reality, though we recognize reality in some respects has changed too. Since September the 11th, the government has warned the people responsible for the nation's infrastructure to be very vigilant. Warnings have gone out to hydroelectric plants, petrochemical companies, and nuclear power plants. There are even suggestions that nuclear power plants should now be protected by the National Guard and have anti-aircraft weapons around them. Raises the question, how vulnerable is the national infrastructure to terrorism? ABC's Ned Potter tonight begins with water.
At the Indianapolis Water Company today, engineers tested the city's water supply 450 times. They do that routinely, and they say any terrorist trying to poison the city would have an awfully big job on his hands.
Knowing all that we know about those agents that have been used as either biological or chemical agents of warfare, I'm not overly concerned.
Peter Beering is Terrorism Preparedness Coordinator for the city of Indianapolis, and he says what's most reassuring about reservoirs is their sheer size. A major city uses more than 1 billion gallons of water a day, so any poison would be heavily diluted, even before it reached the purification plants that filter out germs and chemicals as a matter of routine.
You would have to have an immensely large quantity of a contaminant in order for that to be an effective attack on that water supply.
So the water's safe, we're told, but there are all sorts of other essentials, from power plants to pipelines to refineries, that security people have to worry about. And in some cases, they'll have to rethink their plans. Take the case of nuclear power plants. They're designed to survive tornadoes and earthquakes with concrete walls that are often 6 feet thick. But today, watchdog groups urge the government to mount anti-aircraft guns around plants.
We think under skilled military personnel, that type of weaponry should be considered right now.
Scientists say it's impossible to create a nuclear explosion at the plant, but there could be a release of radioactivity. And the government agrees the risk of attack is something it needs to take seriously.
The likelihood is small, but they are such high-impact events that we just can't ignore them.
To protect all these places, security people can only guess what future terrorists might try. Hijacking another plane, explosives in a truck. Today, every possibility is on the table. Ned Potter, ABC News, New York.
The nation's crop dusting planes were allowed to fly again today. You heard the reports in the last several days that terrorists might want to use them to spread chemical or biological agents, but they're back at work and agriculture needs them. When we come back, the CIA, the divorce rate, and Michael Jordan.
The Heartburn Hotel. If you suffer persistent heartburn 2 days a week or more, despite diet change and treatment, it may be acid reflux disease. Prescription Prevacid can mean 24-hour relief from acid reflux disease. Prevacid turns off tiny pumps that produce acid. It has a low occurrence of side effects, such as diarrhea, abdominal pain, and nausea. Ask your doctor if Prevacid is right for you.
So leave your heartburn behind.
Be adventurous. Be plugged in. Be involved. Be powerful. Be yourself. Because it's your choice, your voice, and your attitude. Today's AARP.
Sunday, my folks come by, see the look in my children's eyes. Something special about grandparents, so I'm baking Christmas. They're so special, they're the action, the main attraction. Now I'm showing how I feel, showing this love of mine with the heart of the meal. My heart to yours, my heart to yours. Pillsbury.
Out here, I'm in command. So am I supposed to say, slow down, guys, I'm constipated? I don't think so. You try to eat right, sometimes you can't. Harsh chemical laxatives, they can kick in whenever and wherever. Not an option. So I rely on doctor-recommended Metamucil. It's got 100% natural fiber. Works with my body, gently, which is important to a sensitive guy like myself.
Metamucil, the doctor's natural choice for regularity.
The Heartburn Hotel. If you suffer persistent heartburn 2 days a week or more, despite diet change and treatment, it may be acid reflux disease. Prescription Prevacid can mean 24-hour relief from acid reflux disease. Prevacid turns off tiny pumps that produce acid. It has a low occurrence of side effects, such as diarrhea, abdominal pain, and nausea. Ask your doctor if Prevacid is right for you.
So leave your heartburn behind, yeah! I'm the deputy mayor of the world!
And finally this evening, 2 weeks exactly since the attack. The difficult work goes on at the Pentagon and at the trade towers. There are now 6,804 people dead or missing. And the mayor said today it will be a miracle if there are any survivors. There has been such a huge amount of information for us all to absorb. At abcnews.com, they have created an interactive experience which will take you through these 2 weeks, a day at a time. It's called America's Challenge. And you can stop and check on a day or an incident and hear what happened at that particular moment and listen to the people involved. It's very compelling. There were some other things today. They held the mayoral primary in New York, which was scheduled for the 11th. Mayor Giuliani volunteered that people should not write his name in. On the subject of volunteering, the CIA's had a 700% increase in the number of applicants. In Houston, about 400 couples have voluntarily withdrawn their divorce petitions. A judge said many of them seem to think that their problems now seem like small potatoes. And Michael Jordan has volunteered. The most famous basketball player of all time is going to play for the Washington Wizards. He gave up his ownership position to play, and he will give the first year of his salary to a relief fund. There's some good news today. That's our report on World News Tonight. Nightline has a full hour on the investigation later this evening. Tomorrow on World News, the Canadian connection, the difficulties of tracking terrorists north of the border. And along with the prejudice, some good news for Arab Americans. I'm Peter Jennings. Hope you have a good evening. Good night.
This has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from
6,347 people are still officially listed as missing at the World Trade Center. The fact is, of course, they are now presumed dead, even if officials are reluctant to say so. In many cases, their families are now proceeding with the rituals of death without the certainty or comfort of a body, as we hear in this report from ABC News correspondent John McKenzie.
A memorial service today for another victim of the World Trade Center attack. Brian Murphy was 41 years old. He leaves a wife and 2 young daughters.
God, you have called your son Brian from this life.
2 weeks after the disaster, some families are now acknowledging their loss. And today the mayor encouraged others to move on with their lives.
It is certainly time to say that the chances of finding anyone would now involve a miracle.
But most families have yet to receive a body part, any tangible evidence from the debris, and might never.
It's a human condition that if you can't lay your eyes on the bones of your loved ones when they have died, you're never really quite sure.
It can also be a problem for some religions.
Normally, the absence of a body is a problem in Jewish law. But in this case, similar to the situation of the Holocaust, these people will all be declared dead within a short period, and the mourning period will begin.
To help the families get on with their lives, the City of New York tomorrow, using private lawyers who volunteered their time, will start processing applications for death certificates.
It'll help considerably because that way you can then go to the court and administer the estate of that person and get control of his or her assets and distribute them.
But processing so many estates could take months. In the meantime, families face a myriad of basic problems. For example, amending legal documents to buy or sell property.
If there was a will, where is it? A spouse cannot sign on the husband's checking account and therefore can't pay the bills.
Thousands of families, each in its own way, on its own schedule, struggling to say goodbye and to move on. John McKenzie, ABC News, New York.
Throughout this crisis, we'll try to run down rumors you've been reading on the internet or hearing over the water cooler. We're calling it Fact Check. One of the persistent questions we've had emailed to us concerns the Israelis. Consider this one. Is it true that 4,000 Israelis did not show up for work at the World Trade Center and were tipped by the Israeli secret police? We've asked State Department correspondent Martha Raddatz to do tonight's fact check. And Martha, that sounds pretty far-fetched.
It does indeed, Chris. The State Department has not commented on this publicly, but on background, the whole idea of this makes them quite angry. They point out how many Jews died in the World Trade Center, and they basically say, look, 2 airplanes hit the World Trade Centers. This is beneath comment. It's such a scurrilous rumor. It seems that the motivation for such a thing has got to be pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious. It's obvious to take away any focus on Arab extremists and put it right back. It sort of reminds me of things that happened during the conflict in Bosnia, where people would blame other people who had nothing to do with it to take the focus off themselves. All part of disinformation. Yes, it is indeed, but it makes them very angry. Martha Raddatz, thank you very much. That's our report for tonight. I'm Chris Bury in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
This is ABC.
On World News Tonight, the president's ultimatum: get rid of Osama bin Laden. He tells the Taliban this conflict involves the world, and so what happens next? We'll have a full report every evening.
On the Drew Carey season premiere, Jenny McCarthy does something so shocking
Hey, we can't show that on TV.
Okay, that's better. The Drew Carey season premiere, ABC Wednesday, 9/8 Central.
The things you enjoy haven't changed. Endometriosis changed how much you enjoy them. If chronic pelvic pain prevents you from living life to the fullest, if the pain is so severe it interferes with your enjoyment of routine day-to-day activities, you may want to take part in a research study to test an investigational drug for endometriosis pain. To participate, you must be between 18 and 49, still having periods, and willing to use birth control. You must also have been diagnosed with endometriosis by laparoscopy within the past 4 years. There is no cost to you to participate in this endometriosis research study.
Call toll-free 1-800-215-2149 to see if you qualify. Participants receive a trial-related medical exam and study drug. Call 1-800-215-2149. That's 1-800-215-2149.
Getting a bigger flame broiled cheeseburger can't get any easier. Get a tasty single cheeseburger for just 49 cents, a double for 99 cents, or a triple for $1.49. Now for a limited time. Stop by Burger King for a great tasting deal. All you have to say is single, double, triple.
Discover Yale University's fascinating history, Thursday at 8.
Welcome again to Politically Incorrect, and once again tonight, a lot of familiar faces for me. I hope they are for you. Again, good friends, smart people. Right over here we have Jerry Nachman. I don't think I'm telling tales out of school. Jerry was the producer of this show for a while. He's also had posts at most of the major media centers, among them editor-in-chief of the New York Post. This is Paul Provenza. I know him for about 20 years, first as a comedian. He's a classically trained actor. You're doing a play now called Diva, right, at the La Jolla Playhouse through October 14th. Eric Braden, soap fans know him from The Young and the Restless. I know him as a good friend and one of the most thoughtful people I know, and we're going to start with something he left on my machine the other day. And this, of course, is Ann Coulter. She's a columnist, an author, and probably the gutsiest person I know. So I thank you all for coming. Now, Eric, I've had so many calls from people, some of them just to say, please keep doing your show. But others saying, please let me on to say what I think should be done. And I thought what you said was very interesting, which is, and it comes from a very unique perspective. Now, a lot of people have been saying basically two things. We should either bomb them back to the Stone Age or bomb them up to the Stone Age. You say, and again, you are of German heritage, I think we all know that, that we should occupy these countries as we did with Germany and Japan after World War II, because if you don't stay there for a while, democracy will not take root. It certainly was a success story after World War II with those countries. Can it work in the Middle East?
I think we have to finally, in the Middle East, provide an example of what America is really all about. For 50 years, we have supported one dictator, one potentate after the other in the area. We need to finally occupy one country, establish democratic institutions, and show how generous this country really is. Establish a Marshall Plan, as you did in Germany after the war. I was born in 1941, which dates me, but who cares? And the first 4 years of my life were nothing but bombs. When the American troops came in, we were jubilant. We became big fans of Elvis Presley, of Louis Armstrong, of I don't know what. The Americanization of Germany happened very quickly and very gladly because Americans are basically very decent people and have a wonderful society, but the examples we give in our foreign policy do not reflect what America is all about.
You're right.
And that has been a mistake that has been made for the last 50 years.
But what country do we occupy? And will it work in the Middle East the way it did in Germany?
Afghanistan has suffered such enormous deprivation.
But no one can even conquer it, let alone occupy it.
I think if we work with the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan, which I'm sure we will.
That's like 3 guys in one town.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not because we always assume that the Taliban are now one monolithic force. We have a number of people probably that they coerced into becoming Talibans, who'd be more than willing to switch over to our side if we occupied that country. When Americans occupy a country like that, I think you would finally see what this country's all about. We haven't shown that in that part of the world.
There's one problem, though, and I agree with you on what good occupiers we were in Germany and Japan. MacArthur turned out to be a civil rights person and a feminist in creating a concept. There's one difference, Eric. We won the war. They surrendered. They had very little choice. There wasn't much.
Step one.
Right. So if you're talking about
I assume you're saying after we win the war.
The point is, look,
we're not going to be invited to do this.
I don't think it's going to be a huge war. I honestly don't. This is not a war in the classical sense. In other words, you don't have another country that wants to conquer America. You're dealing with terrorists, and we need to be smart about going after them. And I think this administration so far has shown they're very judicious, very patient. They've done a great job so far.
What's different about Germany than here, but I think is more similar to Japan and ought to be the model, is that Germany at least had a wealth of civilization prior to the Third Reich, and it had a respect for human life, something that was not as noticeable in Japan. And one of the things General MacArthur did, he considered converting the emperor to Christianity. He decided not to because he thought there would be a fight between Catholics and Presbyterians. But General MacArthur called in thousands of Christian missionaries. He distributed thousands of Bibles. It wasn't as much of a success story as the Christian missionaries were in Korea after the Korean War, but you know how it was a success story? They have unprecedented religious freedom there, something that is absent in every Muslim country.
Well, the point
in fact, there are 2 Christians in
we want democracy to take root.
If we go into that country now and start distributing Bibles, we're going to be in trouble.
Well, yeah, there are two Christian missionaries.
In fact, the people in Afghanistan.
We have to allow the tolerant part of Islam to flourish. In other words, establish democratic institutions and then let them have...
What tolerant part of Islam?
Oh, come on. Islam has an enormous history.
Where is that in evidence in the Middle East right now?
Do you know anything about the history of the Middle East?
Name the country.
Do you know anything about the history of the Middle East?
Yeah.
You know what incredible civilization they've had?
Well, you don't have to know the history.
Right. Do you know what incredible civilization they've had?
And
the Taliban do not represent Islam mainstream. They do not.
But do they in Syria? In Iran? In Iraq?
Wait. Right. In all those countries, you have dictators that we have supported for 50 years. Those dictators have...
You didn't support Saddam Hussein. That's not true.
But there is a history of civilization in the Middle East. Islam was the most flourishing civilization in the Middle Ages, when Western Europeans were shivering and cowering and cast behind...
Fine, they invented the flying buttress, but they don't have a history of tolerance. That's the point under issue.
Listen to me. Let me ask you something.
And they don't.
If you allowed the Jerry Falwells of this world to take over, Would you have tolerance in this country?
Yes, you would.
No, you would not.
Yes, you would.
You're damn right you don't.
Where is
That's absolute
Christianity
nonsense.
dominant where other
One second.
religions
Christianity
are
is
not allowed
dominant.
to practice?
Christianity is dominant in America, and the reasonable Christians in America are not talking very much right now. They are not being heard. It's all the
We're having
extremists that are being
prayer
heard.
services all over the nation.
Now we do finally, precisely, because we're asking for tolerance. What I'm telling you.
We're asking for tolerance. We're asking for God's
In other
help
words,
and supplication.
In other words, one second. In other words, you don't think that the Muslims are doing the same thing? The run-of-the-mill Muslims are not doing the same thing?
That isn't the point. Name a country that is an Islamic regime where there is tolerance of other religions. Name one.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a regime. We understand that the
No,
government...
She's absolutely wrong. Excuse me. You are wrong.
Well, then name
Historically,
it.
you are
I've been
wrong.
asking you for 5
In
minutes to
all
name
the
one.
Muslim countries, they allowed Judaism to flourish and Christianity to flourish.
That's not true.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah, before...
In these kind of countries right now, they don't. But in most Muslim countries in the past, they have allowed religious freedom. You are totally wrong. Read your history.
Right.
That's the problem. You don't know anything about it.
You know, I think that any Jew who used to live in Iraq or Syria or Egypt until 20 or 30 years ago.
Yes, but we're talking about a long history before that.
We're talking about the present. We're talking about when every country you've mentioned, whether they're non-Arabic countries like Pakistan or Afghanistan or Iran, or every Muslim country right now, every Arab country has one thing in common. There are no elections, there is no free press,
Absolutely.
and there's no dissent.
And who has supported that?
Well, sometimes we did and sometimes we didn't.
I'm not changing the argument. I'm not changing the argument at all.
I'll answer your question. One of the reasons that we, America...
No, wait a second. Let's not get onto that, just attacking America.
That's
changing the argument.
Okay, but he's not
We're talking
attacking...
about where tolerance is allowed under Islam, and suddenly he throws in that we supported the regimes. That isn't the argument. That's all I'm saying.
And one of the reasons we're in trouble with Arab countries is we have supported the only democracy, the only place that openly allows all religions to be practiced, the only place that has a free press, and that's Israel. And one of the reasons those planes hit those buildings a couple of weeks ago was because we do support the only democracy in the Middle East. There's one.
Let me tell you something.
Right.
There was a democracy in Persia up until 1953. We killed Mossadegh. We installed the Shah. He had one of the most brutal regimes for roughly 30 years. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the problems.
All cured thanks to Ayatollah Khomeini.
Well, no, that's the point, though. I think Eric is making a really fine point, which is that our activity in the Middle East, for lack of a better word, is very inconsistent. And at any given moment, our loyalties and who we choose to support is in direct relationship to our immediate needs.
Everybody.
But eventually these things backfire because our ideology is inconsistent. We will support terrorists when terrorists.
And everybody we supported at one point, including Osama bin Laden against
the Taliban, right?
And Noriega
and the war in drugs.
Saddam Hussein.
We supported the Taliban to destroy all the poppy fields. We sent them $43 million.
Our misguided foreign policy has always been the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And when the enemy goes away, that guy who's left is still your enemy. And that's what happens to us.
I don't think that is a misguided policy. I mean, it's not like we were rebuffing the, Iranian Thomas Jefferson out there. I mean, find him.
You never gave him a chance.
So, okay, we're going for the lesser of two. Oh, come on.
The point is that we have to go to the middle. What are you talking about? You don't know enough about the history of that part of the world.
You haven't
really
been able to name one.
I don't either, but we have to take a commercial. We'll be right back.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me, 'cause you heard of the sign and I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying, together, come back and see me. Yesterday, you've forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry. Like vanilla, it's the finest of the flavors. And to see the show, 'cause I know the cargo is at my door, and it's a banger, it's your life to sign a waiver. I have a tendency to wear my mind up my sleeve. It's been 1 week since you looked at me, dropped your eyes to the sides and said I'm sorry.
Hey, don't walk like a cop, all right?
You say you're serious about doing some good in the real world, well, this is the place to learn.
Even those sworn to protect
Please get away from the girl!
are human.
What's wrong with street justice?
Oh, just let the animals wipe themselves out.
God willing.
Even those dedicated to keeping the peace can cross the line.
That's what I'm talking about.
Denzel Washington.
You think I'm crazy, right?
Ethan Hawke.
I think you're a road cop.
Training Day. Rated R. Starts October 5th.
Ask your doctor about Nasonex with moisturizing glycerin, taken once a day for nasal allergy relief due to pollens, molds, dust, and pets. Day or night, sleep on it. Side effects were generally mild and included headache, viral infection, sore throat, nosebleeds, and coughing. Nasonex. Fewer sneezes, fewer worries.
Wednesday, life after 9/11. 2020 tracks the secret world of the terrorists, how they hid and lived among us. New details, 2020 Wednesday.
The mole.
I am the
I'm not the mole.
The mole.
Mole. I am not the mole. I am the mole.
Mole 2 returns Friday 8/7 Central on ABC.
I began my training more than 23 years ago in Italy, and I know authentic Italian food inside and out. But creating new pasta dishes, that's my passion. But with the right ingredients, anything's possible. One thing I would never change is my pasta. It must be pasta Barilla, always al dente. Never clumpy or sticky, firm yet tender. Perfect, every time, every dish.
Barilla, Italy's #1 pasta. Always al dente, always perfect.
More. That's what you get with Verizon Wireless. Right now, you get 3,000 more night and weekend home airtime minutes, free every month for life. And there's more. Now through September 30th, get a Motorola StarTAC on sale for just $50. And get this great value in more places. Visit a Verizon Wireless communication store. Log on to VerizonWireless.com or call 1-800-2-JOIN-IN. So hurry in and get the Motorola StarTAC at our lowest price ever, only from Verizon Wireless. Join in.
All right, welcome back. Let's get on to domestic issues.
By the way,
here,
remind me never to leave a message on your answering machine.
See, Eric knows about that part of the work because he was on the rat patrol.
I'm telling you, what we need to do is
why
we need to send him over there to talk to them in that voice. Everything will be fine. Crying out loud. I feel like I'm on the panel of Winston Churchill. The Nazis must be taught democracy. Beautiful. I'm impressed.
Let's talk about this country. I see an awful lot of American flags on German and Japanese cars out there. And, you know, I must say, there is absolutely nothing wrong with flag waving. The problem is that there's also nothing wrong with not having a flag. And I think somebody has to stand up and say that. And also that, you know, it is literally the least you can do. It's not bad, but I mean, it's not actually, it's like an AIDS ribbon. It's not actually solving the problem. There's nothing wrong with it, but I think there is a kind of people look at you if you don't have one, like, what's wrong with you?
That's right.
And there are other ways to be supportive.
Well, out here, it seems like people have exchanged their Lakers flags for American flags. and they seem to be the same. And the Friday after the tragedy, I was going to dinner with someone, and these spontaneous candlelight vigils were erupting all over Ventura, and that's fine with the candles and the flag. But then it was honk if you love America. And for a while, I thought that the San Fernando Valley, it was homecoming weekend, or they'd won the District 1 football championships. It's starting to make me a little nervous.
Yeah, I've seen local candlelight vigils turn into keg parties.
Yes, yes. Yes, and
I drive a German car, and I have an American flag on each side, magnetic flag.
What are you, an ambassador now?
First time.
It's a staff car.
It's a staff car. The first time, to be frank with you, that I felt that deeply about this issue.
Well, converts are always zealous.
It is an attack.
Does he know you can't say that on national TV?
It is an attack on everything that America stands for. Everything that all democracies in the world stand for.
No one is arguing that.
1 second. In other words, I think we should be allowed to show that flag if we wanted to.
I think so too,
Right.
but did you hear what I said?
Yes.
I said it's great to show the flag, but please don't patriotically profile me.
No, and say
because I don't have...
You also said that it is literally the least we could do. I would disagree with that statement only to say there is something even less than that, and that is the candle lighting, which I really am sick of. I think the candle lighting is bad. It's womanly, it's hugging, it's mourning, and mourning is the opposite of anger, and we're supposed to be angry right now. I mean, a flag, that's like a manly thing. The guys who were going to fight that war didn't have to go buy a flag. They at least had them in their homes.
What the hell is bad about mourning, for heaven's sake?
Are you kidding or what? It's the candle lighting. It's all the people who aren't going to fight the war.
Wow. 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 Wow, I'm getting whiplash here. Hang on a second. Here's the thing about, let me tell you, to address Bill's point, I know a lot of people who refuse to fly flags right now, not because they're un-American, not because they're not patriotic, and for many, many people, they're showing the flag in a show of unity, in a show of strength, in a show of faith in American values and what America stands for, but the problem is, if I were to show that flag now for those reasons, it can easily be confused with the flag that's shown by people who show the flag for xenophobia, for revenge, for violence against other people who will suffer in a war.
I think those are the sentiments we should be having right now.
We are not all flying the same flag. The flag does not mean the same thing now for everybody.
Well, that's why I like the flag and I don't like the candles.
Respect for life, our way of life, our Constitution and freedom, and that were all it stood for, I would be flying them from every pole I have.
So you think it's wrong to fly the flag for revenge?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, I do. America is not about revenge. America is about compassion.
Don't you think that most people feel that way who have a flag there?
Not the ones who are driving trucks with flags off their antennas and pulling brown-skinned people with foreign accents out of their cars and beating them up. That's the problem.
Except that hasn't happened.
That's not the flag I want to fly.
But I think we are now, I think most people who show the flag right now have a deep feeling and understanding of what America's all about.
Yes, but as Bill said,
but so do I.
Exactly.
I have a deep feeling and understanding of America too.
Right, but Bill, of course I agree with you. But there's another problem, and that problem is that Americans in this time have a tendency to feel very isolationist and isolated and almost paranoid. And I hold responsible the news coverage of America, the news directors of America, to not show the profound expressions of sympathy in Germany, for example, where 200,000 people within 2 days marched on the Brandenburg Gate in solidarity with America.
Yes, well, they showed 3 minutes of silence all through the European Union.
In every German village.
Beautiful.
It was extraordinary.
Yes.
Did you see it here? No, barely.
I saw it.
Now that is irresponsible, and that causes a kind of paranoid isolationism that is dangerous.
All right, I have to take a commercial. We'll come right back.
Do you need to learn how to operate a computer? Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. You know, our product is quick and it's easy to learn with, and you can try it for free. You know, over the years, millions of people have learned how to operate their computer using our product. We get happy letters every day from people thanking us. But the most rewarding thing for me is having people stop me on the street and telling me how easy it was to learn with our product. If you just want to learn how to run a computer once and for all, save yourself a lot of time and energy, try our product. Let me show you how simple this is. You put this CD in your CD tray, the lesson plays right on your computer. It works just like a VCR. Just follow the step-by-step instruction. I'm so confident this product will work for you, I'm going to send it to you free. The reason I'm going to do this is because I know once you try our product, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs.
Call 1-800-308-6734. Pay only $6.95, shipping and handling.
Oh, Larry, just you, me, and that.
Trojan Man. You can't row without the right paddle. Trojan latex condoms help provide the protection you need.
You do have the right paddle, Larry.
Trojan condoms, the most trusted.
Quitting smoking? Then you know how mornings can be. And you should know, Nicoderm CQ gives you a higher morning level of medicine than that round store patch, and stays higher all morning long. So stick with Nicoderm CQ.
Wednesday at 8, 7 Central. ABC invites you to witness the birth of the brand new season of My Wife and Kids. The 1-hour season premiere, Wednesday at 8, 7 Central on ABC.
Dworkin, the Chevy Giant, is going to make September a month to remember. Want proof? How about this? Get up to $5,000 off Chevy Tahoes and Blazers, $4,000 off Chevy Silverado, and great savings of $3,000 on Chevy Malibu. Want more? Get 0.9% on Chevy Venture vans. Dworkin, the Chevy Giant, must move 100 cars in 10 days. You won't find a better deal anywhere. The best deals are at the Giant. Pick up the phone and dial the hottest number in town. Do it today. Call Dworkin for a September you won't forget. Hurry, offer ends September 29th.
The day has ended. Amber blends to twilight blue. The world softens a bit around the edges. You release all the cares of the day, and nothing else in the world matters. Una bella sera. Bella sera, Pinot Grigio. It's going to be a beautiful evening. Or as they say in Italian, it's going to be a bella sera.
Get your Jetta before someone else does, because right now, they're going fast.
All right, let's talk a little about economics. The stock market finally had a good day today, but they're talking about a tax cut. Now, isn't this a time when we need to be collecting money? They talked about $180 billion just as a start, and usually those first estimates are low. Don't we need to be collecting money rather than giving more money back to rich people?
Don't tell them that, Bill.
Well, how much money are you talking about per person?
How much you got on you?
No, but
I don't know, but you know, like we just passed this enormous tax cut, which is mostly going to go back in the years to come to the rich people. Maybe we should think twice about that and say, you know what, actually, folks, we were going to give you back that money when we were at peace. Now we actually need the money to defend ourselves.
Well, you know, it's too early to tell, really.
It's not like the government hasn't run a deficit before. I think we need a tax cut now to get the economy going. Look at what's going on.
There's something to be said for that. If this is an ongoing campaign and we're looking at 7, 8, 10 years down the road of some ongoing activity like this, it's more important that our economy be sound, and perhaps in the long run, a tax cut now might be beneficial in the long run.
And the sound policy would be
I'm in over my head. I don't have enough money for yogurt.
Yeah. But I mean, that money, the $38 billion that we gave back in the little $300 checks, that was just the beginning. Right. In the years to come, most of that big 1.6, which is really about $2 or $3 trillion, goes back to the richest 2%. We heard this in the campaign. Okay, but it does. Can those people really just kind of get together now and say, you know what, I understand there's a war on. Forget it, you know, you were going to give me that.
Now we can have the government you and I like. We can get rid of all that other stuff and just have a military.
Well, it's not just the taxes, though. The big problem we face, the big economic problem we have, is the economy. It's getting people to spend money in Walmart and buy airplane tickets and go to Disney World. And that's going to kill us worse than any tax cut.
They're spending enough money on flags over there at Walmart, aren't they?
Yes, they are, and they're made in China.
They're made in China. I love that part. They're made in China in a sweatshop that's working 24/7 now to make flags.
If I say one more thing about that flag, I'm all for the flags, except, you know, the one negative connotation I have with the flag is when I see a flag, I also think of people who don't understand that the flag is a symbol, and that the idea behind it, every year they try to make a flag burning amendment, as if the burning of the flag was more important than the idea that we can freely do that.
What makes our flag special and different is that you can burn it.
Exactly.
That's what America's all about.
Making burning a flag a crime is the same as convicting somebody for murder for tearing up a photo of somebody.
As the flag is a symbol for what America stands for, I think we should treat it with respect.
But a symbol is less important than the actual thing.
But Bill, I argue with you in the sense that people who wave the flag are not necessarily unaware of what it stands for.
Not necessarily.
I think most people who show the flag
not.
are very aware of what it stands for.
If I could get to the point Jerry and I are dying to get to, I mean, right now they do seem to be forgetting part of what the flag stands for, and that is on this hysteria over speech, whether it's Jerry Falwell giving straight Christian doctrine on the Christian Broadcasting Network, or you for saying, really, I mean, I have a loose leaf binder on the things you should have gotten in trouble for saying on this show, and that's not it. And my column is
now that you bring it up,
my column is being censored. I mean, without anyone noticing, this
has been censored.
Oh, absolutely, by National Review, Jewish World Review, National Review for using the phrase "swarthy males." I'm not making that up. I mean, this hysteria that no one is noticing.
That would apply to a lot of this panel.
Applies to Eric.
People are afraid to say anything now. I mean, they're jumping down people's. We're repealing the First Amendment without a law.
Everybody sitting up here tonight has a little voice in the back of his head saying, "Be careful." And you know what? I'm not used to that voice, and you're not used to that voice.
Certainly not here.
And if you keep listening to that voice, or you have to, then the Taliban won.
I have to take a commercial. We'll come right back.
has a power.
You couldn't know?
To predict the future.
Believe me, I know.
And to pass his gift to another. Anthony Hopkins, Hearts in Atlantis. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday at a theater near you.
Pete Sampras knows about One A Day's new active multivitamin. With more B vitamins and ginseng to enhance energy. One A Day. Get active, stay active.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cause you heard the sign is I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying that you're gonna come back and see me. Yesterday, you've forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry. Like vanilla, it's the finest of the flavors. And to see the show, cause then you know the girl goes at my door and the banger is your life to sign a waiver. I have a tendency to wear my mind up my sleeve. I had this it's been 1 week since you looked at me. Dropped your eyes to the sides and said I'm sorry.
In the 1-hour Drew Carey premiere, Drew writes this great scene. Naturally, this involves Jenny McCarthy, Kate, and, well, let's just say something guys find fascinating.
Yeah, is anyone gonna yell cut?
I don't think so. A 1-hour Drew premiere, Wednesday, 9/8 Central on ABC.
Looking for a new job? Then start your search with Jobs for You. Just go to WTNH.com, where you can check hundreds of jobs online, featuring jobs from this employer, Gaylord Hospital. Find the right job for you at Jobs for You, only at WTNH.com.
Hey, how's Barry? He's still hurting. In the insurance company? But he's smart. He got good help right away. You got Buckley and Wynn. Those guys are real good. And they handle every single case themselves.
When my brother was hurt, all he got was promises.
Everybody knows that with Buckley and Wynn, you get performance, not promises.
Shouldn't the attorney you hired handle your case?
Don't settle for anything less.
Hey, Connecticut. Is this what you find when you're looking for a pre-owned truck? Cars? Like this 2000 Mustang GT convertible? Or how about this? A 2000 Ford Focus?
Out at Williams Ford in West Hartford. Sure, we have used cars, but we really have trucks. You'll find it all. Williams Ford stocks only strong, reliable used trucks. You'll find the widest selection of quality pre-owned trucks. Williams Ford in West Hartford Center. Your place to find trucks.
More trust, more confidence. Only Williams Ford.
To help local families deal with the loss of a loved one, Connecticut has opened a Family Crisis Center. For help and support, call 1-866-CT-HELPS.
Jerry Nachman has a quote to end our show with.
From Pete Hamill, who used to say, never attempt subtlety in an undeveloped nation. And I'm afraid that based on what I've seen happen to you and Ann, America may be becoming an undeveloped nation.
All right. Thank you, panel. You were terrific.
Times of tragedy bring people together. That's why News Channel 8 and the American Red Cross have formed a unique partnership.
With News Channel 8 as our Connecticut television here, we will better serve.
The time is now at Colonial Toyota. The first of the 2002 Toyotas on sale at the 2001 clearance price. The first 150 will be sold regardless of profit. Get 2002 Toyota 0% interest and no payment for 90 days at Colonial Toyota, the source. Get there before they're gone.
Everyone's working together to get things moving again. Here's our contribution. 0% financing on most Chrysler cars and minivans. And if you buy now, no monthly payments for 90 days. Now it's never been easier to drive home a new Chrysler car or minivan. So take advantage of these great offers. It's our way of helping move things forward again. See your local Chrysler dealer today.
Planning to sell your home or condo this year? You're probably wondering how much it's worth. You can find out free on the web at housevalues.com. So if you're planning to sell, visit housevalues.com today. That's housevalues.com.
should be accessible to everyone. That's why you can now get 0% financing on Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Wrangler. And if you buy now, you'll make no monthly payments for 90 days. And while you can't put a price on freedom, you have to admit it's a pretty good deal. Check one out at your Jeep dealer.
Gather round with the family there. Gonna eat my share. It's a fine day.
Now Dodge is giving you something special to take home for the holidays. The security of 7-year or 100,000-mile powertrain protection on any new Dodge vehicle. Plus, through November 19th, 0% APR on select 2002 models.
It's good to see you, Dad.
No thanks. It gives me gas.
On the next crossing over, an emotional connection leads to one powerful message.
There's a feeling that you feel that you let her down, and she's making you feel like you did not.
On the next crossing over with John Edward.
Monday at 4 on News Channel 8. On World News Tonight this Sunday, as more U.S. bombs rain down, the Taliban may be offering to surrender Kunduz, its final stronghold in northern Afghanistan. And who will govern Afghanistan? The Northern Alliance agrees to UN talks on a coalition government. Beauty in the night, a rare meteor display. And beauty on canvas, trying to forget terror with 2 French masters.
From ABC News, World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight, Sunday.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Carol Simpson. Tonight, the focus is on Kunduz. Thousands of the Taliban's most dangerous fighters are there. The Northern Alliance has them surrounded and has given them an ultimatum: surrender or die. Kunduz is one of only 2 cities still held by the Taliban, and the White House says that means Osama bin Laden is running out of places to hide. We get the latest from ABC's Jim Sciutto.
Today, U.S. B-52s and other strike aircraft pounded the northern city of Kunduz, the last Taliban stronghold in the north. As residents fled the city today, Northern Alliance commanders said the Taliban offered to surrender Kunduz if non-Afghan fighters loyal to Osama bin Laden are spared.
Well, there's only one kind of surrender that we're interested in, and that's unconditional surrender.
Kunduz is the last refuge for thousands of highly trained Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters. Most of them are foreigners, including Uzbeks, Chechens, Pakistanis, and a core group of Arabs. They're considered unlikely to surrender peacefully because it will be difficult for them to hide inside Afghanistan, and they fear execution by opposition forces. The foreign Taliban are going to put up a fight, said this Northern Alliance commander, but they will die. It will not be easy for Northern Alliance forces to take Kunduz by force. The presence of civilians limits the scope of U.S. bombing, and Alliance troops now surrounding the city have little combat experience.
Even with U.S. air power, it isn't clear how well they can do against the more disciplined elements of the al-Qaeda and Taliban troops.
Administration officials said today they believe Osama bin Laden is still inside Afghanistan and running out of places to hide.
I can't speak to precisely where he is, but we are narrowing this and we are putting a net around him, and eventually we're going to get him.
U.S. warplanes also continue to bomb near Kandahar and areas of southern Afghanistan where bin Laden is believed to maintain several camps and hideouts. Jim Sciutto, ABC News, the Pentagon.
With events moving so quickly inside Afghanistan, planning for the country's future has taken on new urgency. The immediate tasks at hand: who will run the country and how they will be chosen. ABC's David Wright reports from Kabul.
Afghanistan television was back on the air tonight for the first time since the Taliban banned it 5 years ago. The headline, presented by a female newscaster: progress toward UN-sponsored talks on forming a new government. The Northern Alliance has now agreed to participate. UN Special Envoy Francesc Ventrell is in Kabul, meeting with top officials of the Northern Alliance, including Foreign Minister Dr. Abdullah.
Mr. Ventrell found the meeting encouraging
in light of Dr. Abdullah's openness and apparent flexibility.
Top U.S. officials today hailed the alliance's position.
We're getting very good soundings from the Northern Alliance that they understand their responsibility to be a part of a broad-based government.
But there are some sticking points. UN officials want the conference to include all parties with an interest in Afghanistan's future government, but the Northern Alliance continues to flatly rule out any participation by the Taliban. The UN wants the conference to be chaired by Afghanistan's former king. The Northern Alliance has welcomed the king's participation, but only as a common citizen. And there's the question of what role women would play in Afghanistan's future government. Today, Secretary of State Colin Powell made clear the U.S.'s position.
If you truly want a representative government that will be respected in the eyes of the world and that reflects the aspirations of all the Afghan people, you have to include women in this political structure.
The UN says the meeting should be held outside Afghanistan for symbolic reasons, and despite earlier objections, the Northern Alliance has now agreed. Now, as soon as all sides can agree on a list of participants, the meeting will take place as early as this week, most likely in Europe. David Wright, ABC News, Kabul.
The U.S. bombing of Afghanistan sparked another protest in London today. Thousands of people demonstrating against the airstrikes snaked through the city from Hyde Park to Trafalgar Square. In Kosovo, they are still counting votes from yesterday's elections, the first since the UN and NATO took control of the province. Voters elected a national assembly, which will form a government to help rule the southern region of Serbia. Turning to the Middle East, the Israeli army said it killed 2 armed Palestinians today near a Jewish settlement in the Gaza Strip. The latest violence in Israel comes on the eve of a widely anticipated speech by Secretary of State Colin Powell, at a time when there is pressure on the U.S. to strengthen its anti-terrorist coalition by advancing the peace process. ABC's Gillian Findlay reports from Jerusalem.
For almost a month, Israel's army defied U.S. calls to pull its troops out of the Palestinian town of Tulkarm. Today, one day before Secretary Powell's speech, the tanks rolled out. Israel's media have been predicting a tough speech by Mr. Powell, speculating he will call on Israel and the Palestinians to return to peace talks immediately, despite ongoing violence. That is something Ariel Sharon has always refused to do, insisting on 7 days of complete quiet before any talks begin. After meeting today with European leaders who came bearing the same request, Sharon did not budge.
That is our position, and that's going to be our position in the future.
For his part, Secretary Powell refused to say whether he'll pressure Israel to waive its 7-day demand.
I didn't impose the 7 days, so therefore I can't waive it.
The purpose of his speech, he said, will be to lay out America's vision of a Mideast settlement. The first step must be the implementation of the Mitchell Plan, he says, drawn up by former U.S. Senator George Mitchell 7 months ago.
No new plans are coming. We have a plan. It's a plan that works, the Mitchell Plan. And what we have to do is to get the 2 sides talking to each other in order to get a ceasefire in place.
But unless Mr. Powell is very specific about what comes after that, what a Palestinian state would look like, how Israel's 33-year-old occupation can be brought to an end, Palestinians say it'll be almost impossible for Mr. Arafat to end the violence. These days, the militants who lead the Intifada are more popular than he is. Even if he wanted to stop them, analysts say he can't.
He will be seen an Israeli lackey, serving Israeli interests. And if he fails, then obviously he will have to confront the prospect of a civil war.
And that, the analysts say, would not be in anyone's interest, certainly not in America's, as it tries to keep its anti-terror coalition together. Gillian Findlay, ABC News, Jerusalem.
And also in the region, 2 U.S. sailors are among 5 people missing after an Iraqi tanker sank in the Persian Gulf. The sailors had just boarded the ship, which was suspected of violating the UN oil embargo. It's not known what caused the tanker to sink. Still ahead on World News Tonight this Sunday, meteors to remember in a sky-high show. New concerns about the country with the largest Muslim population in the world. And finding solace in art, courtesy of 2 French masters.
This is World News Tonight, Sunday. Brought to you by new Saran Quick Covers.
Tammy the mom and Tammy the homemaker are very busy. This is my problem with the Glad wrap. It doesn't stick on a wood bowl, aluminum foil. I know it doesn't stay down. Saran Quick Covers. I can't believe the stretch capacity. Wow! This bowl is an unusual shape. Wow, it's snug. This is microwavable. I'm sold. I covered my watermelon. I covered a bowl of grapes. I covered my cakes. It's quick, it covers, and I think they should call it, wow, Saran Quick Covers.
S.C. Johnson, a family company.
You'd try anything to get some relief from your nasal allergy symptoms. But before you change your life, make an easier change. Multi-symptom Flonase relieves all these nasal allergy symptoms: sneezing, itchy, runny nose, and congestion. Flonase once a day relieves them all day and night. For best results, use daily. Side effects are generally mild and may include headache, nosebleed, or sore throat. Ask your doctor about multi-symptom Flonase. When you get it all it takes is Flonase.
Ocean Spray is fortified with as much vitamin C as orange juice, so it's good for your whole body. Just leave the juicing to us. Ocean Spray. Crave the wave.
As America tries to find and punish those responsible for the September 11th terror attacks and prevent future ones, there are growing concerns tonight over human rights. The president's intention to use military tribunals to try suspected foreign terrorists is just one move raising serious questions. Here's ABC's Josh Gerstein.
President Bush's plan to have military tribunals try alleged terrorists might be used not just overseas, but also in this country, according to a top aide.
This is simply an option for the president in extreme circumstances with people who came into this country with the express purpose of killing Americans.
One Republican senator said he's concerned about the military taking over for U.S. courts.
If you're talking about trying bin Laden in Afghanistan before a military tribunal, that's one thing. If you're talking about trying thousands of immigrants in the United States before a military tribunal, that's something very different.
But Vice President Cheney has said Americans support the administration's tough methods.
This is a war against terrorism. Where military justice is called for, military justice will be dispensed.
Other tactics facing criticism: the secret detention of hundreds of foreigners, proposed eavesdropping on conversations between prisoners and their lawyers, and a plan to have police interview 5,000 Middle Eastern men.
People are just afraid of the unknown. What's going to happen next?
It just seems to me as though this investigation would be like going out and interviewing every disenfranchised teenager after the Columbine massacre.
Civil rights advocates say President Bush's early messages about tolerance are being lost.
The administration did a great job telling America, don't suspect every Arab, don't hate them, don't be afraid of Arabs and Muslims. Now, they're the ones who are doing the suspecting. They're the ones who are doing the knocking on doors.
Lawmakers from both parties say they were not adequately consulted about the new wartime executive powers President Bush has adopted. They're calling for congressional hearings after Thanksgiving. Josh Gerstein, ABC News, the White House.
At Fort Benning, Georgia, an annual protest ended in 40 arrests. Thousands of demonstrators marched outside the former School of the Americas. The training ground for foreign soldiers is blamed for human rights violations against Latin American civilians. Families of the victims of Flight 587 gathered in Queens, New York today. The prayer service honored the 265 people aboard the American Airlines flight that fell from the sky into a beachside neighborhood on Monday. And we'll be back with more after this.
Why do I eat Healthy Choice Beef Tips Portobello? Because it has big tender chunks of beef.
Because it tastes great.
Did I mention it tastes great?
Because my body needs balanced nutrition. Why do I eat Healthy Choice?
Beef Tips Portobello.
helps me do the things I like to do. That's why.
C. Move. Beat. The future of vitamin C is here. Ester C, a patented non-acidic vitamin C that supports your immune system and the health of your eyes, joints, and cardiovascular system. Don't settle for less. Ester C, your body will know the difference.
How was your dinner, eh? Oh, heartburn. I've got just what you need.
Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief. Faster than Pepcid AC or even the leading prescription. Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief.
It's LensCrafter's best $99 offer ever. Right now, get a complete pair of glasses with DuraLens, our most scratch-resistant plastic lens for only $99. The $99 DuraLens event. This is one you don't want to miss. Offer ends November 24th.
Used to be I could set fire to the keyboard, but recently it felt like my arthritis was choosing the notes. I thought my jazz days were numbered, but my doctor said no way. For minor arthritis, you gotta keep those joints moving, and he recommended Advil to make it easier. It's strong enough to let me control the pain, and Advil is gentle on my stomach. Hear that? That's me playing again.
Take Advil and take control. Your eyes need nutrition as well as the rest of your body, so Centrum and Centrum Silver added lutein to help maintain your precious sight. Now your eyes, your toes, and everything in between are covered by Centrum and Centrum Silver. More complete from Ada Zinc.
In some business news today, Phillips Petroleum and Conoco are merging. Today, the two oil companies signed a deal worth $35 billion. The new company will be called ConocoPhillips and is expected to be the world's 5th largest refiner. A brilliant and natural spectacle got thousands of people out of bed overnight, the Leonid meteor shower. As ABC's Ned Potter reports, it was one of the most intense displays in a generation.
1,000 shooting stars an hour. That's what astronomers reported at the peak of the meteor shower this morning.
I've seen a lot of these things before, and I really didn't expect that this shower would be as good as it actually was.
The Leonid shower is a regular feature of nature that happens every November as the Earth passes through the trail of a comet named Tempel-Tuttle. Every third of a century or so, as the comet orbits the sun, the dust in its wake happens to be especially thick. What we see are those particles burning up as they enter the Earth's atmosphere. From New Mexico to Vermont, Australia to Japan, astronomers and amateur stargazers sought out clear skies.
I actually saw the best meteors when I went out, laid down on my sleeping bag, and just looked straight up.
To the modern world, the Leonids are more than a passing curiosity. While the risk was very small, a single dust particle moving at 45 miles a second could have paralyzed a satellite. Today, the Earth is ringed by more than 600 of them, used for research, TV and data transmission, some to spy on Afghanistan. No damage was reported, just a vast celestial show.
It's just kind of like being out there and in another world, really.
This morning, bleary-eyed astronomers said they were grateful that people had paused to appreciate the sky. Ned Potter, ABC News, New York.
And Harry Potter has bewitched the box office. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone raked in a record $93.5 million this weekend. It's expected to hit $100 million tomorrow, the fastest film to reach that mark. Coming up, a cultural clash inside the most populous Muslim nation in the world.
The voice, unforgettable. The look, unmistakable. The man, Rod Stewart.
Wake up, Maggie, I think I got something to say to you.
The very best of Rod Stewart, a collection of landmark songs from one of rock's finest voices.
Tonight's the night.
Including Tonight's the Night, Do You Think I'm Sexy, Maggie May, Have I Told You Lately?
Have I told you lately that I love you?
Forever Young, Hot Legs, Reason to Believe, and many more.
Still I look to find a reason to believe.
Rod Stewart has sold over 120 million albums and become one of the greatest voices in popular music. Now, For the first time ever, all of Rod's greatest songs together on one CD. Just $18.98 plus $4.95 shipping and handling. Call now and receive a free Rod Stewart poster with your paid order.
And in my heart, you'll always stay forever young.
The very best of Rod Stewart. Over 70 minutes of classic Rod, including Some Guys Have All the Luck, You're in My Heart, This Old Heart of Mine.
This old heart of mine been broke 1,000 times. Each time you break away.
You Wear It Well, Rhythm of My Heart, and many more. The very best of Rod Stewart. 16 of Rod Stewart's original recordings are on this remarkable collection.
When I see you tonight on a downtown train.
To order the very best of Rod Stewart, call the number on your screen or send $18.98 for one CD plus $4.95 shipping and handling to the address shown. Call now and receive a free Rod Stewart poster with your paid order. Rush delivery available.
In Spain today, a judge ordered 8 suspects in the American terror attacks back into custody. The suspects arrested last week are believed to have trained in terrorist camps in Afghanistan and elsewhere. One, Abu Dada, is the leader of a group suspected to have ties with Osama bin Laden. Spanish sources today say that a 2-year investigation of Dada led officials to an al-Qaeda training camp in Indonesia, where thousands of guerrillas were trained. Indonesia has the world's largest Islamic population and has come under intense scrutiny of late. It is a country challenged by its past and its future, as ABC's Mark Litke reports.
An ethnic kaleidoscope of 200 million people. Indonesia has long been a bastion of moderate Islam, tolerant, pro-Western. Here, it's not uncommon for families to follow Friday prayers with a lunch at McDonald's. Yet this is no longer the carefree activity it used to be, as protesters on the streets outside vent their anger against America for the attack on Afghanistan. The demonstrations, including this clash at the U.S. Embassy, are led by a small group of Islamic militants who threaten to sweep Americans out of the country. And though no threats have been carried out, the embassy today is on high alert for a terrorist attack. A new American ambassador here has had to begin his tour of duty with all but essential embassy staff sent home.
These are troubled times that we're in, and particularly for Americans, we have to err on the side of caution.
Indonesian leaders have tried to reassure the international community that the extremists are only a small minority here.
They are fringe elements, radicals, who are disowned by the very religions they profess to represent.
Still, Indonesia today is a volatile nation, and many observers feel that radical Islam is taking root here as never before. A deteriorating economy, a weak government, and corrupt military have made this fertile recruiting ground for fundamentalists. Uneducated young men with no future make ready foot soldiers. One hardline group, Laskar Jihad, has fought deadly battles with Christians over the past 2 years, and intelligence officials now believe it may have received funds, weapons, and training from Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda network. Not true, says its leader, Jafar Umar Talib, who says he doesn't support bin Laden, but he says his followers are prepared to fight a holy war against Americans if they're making innocent Muslims suffer. Indonesia has promised to crack down on the extremists, but must tread carefully to avoid a more violent backlash. At the height of the U.S. bombing campaign, even moderate Muslims expressed their anger over the deaths of Afghan civilians. Too many Muslims, he says, are being oppressed today, a sentiment that no one is taking lightly here, not the U.S. ambassador.
I think it's a widely felt emotion here, and sincerely felt.
And not the Indonesian owner of those McDonald's restaurants, where the staff now wears traditional Muslim attire on holy days to show their Islamic solidarity. There's even a restaurant musola, a prayer room, a bit of insurance to keep away the anti-American demonstrators in the hope that this is still seen as the face of Indonesia's Muslim society and not this. Mark Litke, ABC News, Jakarta.
Still ahead, art that restores the soul.
Morning, guys.
Hi.
Hey. Morning. Like to see how your cereals stack up to Total? To get the iron in one bowl of Total, you'll have to eat 2 bowls of cornflakes. For folic acid, try 4 bowls.
And a really big spoon.
Want zinc? 10 bowls for you.
What's so funny? Nothing.
Nice bowls.
Total has 100% of 11 vitamins and minerals in just 1 bowl.
We'll take the Total. Sure. And give Junior the check. What?
Total, 1 bowl, 100%. Look for savings on Total in Sunday's paper.
Dear Aleve, back pain made it tough to get out of bed, and every pain reliever I tried quit too soon. Then my daughter told me about Aleve.
Aleve can stop pain all day with just 2 pills. That would take 8 Tylenol.
I wanted everyone to see just how grateful I am. Thanks, Aleve.
What do I eat?
New Healthy Choice chicken with roasted garlic soup.
Why?
Because it has big chunks of chicken.
And penne pasta in a rich, hearty broth.
Why else do I eat Healthy Choice soup? That's why.
Folgers Decaf. Really good coffee.
What's as gentle as Senecot natural vegetable laxatives? With 100% natural Senna, Senecot tablets offer overnight relief from occasional constipation gently. Senecot works gently, works overnight.
ABC Tonight.
I know about you.
Daddy's got some explaining to do.
Oh, no.
But when you're deep undercover, you can't afford distraction.
I think we have a mole.
I'm gonna make sure you pay.
ABC Tonight. A new Alias, 9/8 Central.
Finally tonight, the last 2 months have produced so many painful images, visions that are difficult to forget no matter how hard we try. Perhaps it is a testament to the power of images that in Chicago, thousands are finding comfort on canvas. Here's ABC's Dean Reynolds.
Amid the muffled whispers and quiet footfalls of Chicago's Art Institute these days, you can hear words of solace.
It's very peaceful.
Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin and their 19th century paintings are the reason.
There's such a sense of peace and serenity, which I think is wonderful in these trying times.
History suggests the artists themselves wanted it that way.
Van Gogh himself said, I want my art to be seen or to function almost as a raft that a survivor from a shipwreck could grasp onto and be taken to land.
Many of the masterpieces are from the period when the artists shared this yellow house in the town of Arles in the south of France. And what they created in 9 weeks of mutual inspiration back in 1888 seems to many here to represent something of a counterpoint to the 9-week season of destruction this nation has endured since the attacks on New York and Washington.
So I think seeing the show now after the terrorist attacks, it just allows people to be, to open themselves up to what the painters were feeling when they were painting these things.
These things, a sunflower, a farmhouse, a night sky, or a woman from 2 entirely different perspectives.
It's really soothing, the colors, and it's just kind of calm.
Nearly 40,000 people a week seem to find a certain relevance in these brushstrokes.
The fact that, human beings can do that and that we can respond to it is a great source of solace and encouragement in these times.
A farmer sows his fields. A few young girls dance. A community gathers to celebrate.
It makes you want to be attached to something, feel like you're not out there by yourself and feel like a community, which we're definitely needing right now.
And it seems that for many thousands of Americans right now, 2 men from another time are meeting that need. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Chicago.
And that's our report for tonight. We always like hearing from you. Email us at weekend@abcnews.com. I'm Carol Simpson. From all of us here at ABC News, have a safe week and good night.
In a time of war, he never expected to find his true love.
You must call.
Critics call it charming and irresistible. Hallmark Hall of Fame's In Love and War. CBS tonight.
How
how many complaints do you get against Border Patrol agents?
I receive at least one a day.
By all accounts, being a Border Patrol agent is a dangerous and highly stressful job. But former agent Ron Sanders says that's no excuse for the number of high-profile criminal cases filed against Border Patrol agents.
No doubt, in my mind, that they have the worst track record of any of the law enforcement agencies. Routinely, you see Border Patrol agents. Expect to be in America's corner in our war against the terrorists, it is Kuwait. After all, just 10 years ago, the first President Bush helped liberate Kuwait from the Iraqi invaders. And the U.S. still has a big military base there with at least 5,000 troops to make sure Saddam Hussein doesn't try to come back. But what we learned in Kuwait last week is that America is by no means as popular there as it used to be. Kuwaitis have grown wary of America's foreign policy. They deplore our bombing of Afghanistan and our closeness to Israel. But the essential fact of life there is that, awash in oil, Kuwaitis are still protected by America. Kuwait City still has George Bush Street, formerly Baghdad Street, and the George Bush apartment complex, and even some children named Bush. This is Bush al-Hassan. But Kuwaitis are not naming their children Bush anymore.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The United States does not seem to be as popular in Kuwait today as it was 10 years ago.
This is correct. This is correct.
Dr. Nasser al-Sani is a member of parliament, an Islamic fundamentalist who would like Kuwait to become a strict Islamic state. But he also heads Parliament's Kuwaiti-American Friendship Committee, and he abhors terrorism. Nonetheless, he managed to persuade half of the Parliament's members to condemn America's bombing of Afghanistan.
To kill the entire country, trying to find a single person with his network, it's not the right way. It's not the right way. And under any religion, under any rules, this is not acceptable.
And we got another earful about Afghanistan from students at Kuwait University.
The main thing that makes people don't like America is what's happening in Afghanistan, because many people are dying now, and even
because of the bombing.
Yes.
How many of you believe that the bombing is wrong? Almost unanimity. And without a dissenting voice, they told us, they aren't sure Osama bin Laden is responsible for the attacks back on September 11th.
You don't show me the evidence. I want it to be shown. If you really have an evidence, why not everyone see it? That's it. Everyone has to see the evidence.
And if the United States says back to you, we need your moral support because we came to support you 10 years ago.
These are totally different issues here. You can't ask us to support you for what you are doing in Afghanistan just because you support us on our case.
At least 20 Kuwaitis left their country to join Osama bin Laden. And a Kuwaiti is bin Laden's new spokesman, Suleiman Abu Ghaith. He sat next to bin Laden on the videotape he released after the September 11th attacks. Abu Ghaith used to preach here at this modest mosque on the outskirts of Kuwait City. He railed against alcohol, adultery, and America. But then he railed against the Kuwaiti government, and that lost him his job. So he began to teach religion at the local high school. Finally, he departed for Afghanistan to join Osama bin Laden. He left behind the Gulf's only democracy. In Kuwait, politics is the national pastime, and every evening all over Kuwait, the men get together to talk politics, often to criticize America, and not just about Afghanistan, but also for supporting Israel against the Palestinians.
You have the greatest nation, but you have the worst foreign policy ever made.
The worst foreign policy?
It's the worst.
I hate the American government.
You hate the American government?
Yes, because all the American governments support our enemy, the Israeli, to kill our people in Palestine.
And that is what they see night after night on Arab television, Al Jazeera. Dead Palestinians and dead Afghan civilians.
That's what makes people really angry every day on what they see. Bombs, people are killed, innocent people, civilians, day and night, every day.
Several students told us they prefer Arab television because the American media is anti-Arab. What makes you believe that the media are against Arabs?
The media is controlled by Jews.
The media is controlled by Jews.
They're a minority, but they have money, so they control all the financial, and they're strong lobbyists in America. They have money. That's why there is hate in the media for Arabs.
All this criticism of America infuriates Sheikh Saud al-Sabah, a member of Kuwait's royal family. He was Kuwait's ambassador to Washington during the Gulf War, but he's out of the government now and very critical of his family's response to the September 11th attacks. Sheikh Saud, you have called Kuwait's support for America at this moment, quote, hesitant and timid, a shameful betrayal.
And reluctant also. And reluctant also.
Your government ministers insist that they have backed America and that they have said so publicly.
By words?
I'm just telling you what they have said.
Mike, we need deeds. Deeds that really matter, not words. Let me be quite clear. We need you more than you need us.
He says Kuwait should pay to rebuild the Pentagon. And Sheikh Saud says his family has made another major mistake. The royal family shares power with an elected parliament. And Saud says they've given up too much power to Islamists who want to turn Kuwait into an Islamic state. These people whom you oppose, they could wind up owning all your oil wells.
Our oil wells, they could be owning the country.
Yes.
That's why I've been speaking out, Mike. For God's sake, understand why I've spoken out on this.
And you mean to say that your family, doesn't have the power or the savvy to know how to blunt the thrust?
We do have the power. We do have the savvy. But the question I have, why don't we have the will to do it?
One of the most knowledgeable authorities on Kuwait is Professor Fuad Ajami, the director of Middle East Studies at Johns Hopkins University and a CBS News consultant. He told us that Kuwait's royal family has tried to avoid a confrontation with the Islamists by buying them off.
The rulers have ceded a huge amount of political ground and cultural ground to the Islamists in the hope that the Islamists would let them be and let them alone. And what Sheikh Saud is saying is that this is a bargain with the devil.
Other royals declined to talk to us about Sheikh Saud's complaints, saying that a public squabble within the royal family would be unseemly. Kuwait seems an unlikely place for a growing Islamic movement. Poverty helped spawn fundamentalism in other countries, but Kuwait pampers its citizens from womb to tomb. Kuwait sits atop 10% of the world's oil reserves, so Kuwaitis have plenty of money and lots of time to spend it. For their average workday is just 3 hours, in by 10 in the morning, out by 1 in the afternoon. And Kuwaitis don't do windows or any other manual labor. They import foreigners to do that. Fact is, imported laborers make up more than half the population. Native Kuwaitis get free education, even if they go to college in America, plus free health care, subsidized housing, and forget about paying taxes, for here, the government pays the people. Still, the Islamists plan to take control the good old American way by winning elections.
It's a democratic process. If people like us, they vote for us.
The Islamists have joined forces with the conservative Bedouins. This is a Bedouin wedding celebration, men only, no bride. The Islamists and the Bedouins are forming a growing majority because they have large families, often 10 children or more, which worries the liberals, who see the handwriting on the bassinet.
In societies which aren't quite fully ready for democracy, you might have a situation of one man, one vote, one time. You have one election. The fundamentalists win. They sack everything. They reverse all the advances of modernity under the cover of democracy. And the example offers itself. The Nazis had, in the 30s, had used democracy brilliantly to their own purposes.
As the Islamists gain ground in Kuwait, more religion is being taught in schools, and girls and boys now sit in separate sections. More men are growing beards, fundamentalist facial hair, and more women have switched to Islamic fashion. But these girls vow they never will.
I wouldn't be here. I would leave.
Truly?
If they made everybody cover and everything, yeah, because my mom already said that if they did, then we're leaving, so it's not going to happen.
But they're gaining power in the parliament.
That's true.
Now the Islamists are pushing parliament to pass harsh punishment laws. A thief would have his hand cut off. An adulterer would be stoned to death.
It makes peaceful society, a strong family, protection from all what we are hearing now, drug abuse, crime. All of these things are against Islam.
And this Islamist agrees. Even though Khalid Sultan studied in America at Purdue University, he wants Kuwait to become a pure Islamic state. Men and women, boys and girls should not go to school together. Am I wrong?
You're right.
Girls, women should dress in a very non-provocative way.
That's correct.
But believe it or not, Khalid's wife is an American. And what does she feel about the role of women in Taliban?
Oh, she has her view.
Different from yours?
Yes.
Different from yours? Well, no wonder you're out of a Tuesday night. Women are not allowed to vote in Kuwait, and while women's groups are trying to change that, some women, even this fourth-year medical student, believe that voting should be for men only. You want to leave it to men to vote?
Yeah, I think it's better. Because in our religion, there are some things that women cannot do, like men. So I think it's better if the men have this right.
Islamic fundamentalism prohibits premarital sex, even premarital dating. Saying that elevates society, Parliament member Al-Sani took a swipe at America.
How do you protect the unity of a family? How you protect children, kids? Tell me figures in some other parts of the world where there is single parents families. What's the impact of such social structure on the society?
Did you study in America?
Yes, I did.
And your son, I believe, is studying currently at Cal State?
That's correct.
So this country that is the friend of Israel and somehow betraying something in your mind, you send your own son to be educated there.
Of course, there is a good school in the United States. Why shouldn't I go there and my sons and my kids?
Should American troops stay here?
Kuwait has an agreement with the United States for protection of Kuwait.
You don't see the paradox here. You don't understand that perhaps some Americans would feel we expected better of Kuwait.
It's not something that the people hate the United States, quote unquote. No. People do not agree with the United States policy in Palestine. People do not agree with the United States policy in Afghanistan. But people do accept United States policy in so many, a long list issues that we hear every day. And I hope our friends in America will appreciate and excuse the people here.
Finally, it turns out that many Kuwaitis have a high opinion of Osama bin Laden. According to a Kuwaiti newspaper poll released today, while 34% consider bin Laden a terrorist, 42% of Kuwaitis say he is a freedom fighter.
So, you know, I mean, it's foregone conclusion he's going to win it pretty much, so.
Yeah, he had a pretty good year.
Thanks,
yeah, I'll say, John.
All right.
That'll wrap it up for Newsstand Late at 6.
Thanks for looking in. We'll be back after Monday Night Football.
We're gonna go do some errands for Mama today. Oh, what is that? Oh, we're gonna go for a ride. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
The 2002 Accord from Honda. You can't explain it until you have one of your own.
Now lease a 2002 Accord LX for $239 a month for 39 months.
A sofa this comfortable with a built-in recliner? It just can't be.
But 2 recliners, both with built-in massage and a drop-down table, it just can't be. A matching love seat that rocks or reclines and rocks, or reclines and reclines, or rocks and rocks. It just can't be. Both pieces just $15.98. That definitely can't be. But it is.
These are your neighbors, the Northeast Farm families who own Cabot Creamery, makers of the world's best cheddar. While they may not be the biggest, they're pleased to be the best. What's their secret? Honest ingredients, gentle, natural aging, lots of love, and pride in a family tradition. So treat yourself to the cheese that's won every major award for taste. Insist on Cabot, Vermont cheddar cheese.
College has never been more important or more expensive. I'm Denise Napier. Every child deserves a chance to go to college, and Chet can help make that happen. It's completely tax-free, and there are no sales charges or application fees. Chet offers several investment options, and you can use the money at colleges nationwide. If you're saving for college,
you gotta get Chet!
Whoa.
I'm gonna be late for my own wedding.
No worries. My new Subaru Outback's more stable in a turn than a Lexus RX 300. Gets better gas mileage than a Ford Explorer. And like every Subaru, has the added traction of all-wheel drive.
Subaru Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
Ah, the rugged outdoorsy type. Nice choice.
Now you can get an APR as low as 2.9% on all 2002 Outback models.
On World News Tonight this Monday, paying the Afghans to find Osama bin Laden, with the money up front. Murdered on the road to Kabul, the journalists were killed in an ambush. In Washington, the aviation security bill becomes law. It will not be in effect until well after Thanksgiving and Christmas. We'll take a closer look tonight at the special forces in Afghanistan, and we have been listening to Dallas, very proud and moving on.
From ABC News, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, reporting from Texas.
Good evening from Dallas, our third and last stop on a brief listening tour in the West and Southwest. At the end of the broadcast, we'll hear what Dallas-Fort Worth has to say about the Afghan campaign, the war against terrorism, and life in general. The focus in Afghanistan today is even tighter than it was over the weekend. The fight with the Taliban for the northern city of Kunduz, the response in Kabul to the idea that power must be shared by all Afghans, and the search for Osama bin Laden. The question everywhere, certainly here in Texas, is where is he? Is he still in the country? And if he is still in the country, as Washington says, how hot is the trail and how much room does he have to maneuver? We're going to start with John McCarthy at the Pentagon. John, I know that the big issue today is money.
Money, Peter. Intelligence sources are telling us that the CIA is now spending and handing out hundreds of thousands of dollars. What they're looking for is not only information about Osama bin Laden, but they're also trying to encourage Afghans to go hunt for bin Laden themselves in the treacherous caves and tunnels where he's believed to be hiding.
Some of the money is being provided in bundles of Afghan currency that are hauled to the countryside aboard American helicopters. There is also the promise of much more, a $25 million reward for anyone who helps capture or kill bin Laden. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld today described it as simple economics.
Our hope is that the incentive, the dual incentive, of helping to free that country from a very repressive regime, coupled with substantial monetary rewards, will incentivize a large number of people to begin crawling through those tunnels and caves looking for the bad folks.
It's also a way to expand the scope of the search without increasing the risk to American forces by making them go in the caves themselves. The area of search is much smaller because the Taliban has lost control of most of the country, but it still involves thousands of square miles.
To try and think that we've have them contained in some sort of a small area, I think would be a misunderstanding of the difficulty of the task.
To help with the search and provide a little different kind of firepower, the U.S. is about to add the Marines to the mix of forces available for duty in Afghanistan.
More than 1,000 of these Marines are now off the coast of Pakistan, ready to go ashore in a few days if needed. They are to be used in various size groups against targets that would require a bit less finesse than Special Operations Forces. Peter?
Thanks, John. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. The Taliban and its non-Afghan allies are making their last stand at Kunduz in the northern part of the country. Several thousand armed men still apparently prepared to fight it out with the Northern Alliance, which has the city surrounded. The Northern Alliance commander says that non-Afghans with the Taliban should not expect any mercy if they surrender. Once again, we have a situation where the alliance is waiting while the U.S. softens up the target. ABC's Don Daler is very close.
Throughout the day, a pair of B-52s pummeled Taliban front lines outside Kunduz. The U.S. is trying to help end a stalemate there, where the Northern Alliance has the Taliban surrounded. At one point, American bombs came close to pummeling the alliance forces fighting on the same side.
When the city of Taloqan and the surrounding areas fell during the Northern Alliance offensive of 1 week ago, many of the Taliban soldiers and mercenaries retreated to the city of Kunduz, 6 miles from here.
Now, refugees fleeing the city say thousands of Taliban troops are still there. Many of the Afghans among them want to surrender, but thousands of their foreign allies, Arabs, Chechens, and Pakistanis, want no such thing. Perhaps because they know what the Northern Alliance think of them.
They're terrorists, foreigners fighting in Afghanistan. They can't possibly be allowed to surrender to the UN.
It's a deep hatred the alliance fighters have for the Taliban's foreign mercenaries. Whether they are allowed to live or not may be the only obstacle left to the surrender of the city. Don Daler, ABC News, near Kunduz, Afghanistan.
We have had reporters in 3 different parts of Afghanistan today, and in every place it is clear that defeating the Taliban is producing a certain measure of chaos. There is real fear that Afghanistan is disintegrating as various Afghan groups compete for power. Today, on the road from Jalalabad to Kabul, a convoy of reporters and camera teams discovered how vicious it can be. 4 of them died. ABC's Jim Wooten was headed for Kabul, too.
There was murder today on this primitive highway. 2 cars and a convoy of media vehicles stopped by armed men on a narrow bridge, and the journalists were shot to death. This Afghan translator was in the first car.
I told to my driver, please go back. When he started to go back, so they opened the gun and told him, don't move.
He and his driver were told to leave, as was the driver of the other car, who says the gunman told him to stop helping foreigners and then said nobody can finish the Taliban. Then the journalists were pulled from their cars and murdered. Local militia set out to recover the bodies but turned back short of the ambush site. Too dangerous, they said. Tomorrow, God willing, perhaps tomorrow. American reporters took an ambulance out the same road but were turned back as well.
We were told it was too dangerous to go in because gunmen were up on the hills shooting at cars as they were coming by.
A car carrying Afghans was hit by gunfire later today at the same location. The militia commander, on the right there, said it was not Taliban in either incident. Bandits, he said. Thieves. What happened today fits a familiar pattern of lawlessness in a place where guns and violence and war are common ingredients of everyday life. And those 4 journalists were simply the latest victims. To their colleagues, it is a grievous loss, but for most Afghans, it was simply a few more murders on the road to Kabul. Jim Wooten, ABC News, Jalalabad.
The Secretary of State, Colin Powell, said today that he was very pleased that the Northern Alliance has agreed to a multi-party Afghan conference to discuss a coalition government. There are Russian and British and other diplomats in Kabul tonight. However, as ABC's Bob Woodruff reports from Kabul tonight, it is all very uncertain.
Kabul's main movie theater reopened today. Hundreds of people packed in to see a movie in public for the first time in 5 years. But beyond these new symbols of freedom, there are growing fears about political dangers. The Northern Alliance has promised to share power, but their soldiers have become Kabul's police. Their top officials have moved into the capital's ministry buildings, and posters of their assassinated leader are being passed out and plastered all over town. Other ethnic groups are worried. Last week, an army of 1,000 minority Hazaras marched toward Kabul to demand more influence. And when British special forces landed near here, one Northern Alliance leader demanded they leave because the alliance was not properly consulted. It took 5 years for this army to regain its capital, and in Afghanistan, control, once achieved, is not easily shared. Bob Woodruff, ABC News, Kabul.
One item tonight about international stability. The United States announced in Geneva today that the U.S. has identified Iraq and 5 other countries as states that might be developing biological warfare programs. They are, in addition to Iraq, North Korea, Iran, Libya, Syria, and Sudan. The U.S. will not say if any of these countries have assisted Osama bin Laden. The Secretary of State did remind the country today that there are other challenges in the region. In a Louisville speech today, Mr. Powell said that Israel and the Palestinians must make a greater effort for a peace agreement. He said the Palestinians must arrest and prosecute those who perpetrate terrorism, and he told the Israelis their occupation of Palestinian land had to end. Palestinians said they were generally pleased with what Mr. Powell had to say. Both sides know the United States wants them to get on with it now. Later in the broadcast this evening, we'll take a closer look at the U.S. Special Forces now operating in Afghanistan. And at the end of the broadcast from Dallas, the Texas view of life at the moment. In Washington today, the President signed the Aviation Security Bill. When we continue, ABC's Charlie Gibson will have that story and the rest of the day's news.
After the new Chevy Trailblazer, everything else just seems kind of weak. The all-new 270 horsepower Chevy Trailblazer, like a rock.
Gee, these roses don't look too rosy.
Sometimes Mother Nature needs a little help. Like when Raymond's constipated.
Maureen!
I give him Phillips. It works like nature intended, gentle and stimulant-free, unlike other overnight laxatives that contain stimulants which can cause discomfort and cramps. Phillips helps his body work more naturally to relieve constipation so comfortably, he's his usual rosy self.
Not like these flowers.
Sometimes Mother Nature needs a little help. Phillips, the comfortable way.
Happy holidays from all of the great gifts at Office Depot. Office Depot, proud sponsor of the 2002 U.S. Olympic team.
Problems recording your favorite TV show? Let the VCR Copilot take over. The easy, fast way to record your favorite shows. No confusing menus or complicated manuals. Just pick the channel you want to record. And with a Copilot, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, pick the day. 2, set the start time. 3, set the stop time. That's it. Records the exact time and day you choose. Anybody can do it. Never miss a show again. The VCR Copilot.
The VCR Copilot's available at Kmart, CVS, Eckerd, and Ames.
In Spain, police there have made some of the most significant arrests yet in connection with the attacks on September 11th. ABC's Brian Ross is with us tonight. Brian, who did they get and how involved do they believe these guys were in September 11th?
Very significant, Charlie. The key man was a man by the name of Abu Dada, who and 7 others was part of a cell in Spain, yet another cell in Europe belonging to the Al-Qaeda group, which authorities believe had actual advanced knowledge of September 11th and in fact were planning their own attacks on U.S. interests across Europe.
And how did they get them?
They got them by a series of surveillance and phone call intercepts. In fact, one phone call, Charlie, in August is recorded with Abu Dada and a man identified as Shakur, who is believed to be one of Muhammad Atta's roommates. In the phone call, they heard Shakur say, "I have cut all communications and I'm a lot more tranquil. I am taking classes and we're on the subject of aviation. And we've even cut the neck of the bird."
And what does that mean?
The bird meaning
the
United States of America. Cutting off the head of the United States was a coded communication, they believe, in advance of the September 11th attacks.
All right, thanks very much, ABC's Brian Ross. President Bush signed the aviation security bill today down in Washington. It greatly expands the federal government's role in providing security at the nation's airports. A number of politicians, including the president, have said that the bill would make air travel safer for the holidays. But that's questionable. ABC's John Yang is at Reagan National Airport in Washington tonight. John?
That's right, Charlie. The president came here to the airport to sign that new bill into law just as the holiday travel season is getting underway. The president was hopeful the new law would reassure travelers anxious about flying.
And thanks to this bill, we have a new commitment to security in the air. And that's good news as Americans travel to celebrate this season.
None of its provisions, though, can be in place for holiday travelers this week or even next month. In fact, security specialists say airports will not be safer anytime soon.
We now confront the hard part of turning the provisions of that bill into reality. I suspect in some cases the deadlines will not be met.
The government concedes the challenge is enormous. In 12 months, they must hire and train 28,000 security screeners, one of the biggest mobilizations of federal civilian workers ever. In addition, officials must check the backgrounds of 750,000 other airport employees. And it's not just manpower. By December 2002, devices to screen check bags for explosives must be in every U.S. commercial airport. That means up to 3,000 new machines at $1 million each, far more than the industry now produces in a year.
That's going to be a very, very difficult goal to reach, given current levels of production.
And President Bush wants to do everything he can to help the struggling travel industry, Charlie. Later this week, he'll appear in television ads promoting tourism.
ABC's John Yang in Washington. John, thanks very much. Another strong day on Wall Street, in part because of increased confidence in the war effort. The Dow Jones Industrial Average technically signaled we're in a bull market, though many investors wonder if these gains will last. The Dow today was up 109 points to close at 9,976. On the NASDAQ, stocks were up almost 36 points. When we continue, a closer look at U.S. Special Forces, high-technology warriors who sometimes fight the ancient way.
World News Tonight with Peter Jennings and a closer look is brought to you by Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Want to try that triple Lutz?
What the heck? I got supplemental insurance.
What's that?
A Lutz?
No, that something insurance.
Even the best insurance doesn't give you cash for things like lost pay and other expenses. This does.
What does?
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
It's LensCrafter's best $99 offer ever. Right now, get a complete pair of glasses with DuraLens, our most scratch-resistant plastic lens for only $99. The $99 DuraLens event. This is one you don't want to miss. Offer ends November 24th.
Time to relax. What a time for bad heartburn. Try Extra Strength Mylanta. It works on tough nighttime heartburn fast. So go ahead, relax, if you can. Extra Strength Mylanta.
love what you've done with the place.
I love the holiday season, Teddy.
No kidding.
I was thinking we should give people a little holiday gift. You know, a little stocking stuffer just for coming into our stores.
That's nice. Any ideas?
I was thinking about free gaming software.
That's a great idea.
I love playing Santa, Teddy. I just love it.
Get Sierra's 3D Ultra Pinball Thrill Ride free now at your Gateway store.
Maybe you should ask your doctor about Flonase nasal spray or call 1-877-FLONASE. When your doctor writes your prescription for Flonase nasal spray, you'll be glad you took the time. Why wait? All you want is Flonase.
Imagine combining the stain-fighting power of Efferdent and freshening power of Listerine. You'd get Efferdent Plus. It's extra fresh, and nothing gets your dentures cleaner. Efferdent Clean, Listerine Fresh. That's Efferdent Plus.
Ocean Spray is fortified with as much vitamin C as orange juice, so it's good for your whole body. Just leave the juicing to us. Ocean Spray. Crave the wave.
Tomorrow, Lieutenant Shane Osborne, pilot landing his U.S. spy plane in China, hero enduring 11 days of captivity. Now, his harrowing story on Good Morning America.
We take a closer look tonight at U.S. Special Operations troops in Afghanistan and how they fight. They are the elite, best equipped, best trained of all U.S. forces, but for all their modern weaponry, they are also trained in the most ancient forms of warfare. Here's ABC's Martha Raddatz.
It is David meets Goliath, this time fighting on the same side. The Northern Alliance, its equipment and transportation straight out of biblical days, on the front lines with U.S. Special Forces, outfitted for a 21st century war.
In Special Forces training, not only would a soldier be trained to operate with the highest tech gear, little palm computers and a range of things, but also weapons from 100 years ago.
Once classified dispatches shared with ABC News by Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz give a glimpse of this odd pairing of U.S. Special Forces working with the Northern Alliance deep inside Afghanistan.
We have witnessed horse cavalry bounding Overwatch from spur to attack Taliban strongpoints, the last several kilometers under mortar, artillery, and sniper fire. The Mujahideen are doing very well with what they have. They have killed over 125 Taliban while losing only 8.
No matter where they operate, U.S. Special Forces are armed with night vision goggles that light up terrain, specially modified laser-guided weapons that fire more than 600 rounds a minute, and perhaps the most important equipment, the satellite communications pack, to call in U.S. airstrikes after helping the pilots zero in on Taliban targets.
They mark a target with a laser designator or provide what's called a global positioning system coordinates, the satellites that provide precision navigation.
A recent dispatch from a special operations officer describes a particularly harrowing night in which he says he witnessed heroism under fire by fellow soldiers. In danger of being overrun by Taliban troops, the U.S. soldiers held their ground. Instead of retreating, they called in airstrikes.
When I ordered them to call close air support, they did so immediately without flinching, even though they were under fire.
There are likely to be more of these encounters as these 21st century forces continue a fight which takes them back in time. Martha Raddatz, ABC News, The Pentagon.
And when we return, Peter Jennings reporting from Dallas after September 11th, where they just want to get back to business.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. help is just around the corner. Come in during True Value's great big holiday sale and get the twin-pack AudioVox 14-channel radio set for just $39.99, or the Mag flashlight, including batteries and holster, now just $8.99. Make the holidays a whole lot happier at True Value.
Now, the same Caltrate that helps fight bone loss may help your colon too. In a recent study, Caltrate helped reduce the risk of recurrence of colon polyps, a risk factor for colon cancer. The same Caltrate you take for your bones, now for colon health too.
Mom?
Dad?
I know it looks like I don't listen, but I do.
I mean, I was listening when you told me how to say no.
Like saying, no thanks, I don't smoke.
You were right. I don't have to smoke to fit in.
I like that you let me know where you stand.
And I don't have to do what anybody else does.
I just have to do what's right for me. And that's not to smoke.
And that's not smoking.
See? I was listening.
It's LensCrafters' best $99 offer ever. Right now, get a complete pair of glasses with DuraLens, our most scratch-resistant plastic lens for only $99. The $99 DuraLens event. This is one you don't want to miss. Offer ends November 24th.
Can you reach it?
When my guys want cookies,
It's moving.
hey guys, there's something better. I have a little secret surprise. These Pillsbury ready-to-bake cookies, they couldn't be any easier. I just place them and bake them. Look what I've got. But you know what the best part is? The boys get warm, gooey cookies. And as for me, well, I have more time to hang out with my guys.
Pillsbury, my heart to yours.
Wherever there's dirt, there should be a dustbuster. Everything's bustable with the cleaning power of the dustbuster, built by Black & Decker.
When that pastrami on rye catches up with me, heartburn big time. My passenger says, here, take a Zantac 75. I say, what are you, a doctor? And he says, yeah.
Zantac 75, the heartburn relief doctors trust.
So far, it's hard to tell who's more excited about Supermodel Millionaire, the guest or the host.
I like to show you more than the rumba.
That is not a good line.
Tonight, the hot seat gets even hotter.
This is going to be a workout.
It's night 2 of Millionaire Supermodel Edition.
That's feel money, Big Daddy, okay.
Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on ABC.
Tomorrow, is the Pope a target for terrorists? Bin Laden has tried before. Is there a plot to assassinate the Pope now? Tomorrow on World News Tonight.
Finally this evening, from On the Road, another take on life. A very long way from Washington and Ground Zero. Texas, as everyone knows, stretches to the sky and as far as the eye can see. And the events of September 11th are further in the distance now.
Not faded from our memories, but we've moved on.
We put it behind us and ready to move forward.
Move on and move forward. Dallas was lining up to watch the Cowboys play yesterday, and at the tailgate parties, no one was talking about the war against terrorism.
Look at all the people here today. They're not thinking about it.
Including Mike Weller. Mike's a Dallas native who escaped from the World Trade Center Marriott Hotel and still carries the room key for luck.
People a little more comfortable because it hasn't come here yet.
Are you worried at all about terrorism down here?
At the stadium today?
Anywhere.
A little bit, but I think that we're in good hands.
The president's approval rating is high in his home state.
George Bush so far has done an unbelievable job.
Many of us in the media don't get the same high marks. Can you tell me how the mood is in Dallas these days?
Nobody likes you.
Okay. This man told us our reporting in these days is unpatriotic and cannot help the nation get back to business. Texas wants to be back to business very badly. Kandau owns an upscale restaurant here, and after a brief slowdown in September, business is booming.
The people were going out and trying to stimulate the economy.
Cattleman Pete Bonds wishes that Americans everywhere would go out to dinner.
We seem to be eating more at home.
And eating less steak in the country. The price of beef on the hoof has plummeted since 9/11, from 74 cents a pound to about 60 cents. Mr. Bonds has lost $150 a head.
Times 10,000 is $1.5 million, isn't it?
American Airlines has its headquarters in Dallas-Fort Worth. We all know the airline industry has suffered. American has lost 2,000 jobs here. But there is better news. Lockheed Martin is going to build a new fighter plane in Fort Worth. Fort Worth is hiring and moving on. It is clearly hard for some people. Annette Bush has a son in the Afghan campaign.
Right now, he's flying F-18s on the mission.
Annette and her husband hope that in the rush to get beyond September 11th, their neighbors won't forget their son.
There are still men and women over there trying to make things right again in our world.
Dallas has not forgotten nor forgiven. But most people we talk to hope that before too long, the rest of the country will be where they are. Just one last note, the Cowboys call themselves America's team, as you know. And in deference to the hospitality we encountered here, we will not mention yesterday's score against Philadelphia. That is our report on World News Tonight. We'll be back in New York tomorrow. I'm Peter Jennings. I hope you have a good evening. Good night from Dallas.
Bernie!
Bernie's idea was a bit different. A successful businessman takes his drug-addicted sister's kids into his home and lays down the rules. It's a story not too far from the truth.
Don't touch my DVD. Don't touch my dual-deck VCR.
I took in my nieces about 5 years ago.
In real life, Bernie was helping his wife's sister, who was not a drug addict, but who had problems with her teenage daughter, Toya.
My sister-in-law and her daughter weren't getting along too well. And Toya, she was really running the street. I mean, she got with the wrong crowd. And she had a baby, which was Monique. And my wife came to me and she said, Bernie, could you go get her, please, Bernie, you know, can you go get her? And I was telling her, I said, I'm not getting involved. Now, Mom and them do it, and my wife started crying. She said, Bernie, I'm asking you.
He said okay, and literally saved a life.
It was everything you can imagine, gangbangers and all that kind of. The door was wide open, it was filthy. And I went downstairs, and Monique, her daughter, was laying on the box spring. And it was, she had pneumonia. I rushed her to the hospital. I was in the emergency room with her till about 3 that morning.
Bernie tells his own story in his new book, I Ain't Scared of You. From his impoverished childhood in Chicago to the stand-up act that landed him in Spike Lee's film, The Original Kings of Comedy.
Women like to be your mama, your daddy, your uncle, your accountant, your pastor. They want to tell you what to do when they come where you're going.
Now he has a big role in the megastar remake of Ocean's 11.
Brad Pitt is a sweetheart, country boy at heart. Matt Damon was just super.
We had trouble, Andy and I had trouble keeping a straight face with Bernie. I mean, Bernie is really funny.
Bernie really hit it off with George Clooney.
He and I played pranks all night. He hit me, I hit him. And I told him, I said, you messing with the wrong cat. He kept coming. George Clooney bought everyone bikes with their character name on it. And nice red, black handlebars, man. I mean, one of those big mountain bikes, right? I put mine in a fiberglass case, trophy case. I'm not riding mine.
Great to see his success. Bernie says that his niece Toya now has straightened out her life and is married, and daughter Monique is near the top of her class in school.
Julia Roberts was embarrassed on the set of Ocean's 11 by Brad Pitt and the rest of her co-stars. And tonight, in my interview, Julia talks about their party and the letter from director Steven Soderbergh and George Clooney about her pay cut.
I get home and I'm reading it. Inside there's a note from Stephen and George that says, we hear you get 20 a picture, and there's a $20 bill in the script.
So you took a pay cut, as did everybody, and because you love the ensemble, or you love
well,
the
money's
concept?
just not the point.
Well, it's not his calling to analyze Islam or any other religion. He has expressed concerns over the years about the teachings of Islam with regard to the treatment of women and the killing of non-Muslims. He pointed out also that his ministry's charitable organization, Samaritan's Purse, has provided tens of millions of dollars in relief and aid to Muslims in such places as Kosovo, Bosnia, Sudan, and Afghanistan. Nihad Awad, executive director of the Council on American Islamic Relations, has requested a meeting with Graham to, quote, offer you information about Islam's stance on the rights of women and minorities. Former Vice President Al Gore is entering the corporate world. He has accepted a job as Vice President of Metropolitan West Financial. The company is based in Los Angeles, and Gore will continue his career as a college professor, teaching at UCLA and 2 universities in Tennessee. The former Democratic presidential candidate says he's, quote, eager to learn more about business. The company says his duties will include developing strategies in biotechnology and information technology. Well, just in time for the busiest travel season of the year, President Bush has signed a law to improve airport security. He says he hopes the law will make American travelers feel safer. Fox News correspondent Catherine Herridge has the story.
With a signing ceremony at Reagan National Airport, the president strengthened airline security, part of a major push to reassure the traveling public. For the first time, airline security becomes a direct federal responsibility.
The events of September the 11th were a call to action, and the Congress has now responded. The law I will sign should give all Americans greater confidence when they fly.
Under the new law, all 28,000 baggage screeners become federal employees within 1 year. After 3 years, airports may seek permission from the government to opt out and return to private monitoring. Expanded baggage inspections are required under the law within 60 days. All checked baggage must be screened for explosives by the end of next year. But does any of this make a difference this week?
Not really, but the aviation system itself is extraordinarily safer and more secure than it was on September 11th.
That's because in the last 2 months, more money was spent to fortify cockpit doors. Federal air marshals are a presence on some flights. The National Guard now patrols many airports. And the Department of Transportation has instituted a zero-tolerance policy for security breaches. Some aviation analysts warn that a key part of the new law, explosive detection of checked baggage, may take more than a year to implement, and they say the technology isn't foolproof.
That they're too big, they're too slow, they cost too much, and they have too many false positives. So that's been the technological shortcoming for the last decade.
Some analysts believe the cost for travelers, beyond the $2.50 every time you get on board, will be longer lines and invasion of privacy.
Will be greater intrusion on our privacy going through with more physical inspection, more X-ray inspection, greater computer-assisted profiling of individuals.
As for the baggage screeners, one aviation analyst believes the private screening companies are committed to a smooth transition, but it promises to be a difficult and formidable task at a time when lawmakers want the public to feel safe and confident in the skies. In Washington, Catherine Herridge, Fox News.
While the hunt for Osama bin Laden continues, the Pentagon has begun to expand its sights beyond the war in Afghanistan. Fox News correspondent Carl Cameron has details.
Well-placed Defense Department sources and informed members of Congress tell Fox News that the Pentagon is speeding up lists of potential targets in Iraq. The Bush administration has said that any expansion of the war outside Afghanistan would be part of the war's next phase. But it may already be unfolding elsewhere. While no decision has been made to attack Iraq, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld confirmed for the first time that U.S. personnel have been in the Philippines for several weeks, going after terrorist groups with known ties to Osama bin Laden.
There is no question but that there has been a good deal of interaction between the terrorists in the Philippines and the Al-Qaeda and people in Iraq and people in other terrorist-sponsoring states.
Sources say swift progress in Afghanistan has planners eyeing other terrorist targets worldwide sooner than expected. Iraq tops the list, which sources say also includes Somalia, Sudan, and even a few South American nations. U.S. officials say they have not proven Iraqi involvement, even though hijacker Mohammed Atta did meet with Iraqi intelligence operatives. Rumsfeld's Deputy Defense Secretary, Paul Wolfowitz, argues that proof is not needed, and he makes the case in the Bush administration that Saddam Hussein's government should be targeted for its general support of anti-American terrorism and Iraq's attempts to develop and conceal nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. In Geneva, the Bush administration's top diplomat on biochemical weapons threats named names.
Beyond al-Qaeda, the most serious concern is Iraq. Iraq's biological weapons program remains a serious threat to international security.
Bolton also accused North Korea and Iran of proliferating biological weapons and suggested that Syria, Libya, and Sudan may also be developing germ weapons for export as well. And Bolton also said there are a number of other countries that the U.S. is concerned about in terms of what their chemical and biological weapons programs might be, but that those issues would be brought up in private on a case-by-case basis. Fox News has learned there was a dispute in the Bush administration last week, with Bolton pressing to criticize China for its biochem program. In the end, it didn't come up, notwithstanding an unclassified 1997 State Department document that singled out China for criticism, saying it was at odds with a variety of international treaties against biochemical weapons. Tony?
Carl, I hear that there's also another dispute still ongoing about the propriety of targeting Iraq.
Well, sure, particularly the State Department. Secretary of State Colin Powell and a number of people at State are arguing against an expansion of the war outside of Afghanistan, arguing that it would seriously diminish the international coalition. The problem, of course, is President Bush has said he wants to rout out international terrorism with a global reach, and any nation who doesn't help should perhaps be ready for a little assistance from the U.S. Tony?
All right, Carl, thanks. Last week, President Bush signed an order allowing terrorists to be tried before military courts similar to those used during World War II. Some legal scholars and the ACLU have criticized the plan, but Mr. Bush said today the option is needed to protect the country and also protect potential jurors if al-Qaeda terrorists ever came to trial.
I'd say it's the absolute right thing to do. And it is to set up the option to use a military tribunal in the time of war makes a lot of sense. We're fighting a war, Terry, against the most evil kinds of people. This government will do everything we can to defend the American people within the confines of our Constitution. And that's exactly how we're proceeding.
Stay tuned, folks. We're going to take a break. On the other side, the Fox All-Stars are coming up. Don't miss it.
November 19th, 2001.
On the front line, a standoff in the Taliban-held city of Kunduz, while Osama bin Laden remains at large. On the home front, President Bush hosts Muslim leaders in breaking a holiday fast.
We have much in common and much to learn from one another.
Secretary Powell calls for a restart of the Arab-Israeli peace process.
The central diplomatic challenge we face in the Middle East is to obtain a just and lasting peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors.
And behind it all, America's dependence on foreign oil.
Prices across the entire world would go up if supplies were significantly disrupted, because it's one unified world market.
Winning a global war as America fights back.
From ABC News, this is Nightline. Substituting for Ted Koppel and reporting from Washington, John Donvan.
All along they told us that America's war against terrorism will be long and difficult and costly. And then in the space of about 10 days, the Taliban that ruled Afghanistan for 5 years rolled up and ran out of town after town after town. And suddenly it's possible to slip into thinking that maybe this is going to be easier than we thought. And then we realize it is not over yet. First of all, the Taliban still holds 2 important cities in Afghanistan. Second, Osama bin Laden, whose presence in Afghanistan is the reason that the U.S. began its attacks on that country, is still on the loose. Third, we remember that breaking the Taliban's hold on Afghanistan is not the war that America's leaders have been talking about. It is just one battle in that war. Of course, there can be some satisfaction in winning the first battle, but it really gets complicated from here on. Victory means ensuring that bin Laden and his network are eradicated globally, not simply transplanted and dug in somewhere else. And that means persuading his potential allies or countries that might offer bin Laden sanctuary that to support him is to place their bets on the wrong side. But how does the U.S. persuade a deeply suspicious Muslim world that America is fighting the good fight? What does the U.S. follow-up in Afghanistan need to be? What about the U.S. role in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? And then there is always the question of how to deal with Iraq. We will be addressing the question of what next. But first, ABC News national security correspondent John McWethy is at the Pentagon on where we are as of today. And John, again, since the target going in was bin Laden and his network, what is the progress on capturing the man bin Laden.
Still haven't captured him, obviously, but the United States has applied more special operations troops, brought them into Afghanistan to increase pressure. The United States has better intelligence than it did a week ago because of all the captors and defectors. And the United States is enlisting the help of various Afghan Northern Alliance opposition groups and Southern opposition groups, applying a little money to the process to get them to help with the search. So the search continues and it intensifies.
Is the working assumption that he is actually still in Afghanistan?
That is their working assumption, yes.
Now, the president said Osama bin Laden dead or alive. The prospect of getting bin Laden alive, or let us say many Taliban fighters alive, since they are apparently trying in some places to negotiate a surrender, what happens if large forces actually fall into U.S. hands?
Well, there are such negotiations being talked about right now. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld made it very clear he wanted no part of a negotiated surrender if it meant that the people involved would somehow go free. But there is a real dilemma. The Northern Alliance clearly cannot handle 10, 20, or 30,000 prisoners, so if they can't, who can? Some have suggested the UN or the Red Cross, but they are very ill-equipped to deal with that, and others have suggested the United States. And again, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, anyway, is saying the U.S. wants no part of it. So a huge dilemma if suddenly there are a mass of negotiated surrenders among the Taliban.
John McWethy at the Pentagon, thank you very much. Now to the front line. The Taliban is still holding out in the city of Kunduz. ABC's Don Dahler is nearby in Taloqan in northern Afghanistan. And Don, as we were hearing John McWethy just saying now, it could present huge problems if large numbers of Taliban soldiers actually lay down their arms and put up their hands. Is there any evidence inside Kunduz that that's what's going on, that they are trying to surrender?
We're hearing a number of reports, John, from refugees streaming out of the city that there are Taliban soldiers inside Kunduz trying to surrender, trying to lay down their arms, and they are either being beaten or in some cases shot. We heard one report of as many as 300 Taliban soldiers were shot by either their superiors or people connected with the Al-Qaeda network who are still inside Kunduz for wanting to surrender. One particular refugee coming out who says he was a former Taliban soldier said that he and others were beaten when they announced that they were trying to surrender and leave the city.
So does this suggest that the Taliban that's inside Kunduz remains strong, or does it suggest that it is fracturing?
Well, from what we're hearing from the refugees, the Taliban inside the city is fractured because a number of them, including the commander Dadullah, is wanting to surrender, is negotiating their surrender, but evidently the foreign mercenaries, the Arabs, Chechens, and Pakistanis who came over to fight on the side of the Taliban, there are a number of them, upwards of 3,000 in the city, who do not want to surrender, who want to fight it out because they know how much the Northern Alliance hates them.
So if they were to surrender, they know that their fate would be pretty terrible if they fall into the hands of the Northern Alliance.
That's what we're hearing. You know, there have been reports of retribution all over the country. There's a great deal of hatred for these gentlemen because the Northern Alliance holds them in part responsible for the assassination of their legendary leader, Massoud, a few days before the September 11th attacks.
And finally, Don, what are you seeing today in terms of U.S. military action against Kunduz?
Well, yesterday we saw a great deal of bombardment, regardless of the ceasefire that's in effect between the Northern Alliance and the Taliban. B-52s flew overhead most of the day, dropping large bombs on the Taliban emplacements.
Don Dahler in Taloqan, northern Afghanistan, thank you very much. Elsewhere on the war front, ABC's Jim Wooten is in Jalalabad, and he was on the road to Kabul today and was forced to turn back after reports that some journalists on the road ahead had been ambushed and killed. And Jim, is there any understanding of whether the people who took these journalists were Taliban, and if they were not, who might they have been?
There isn't any clear understanding of that, John. One of the drivers said that the gunman told him, warned him not to help Westerners anymore, not to take reporters to Kabul, and then said something to the effect of, you know, if you think the Taliban is finished, you're wrong. No one can finish the Taliban. The authorities here in Jalalabad think that's probably a ruse and that these people were nothing more than bandits. What supports that theory is the fact that several cars have been stopped and several people have been held up on that road and a car carrying 4 Afghans arrived here in Jalalabad from Kabul yesterday with several bullet holes in the back. They'd been fired on by people who had ordered them to stop, and they escaped. So bandits or extreme politics, it really is not clear, but the fact of the matter is that these 4 colleagues are gone.
And so any illusion that any of us back here might have had that the situation is calming or that the expulsion of the Taliban is bringing law and order, it sounds completely wrong. It sounds as though there is no safe area.
No, it's a very, very dangerous place. There is a war going on here, and so incidents like this, these murders are not something that ought to surprise anyone in a place like this. Because, and on the other hand, the culture here for years and years has been one in which violence and guns and war and atrocities have been rather commonplace events, so that while the death of these reporters and journalists is really quite grievous to all of us in the journalistic fraternity, for most Afghans, it's just another few killings on the road to Kabul.
Well, Jim Wooten in Jalalabad, thank you very much. Later in the program, just how dependent are we on oil from the Persian Gulf? But when we come back, is American success in Afghanistan a failure in the Muslim world?
This is ABC News.
Witnessed
Perry Gilpin on Girls with Guns.
I think it is almost taken as a given that the United States is dependent on oil from the Middle East. Well, Robert Krulwich took a look at that proposition and found it's not really true. On the other hand, it's more true than you think.
How much oil do you think America gets from the Middle East? A lot of folks would guess about half, right? Well, as it happens, half the oil that we get every day comes from here, from Alaska, from Texas. It's homegrown. Another 10% or so comes from our neighbor Mexico. Another 10% comes from our neighbor Canada. Another 10% comes from our neighbor Venezuela. Another 10% comes from a mix of countries, principally Nigeria, so we'll call that other. And the last 10%, this little slice right here, this is what we get from the Middle East. That's all. So here's the riddle. Even though we don't use much oil from the Gulf, we absolutely depend on it. And why? Because our major economic partners and allies, the Europeans, get about 30% of their oil from the Middle East, and our other major economic partner and ally, Japan, the Japanese get 65% of their oil from the Middle East. So if anything were to happen to Middle Eastern supplies, like that big disruption in Kuwait a few years ago, the Japanese and Europeans would be so desperate for oil, they would pay whatever they had to, and prices would jump not just in Japan and not just in Europe.
Prices across the entire world would go up if supplies were significantly disrupted, because it's one unified world market.
So oil has one price?
Oil has basically one price throughout the world. That's correct.
So if the price goes up over there, it then goes up over here.
If it rises one place, it'll rise everywhere.
That's why, even though we don't use a lot of Middle Eastern oil right now, we've got to protect this oil for the use of our friends and our allies, because if the supply of oil is ever cut off, since we all depend on it, we all suffer together. Which, of course, raises a second question. What would it take to make the United States truly independent of Middle East oil? Well, let's try a little thought experiment. If we take a typical American consumer like this guy and assume, since he is typical, that for 10 years now he's been desiring and buying more sedans, more SUVs, and trucks, so the U.S. fleet now averages 19 miles per gallon. What would happen if one night the typical consumer got a kind of lobotomy and everybody in America woke up the next day and decided to trade what they've got for small, fuel-efficient economy cars, so the U.S. fleet on average would jump to 31 miles per gallon? A conservationist miracle. Then what would happen?
The scenario you described would reduce imports by about 3 million barrels a day.
So, instead of needing 10 million barrels, now we need 7 million barrels.
That's right, if we could do that overnight, magically, as you described.
So even with a conservation miracle, if you still need 7 million barrels of foreign oil, you are not energy independent.
No, you're not energy independent, but we're a long way from being energy independent.
And we're not getting any closer, because people will say, I'm concerned.
Well, yeah, I think it concerns everybody.
It's a little bit of a concern.
Well, it's a concern, but...
But the month after September 11th was one of the biggest months for car and truck sales in American history, mainly a response to 0% financing. And what did Americans buy? Well, consumers liked gas-guzzling SUVs, muscle cars, and high-end trucks, like this one, Ford's F-Series pickups. Ford sold 102,000 of these, an all-time record, and GM sales of a Cadillac SUV, the Escalade, jumped 169%. So here we are in a Middle Eastern war, and Americans are choosing big sedans, big trucks, and flashy convertibles. And why?
Well, we really need the vehicle, and the gas prices didn't have that much to do with it, actually.
And that's the case pretty much everywhere in the country, it seems.
Of course, it is of concern.
That's what we say, but this is what we do. Robert Krulwich for Nightline in New York.
Did Osama bin Laden and Oliver North ever cross paths? That is tonight's Nightline Fact Check when we come back.
To receive
The competition's high prices. They want $49.99 a week for their 3 months of furniture. Ours start at $29.95 a week, and you don't need credit to get them today. They won't show you the price on their computers.
There aren't any prices in here.
Get a computer from RentTown for an unbeatable $15 a week. Get a washer-dryer for less than the cost of going to the laundromat, or a living room and bedroom set for as little as $15 a week. Beat the high prices on appliances, electronics, computers, and furniture at any unbeatable RentTown near you.
An email that's making the rounds these days has an air of authenticity about it. It is about Oliver North's 1987 nationally televised testimony before Congress. In tonight's fact check, the emails quote North as saying he and his family installed an expensive security system after they were threatened. Threatened by whom? By a terrorist, sir. Terrorist? What terrorist could possibly scare you that much? His name is Osama bin Laden, sir. We went into the tape archives, and this is what was really said.
The issue of the security system was first broached immediately after a threat on my life by Abu Nidal. Abu Nidal is, as I'm sure you on the intelligence committees know, the principal foremost assassin in the world today. He is a brutal murderer.
Abu Nidal is thought to be living in Iraq under the protection of Saddam Hussein. That's our report for tonight. I'm John Donvan in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
You can order a transcript or video cassette of this or any other Nightline broadcast by dialing 1-800-CALL-ABC.
This has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
This Tuesday, you'll see just how provocative Blue can get.
Leather trench coat, naked underneath.
It was too good to be true. New NYPD Blue, ABC this Tuesday.
Want to know how to get the smile you've always wanted? Find out at Ask the Expert from the Levy Dental Group, only on WTNH.com.
It takes 3 important ingredients to create the perfect hairstyle. First, it should be suited to your lifestyle. Second, it should be simple and easy to care for. And third, it should be proportioned to bring harmony and balance to your face and features. Call Paul & Company today and have one of our designers create that look and color that's just right for you.
Tonight at 11 on News Channel 8, buyer beware.
This is not the way a reputable company would do it.
Customers have filed more than 50 complaints against this auto accessory store.
He said, there's nothing wrong with it, and he turned around and he walked away. He wouldn't even talk to me.
Tonight at 11, teammates Alan Cohn investigates what's going on at this store and why are some customers so dissatisfied. Watch Buyer Beware tonight at 11 on News Channel 8. Coverage you can count on. Day by day, your life life is busy, your schedule full. Plan ahead with the Storm Team 8-day forecast. Will your Saturday plans get rained on? How warm will the work week be? The Storm Team 8-day forecast keeps you prepared. Trust Storm Team 8 every day on News Channel 8.
Visit RaymoreFlanagan.com for the Hartford location nearest you.
All right, welcome to Politically Incorrect. Good night. One of my favorite guests is back. Haven't seen you in too long. You all know Deepak Chopra. He is a spiritualist, a best-selling author, an enlightened thinker, a good friend. This is his new book, The Deeper Wound. Thank you for being here. It's been too long. Okay, Michael Beschloss, I don't know any book that has gotten the publicity yours has lately, for good reason, Reaching for Glory. It is about President Lyndon Johnson. You have the tapes, you have the dirt. It's a very interesting read. You are here with us today, Reaching for Glory. Okay, Nick Provenzo, thank you for being here. You are the chairman of the Center for the Moral Defense of Capitalism.
Yes, sir.
Good subject, good subject. Okay, and of course, we all know Perry Gilpin from how many years on Frasier now?
We're in our 9th year.
9th year, Tuesdays at 9. And wait 1 second, her new film is How to Kill Your Neighbor's Dog. So have a hand for all this panel. And I know... I want to start tonight with the Red Cross, because I know charity is your passion, and I think everybody's now, and I know this country is well known, and deservedly often, for being a charitable nation, but this controversy with the Red Cross, I have to tell you, rubbed me the wrong way. If you're not aware of what happened, I'm sure you are, the Red Cross collected $543 million for their Liberty Defense Fund to go to the victims, minus, of course, Don King's cut. I kid about that, of course. Anyway, people got very upset because they found out that not every penny was going directly to the victims. And I just have to say, this is such an example to me that nothing has changed since September 11th. We're still a whiny, narcissistic country, and they couldn't let the Red Cross, who for 138 years has been doing their job beautifully, the Red Cross wanted to put some of the money aside for maybe the next disaster, or to like refund what they had spent on this one. But everybody was like, no. I saw Julia Roberts on TV saying my dollar was going to go to the victims, and I want to see her down there at ground zero with a wad of cash.
No.
I don't want to see her at ground zero.
No.
I don't.
They said, we need this money now. We need this money now for a relief fund. We need this money now for these people who have been affected, not only the people that, the people that were victimized on so many different levels. I mean, the people up on in the restaurant, the people that were working in the building, the rescue workers who were just there, unfortunately.
Right.
And the people in the planes. So that's how they raised the money, and then they got $500 million, and then it wasn't just part of it. They wanted to give less than a third of it to these people and then save the rest for later, and not explain that to anybody. The head of the Red Cross resigned over it, and it was just a matter of explaining to us before they decided.
Well, they did explain.
After the fact.
Red Cross was making a rational decision, and people who contributed made an emotional decision.
Yes.
And so it always happens when you have emotional decisions conflicting with rational decisions.
I absolutely disagree. I think it was...
The Red Cross has been doing it for a long time. They thought they were oversubscribed, so they were going to use the money for charitable purposes.
Giving money to charities might have been emotional
to the emotional distress is also all right. I mean, I don't think this is a big deal.
They weren't using it to have a kick-ass Christmas party.
No,
that,
but we need it so
God forbid it go to repairing the Bloodmobile.
What about these women whose husbands were lost, who are being interviewed, that haven't heard a word from anybody and have no help at all with 3 kids and dental bills? And
this was a bait and switch. This was a bait and switch. You don't say that you're going to give money to the victims and then change your mind after the fact. If they wanted to describe this charity as the all-around anti-terrorism effort or the all-around disaster effort, that's fine. But they specifically said this money was going to the victims. So do what you say you're going to do. And I don't think that giving was an emotional decision. I think that the people who were injured on September 11th were injured through no fault of their own, and that it requires respect. No, I think that you could see that someone was hurt,
giving
and
for
that
emotional
because you sympathize with that, so you give them some support.
and understanding our emotions. Giving for emotions is a very good, legitimate reason to give. And
but you said that they gave for emotional reasons.
Yes,
I think they gave for rational reasons because they valued what those people stood for and that they were
touched in their heart and soul.
Sure we do.
Whoa, I can't hear it.
And the American Red Cross...
That's the character of your show.
I don't like that character.
Well, you set it up.
Well, I'm going to stop it.
All right. If I
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
American Red Cross, it's not just another institution. It's almost the American institution. Abraham Lincoln left a chunk of his estate to it, so much did he think of it. And, you know, we've got the highest level of charitable giving just about in the world, and we saw that after the 11th. But if people think that what they're giving to is not going to get there, that's going to change fast. And there are reports that the Red Cross spent this money on upgrading their telephone system. What are people supposed to say?
No, the man that's the head of the charities in New York was the guy who, there was a guy in New York, I don't know his name, he was on Nightline one night, and his office building looked at the Trade Center, and he was so angry about how the Red Cross had handled this because he felt like the charities in New York City alone hadn't been handled right, and that's the worst thing.
And if you can't believe in the Red Cross, what can you believe in?
Right, and now I gave, my husband and I split out what we gave to what you told us to do, and we checked it out through the New York Times. They paid the administrative costs in New York for the first month, and that's where we divided ours up between New York and Washington, and we made sure it would go directly to them. I personally didn't trust the Red Cross anyway, unfortunately, but now it even makes you question the ones that you check out to be really, really, you know, specific.
But the Red Cross had to spend an inordinate amount of their resources on this disaster. So some of the money that came in, they were just saying, look, we got to get flush again for what we put out. When this happened, we didn't go, you know what, we'll get to you in 6 weeks. You got to pony up first. They went full out, as they should, and they do.
Because many people do give to them on a regular basis, and they are flush.
And that's what they do. That's what they're in business for.
Yes, it's a very generous country, this country.
I think it's a very good organization. They may have made a mistake, and they apologize for it. Ultimately, you have to respect the wishes of the people who gave, and that's what's happening. So
but what was the mistake? Was saying we're going to be prepared for the next one also?
No, what they think is they had a budget. They thought that they were oversubscribed. They were going to give the money to the victims, and then they were going to hold the rest in reserve in case of other situations or catastrophes. Yes. That's a reasonable decision.
It is a very reasonable...
By a charity, I mean, it's not going to anybody's pockets. I think they're a great organization. They've done humanitarian work across all over the world, and we should respect that.
I got to respectfully disagree, though, with Deepak. I think charities do run a lot like businesses, and this prior to my work with the center, I used to be a lobbyist for the travel and tour industry, and you see a lot of nonprofits organizing tours, and that's basically the same thing. Like if you set up a Las Vegas junket, if your church group does that, they get a tax advantage. But if you just do it as a commercial business, you pay full tax on that income. And you'll see a lot of nonprofits doing a lot of things that have nothing to do with charity. And they do that because the tax laws give them that advantage. And it's not really that fair.
That's what was going on here.
Well, what it makes you do is it reminds you that you have to, just like with any kind of business, any kind of product, you have to look at what you're getting into.
Well,
do you agree with what this group is doing? I mean, my group's a charity. I would think that our donors, I would hope that our donors look to see what it is that our group stands for before they donate, how we spend that money and have that kind of accountability.
More for humanitarian relief than any organization in the world, in many parts of the world. And you don't have to think only in terms of this one specific issue.
It's funny that the people in this country say to our government, they write them a complete blank check, do what you want. Give the money to Enron. Give it to Texaco. We don't care. We're not even paying attention.
Blank check, they get taxed.
Whatever you want to do, that's okay. If you want to not spend the money on terrorism, apparently you guys know everything right now. But the Red Cross, we got to know where every penny of that goes. And it's going to go right to the person.
Well, it's all we have control over. We sure don't know where our taxes go.
Well, we could have control over the government if we'd pay a little damn attention.
We voted and read their paper
I want an itemized statement every year.
Yeah,
I think the fact is the Red Cross has responded. Yes. They respond to feedback, and we should respect that,
I may need them soon. We have to take a break.
Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher, brought to you by Mitsubishi Eclipse.
Problems recording your favorite TV show? Let the VCR Copilot take over. The easy, fast way to record your favorite shows. No confusing menus or complicated manuals. Just pick the channel you want to record. And with the Copilot, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, pick the day. 2, set the start time. 3, set the stop time. That's it. Records the exact time and day you choose. Anybody can do it. Never miss a show again. The VCR Copilot.
The VCR Copilot's available at Kmart, Walgreens, Osco and Save-On, and Kroger.
Ice premium malt beverage. Intelligent nightlife. Be smart. Drink responsibly.
Cases of the heart.
I didn't spend 3 years in law school, so I could prosecute 20 women.
Need lawyers with heart.
What's her crime? Where's the victim?
Yes, you're lucky day.
I want to feel like I'm doing something for her.
Philly, Tuesday at 10, 9 Central after Blue on ABC.
So, how you feeling?
Not well. I need a good attorney.
Call Buckley and Wynn today.
Why?
My brother used them, and one of the owners handled this case.
An owner? Must have been big.
No, they handle every case.
Imagine, Buckley and Wynn on my side.
Your case is very important to us.
That's why one of us will always handle your case. Don't settle for anything less.
Is it raining on Outer Island? What can the clouds tell us? How do we measure the weather? You can get all of these answers and more at the SchoolNet 8 kiosk at Mystic Aquarium. With over 160 locations throughout the state, SchoolNet 8 weather stations help kids understand science in a fun, hands-on way. That's why News Channel 8 is teaming up with Baer's Making Science Make Sense program, helping to give today's students an edge in the high-tech world of tomorrow. Sponsored by Baer Biological Products Division and News Channel 8.
Okay, I know you wanted to say one thing about charity and giving.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that our country's obviously proven themselves to be such a generous country in this specific event. But also before that, and we have a history of giving, and there are a lot of charities that are really responsible with your charitable dollars. I could name a couple that are very important to me, the National Breast Cancer Coalition, and these people are giving their money directly to the scientists and the doctors, and they're making huge strides. And if you're in the mood again, or ever in the mood again, you know, these are great places.
Right, we shouldn't forget about all the other things that we had to be aware of before this happened, and they're still out there. All right, I do want to, yeah, you can applaud that. Get to Michael's book, because it is fascinating stuff, Reaching for Glory. It's the... You know, we've seen, if you've watched the news shows and read the papers, there's a lot of the tapes, then you hear LBJ's voice on these that you took from, and I have to say, I would love to talk about the difference between this president and the politicians that came after him, because I think we are in a situation now in this country where the politicians don't even realize how much the people would give, how much we would sacrifice. Politicians now are not willing to sacrifice any of their popularity. Now, whether you think Lyndon Johnson did the right thing in prosecuting the Vietnam War or not, I happen to think he did, but I'm usually alone in that. He knew it cost him his popularity. He knew that. He knew it was going to cost him his legacy, his presidency, everything good that he had worked his whole life for. But he felt, you know what, if we don't stop the communists, and again, whether you think that's right or wrong, immaterial. He did what he thought was right at the expense of his own popularity. I got to say, that's something I would love to see now.
I absolutely agree.
I agree with you. I can't disagree with you a bit that he knew that this was going to kill him and kill his presidency and hurt the country. I think he was wrong to go into Vietnam, but he did it with his eyes open, and he didn't do it with the advice of pollsters or political consultants. But the better thing on the tapes,
against their advice.
He didn't even ask for it, because he felt that when a president goes to war, that's something that's so profound you don't ask it.
Well, who was that senator?
I think he was advised by the military, by McNamara and Westmoreland. I think he was advised to do this.
Absolutely.
And they may have been trying to relive some kind of World War II glory, which is what I hear a lot now too. You know.
I think that's right, but you know, the shocking thing was, in private, we didn't know this until now, until this book, Johnson in private at the moment he was starting this war, saying in public, we're going to win, America wins its wars, saying in private, I know that we can never win this war. And I agree with you, Bill, it was a sacrifice, but what do you say about a president who sends guys into harm's way into a war he knows can never be won?
I think that's the major malfunction that Johnson committed, was why did he not believe that the war was winnable? Why did he not believe that he was powerful, that this country was powerful against the communists? I think that was a philosophic mistake that he made. If he understood that America was good and worth fighting for, why would he allow a thug like Ho Chi Minh to throttle him?
The mistake
I just don't understand that. I think that's a major malfunction.
The Vietnam War as a war instead of a battle. If you look at the Cold War, which took 40 years as the entire war, Vietnam was a battle that we lost so that we could win the war. George Washington lost 6 of the 9 battles he fought. But did he really lose? He kept his army alive for the greater cause of keeping the country alive.
Are you saying that winning the war is going to solve the problem of terrorism? Is that what you're saying? Is that what everybody else is saying?
Well, no,
why are we discussing this? How is it relevant to Bush and what is happening today?
Well,
I can tell you
it is relevant because I'm saying that this president, this administration, this government, and they're not the only ones, is so afraid to do anything that would cost them this much popularity.
What are they doing at this moment that is coming out of fear of losing their popularity?
Well, they could say to us, for example, you know what, you use too much energy, people. Maybe you should get rid of your SUV because we have to give all our monies to the Saudis who then fund the terrorism. Maybe they could say something like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know,
brilliant.
But I think you're
I mean, and Bush could do it. I mean, Bush, it would be a Nixon to China with him because he's an oil man.
Then you would not understand what America's about. America is specifically about the fact that you can own your SUV and enjoy it and drive down the highway and buy as much fuel as you're willing to pay for and be willing to
and not be worried about the needs of the rest of humanity.
The rest of humanity, we all have a responsibility to be self-sufficient.
So go to war. Throw a missile.
Yeah, but that would be fine.
Who threw the missile? Who threw the missile at the World Trade Center? Did we throw the missile? No, it was thrown at us.
Bush has done a very good job.
And now we are exercising our right to self-defense.
In an emergency, as a good surgeon, he's done a really good job of excising the tumor and taking care of the metastases. But if you think that winning a war is going to solve the problem, then you are
the problem is the ideas that people hold.
You know,
and
I think
the difference
what
is
Bush has to do is right now, but then he has to point out those things that Bill pointed to.
Yes, there is a long range and a short range is what we're saying.
Yes, there definitely is a long range.
And the long range has to
the long range is the defense of the values of America. What is it about America that makes America special?
Why is that a value?
Your freedom is not a value that you can have the show in Afghanistan, and you're not willing to fight for that?
I'm not willing to fight for gasoline, no.
Yeah, I'm willing to fight.
No.
Then you're missing what actually.
What do you fight for when there's no more gasoline?
Yeah.
Can we get away from the gasoline for a second? Gasoline is less interested to me now. What is the most basic purpose of the American government? It's to protect our physical security. And when you've got this sort of Damocles, you've got to fight it away. You're absolutely right. We've got to worry about what kind of a world there's going to be in the future. We haven't paid enough attention to that. But it's like World War II.
Take care of the
first you defeat Hitler, first you defeat the Japanese, then you worry about reforming the Germans.
I've got to worry about a commercial right now. We'll be right back.
You may say, Robert, do you really sit around in a tuxedo eating caviar? Of course not. I also sit around in a tuxedo playing computer games in my Hewlett-Packard computer from CompUSA. Whoa! Yes, whoa! Sorry, lost my head.
CompUSA, where America buys technology. Immerse yourself in realistic 3D worlds with the HP Pavilion 7965 PC, powered by the Intel Pentium 4 processor.
So Denver doesn't win a Super Bowl till long after Tommy's retired.
Connecticut, an elderly patient from Oxford is hospitalized at this hour with what may be the first case of anthrax in our state.
Just about an hour ago, Governor John Rowland made the announcement. Tests have come back positive for inhalation anthrax. In fact, 5 tests. The patient is at Griffin Hospital in Derby in serious condition. We begin with Chief Capitol Correspondent Mark Davis, who is standing by with the governor. Mark.
Good evening, Ann. Good evening, Keith. Yes, she's identified. Well, she's not specifically identified, but we're told it's a 94-year-old woman who lives in Oxford, was admitted to Griffin Memorial Hospital in Derby on Wednesday. Governor Rowland made the announcement a short time ago here. And as Ann said, this woman has tested 5 times positive for inhalation anthrax. Is that correct?
That's correct. 2 times at the hospital. 1 was positive, 1 was not negative, but it was significantly positive. And then the 3 tests were done by our own Department of Public Health. So that's pretty significant. The Center for Disease Control is coming to Connecticut this evening to pick up the specimen. They'll then examine the specimen and get back to us within the next 24 hours to conclude what would be called the 4th test.
Right. Now, you're saying there is no indication that this woman received anything that we know of?
Well, let me say this. 94-year-old patient who lived alone, limited activity. So the FBI and the state police are at the location now. Doing an examination, talking with family members to find out where the patient has been over the last several weeks.
So that if she had traveled somewhere, in other words.
To find out if she traveled, post office, other locations that the patient has been to.
And now, presumably her home in Oxford would be sealed for the CDC, is that correct?
Yeah, the home is sealed now. The CDC may or may not come to the house, but the CDC will certainly take the specimen back to Atlanta and do the examination this evening. The state police and the FBI, and they'll have the national FBI here, our own state FBI are doing an excellent job. They have their protocols and procedures to follow. So they'll be actually tracing the activities of the patient for the last several weeks.
Well, walk us through what you know in terms of, as you told us earlier, she was admitted to Griffin Hospital Wednesday evening, and what happened from there?
Treated for pneumonia. Went for a couple days on antibiotics. Someone then, for whatever reason, determined that maybe there should be an anthrax test. No indication except for the symptoms. Right. Began the anthrax test, which were 2 at the hospital.
That was started Sunday?
That was started, I believe, on Sunday. We were notified yesterday of those tests. Our own public health officials then began their test and found conclusively this afternoon about, probably about 12 or 1, the 3 tests that the Department of Public Health did here in the state found that all 3 tests were positive. I was then notified, talked to the FBI. We then, of course, went to the home, and that's where the home is now secured, and the interviews and the investigation will take place.
Now, will her relatives, companions, friends also be tested?
Well, that's correct. There's a protocol to follow. What I should point out is that anthrax itself is not contagious. Right. I cannot give you anthrax. Right. Obviously, if anybody else has been exposed to anthrax, that would be of concern. But the patient has been in the hospital for 5 or 6 days, right, and is holding their own. And so we're just going to continue to kind of look backwards to where the patient has been, people they've talked to, and most importantly, other people that have been with the patient.
Right. My point was that whatever she touched, someone else could have touched.
That is correct. But I think it's also important that people know that anthrax is not contagious. So if your loved one is at Griffin Hospital, don't be concerned that you could get anthrax.
Governor, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that's the very latest from here. Of course, we'll have much more on this coming up later on. Ann and Keith, back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. And also, there will be a live news conference going on at Derby Hospital. We will have that for you later in this show as well with Sarah Welch. That's coming up as well.
All right. And more anthrax has turned up in the nation's capital, this time in the offices of Connecticut Senior Senator Chris Dodd and Massachusetts Senator Edward Kennedy. Investigators say very small traces have been found, probably from cross-contamination of tainted letters sent through Capitol Hill mail. Senator Dodd released a statement late this afternoon saying, quote, "Thankfully, the Capitol physician has determined that due to a variety of factors, there is no health risk to my staff or visitors to my office, and for that, I am grateful," unquote. As for the war on terrorism in Afghanistan, the Northern Alliance has given the Taliban 3 days to surrender the city of Kunduz or face even more assaults. Taliban commanders have asked the UN to help negotiate the deal, but the UN says it has no people in the area, so it just can't help. Well, let the madness begin. Many of you will no doubt be traveling this Thanksgiving Day, and in record numbers, many of you are also expected to be hitting the highways.
Even though 9/11 has hit the economy hard, the attacks have given a jump start to some local businesses. Ken Pierce reports. Ken.
Yeah, and car rental companies are swamped this week. You see, millions of Americans will be traveling this Thanksgiving, but a whole lot say they will stay away from airports and hit the road instead. Experts think this Thanksgiving will be especially busy on America's highways. The AAA is expecting 2 million fewer overall travelers, but
87% of all those traveling will be traveling by motor vehicle. That's higher than last year's 83%.
people are even renting cars to get away.
Well, everybody's telling me it's because they don't want to fly.
Easy Auto Rental in West Haven is doing twice its normal business, and Bill McCarthy says it's people visiting family hundreds of miles away.
Long trips. Yep. Trips they normally would probably be flying.
At ABC Auto Rental, they don't even have any more cars.
Nothing. I'm completely out of cars. In fact, I'm about to go home, to be honest with you. I don't have any cars to let out.
And the reason is fear of further terrorism in the skies. Bradley Airport was close to deserted yesterday. For many, cars are now alternate transportation.
Instead of flying, no way do they want to fly right now. I mean, I've asked them, even trains, they feel the safest in driving.
There's less people who are flying, and also these great gas prices. But a lot of the reason is because there are less people who want to get on board an airplane.
Gas prices have dropped considerably in the recent weeks. The important thing we can take away from the AAA study is that we're expecting 2 million fewer people to be traveling in general, but of those who are traveling, a lot more will be taking to the roads. Live in New Haven, I'm Kent Pierce. Back to you.
All right, almost everybody I know is driving. Ken, thanks.
There's been no sign of 10-year-old Bianca LeBron for almost 2 weeks now. The little girl disappeared from her school before class one morning, and now administrators want to make sure this never happens again. News Channel 8's Aaron Cox is live in Bridgeport with the latest. Aaron?
And there's already been lots of changes here at the Elias House School, including an absentee policy. So when a student shows up absent, the school has to try and track down the family. That may reassure a lot of parents, but you have to remember Bianca's family still brings 2 other students to this school every day.
She be asking, Mom, is she still in school? No, I don't know what to tell her.
She wants to know what happened to her big sister, Bianca. The rest of the family wants to know how the 10-year-old disappeared from the Elias House School unnoticed.
They should have more security. The teachers should take more responsibility on students.
We have to be more aware of this because
the school superintendent met with the family today to talk about closing gaps in security.
So that we don't have open doors. We don't have places where kids can sneak through, in or out.
Bridgeport police say Bianca was abducted from the school by a man in a van after she told her friends her uncle was taking her to the mall. Since then, a surveillance camera has been put at the front door and a security guard inside.
They should have done this a long time ago before my daughter disappeared.
This is the Barnum School in Bridgeport. Back in March, a stranger tried to snatch a young girl from here. Right afterwards, there were police officers put here in the mornings and right after school. But that presence has disappeared, and the community says after the abduction of Bianca, they want those officers back.
We want to get a police car in every school in the city of Bridgeport.
A detective had no new information for Bianca's family today, so they walk home to wait. As you saw, there is a $10,000 reward for information leading to any discovery of Bianca. So far, Bridgeport police say they have nothing new to report, and they're planning some sort of workshop with parents here at this school after the Thanksgiving holiday to tell them to remind, to talk to their children about this, and also little tips for them, such as always remember what your child wears to school in the morning. Reporting live in Bridgeport, I'm Aaron Cox, News Channel 8.
Just an awful story. All right, Aaron, thank you.
And coming up next at 6 right here on News Channel 8.
Preparing your Thanksgiving Day turkey with a twist.
Right, I know. Cash only.
The all-new A4. Suddenly, every ride's exciting.
These are your neighbors, the Northeast Farm families who own Cabot Creamery, makers of the world's best cheddar. While they may not be the biggest, they're pleased to be the best. What's their secret? Honest ingredients, gentle, natural aging, lots of love, and pride in a family tradition. So treat yourself to the cheese that's won every major award for taste. Insist on Cabot, Vermont cheddar cheese.
An angel's life is a busy life. We don't have time for insomnia or backaches. Sleeping on a cloud is definitely the best. The next best mattress is a Sealy mattress from the Sealy Sleep Center at Raymore and Flanagan, the Northeast's largest. And on sale now is a heavenly selection of Sealy mattresses with free delivery, free setup, and free removal, all at guaranteed lowest prices. If you're really good, maybe someday you can sleep on a cloud. But until then, there's the Sealy Sleep Center at Raymore and Flanagan.
Can I help you?
Yes, you know, I can't find my ATM card. I know you're not open yet, but I've got to make this deposit today, and I'm late for work, and
I can take care of that for you. I'll make the deposit and just send you the receipt from the transaction.
Great, thanks. You're a doll.
Okay.
I love it.
It's a different kind of Fix-It-In with no artificial flavors or colors. It's Fix-It-In free. Fix-It-In holds stronger, holds longer than any other free adhesive. Fix-It-In and forget it with Fix-It-In free.
We want to return to our top story now, and this is a finding of inhalation anthrax in our state. Mark Davis is live with the health commissioner now with the latest. Mark?
That's right, Keith. Back here at the state capitol, Dr. Joxel Garcia, Commissioner of Public Health. Dr. Garcia, what more can you tell us about this individual and about the testing that your department has conducted?
Well, right now we are going through a process of, we did some confirmation tests here in the state lab. We did 3 of them. And right now we're working directly with the CDC personnel, the lab at the CDC. And they're going to be retesting and to confirm if it's a positive or a negative.
So you have sent a sample to Atlanta?
Yes, we have sent a sample to Atlanta.
And you expect results from their testing when?
By tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, I hope that I will be able to announce some tests.
All right. Now, and the governor said they were sending a team here. You expect them shortly?
Yes, they should be arriving tonight, be working directly with us. The governor already have created a team here in the state to work in any eventuality of something like this happening. The sad part is we have a situation right now that seems to be an anthrax. So we are putting into effect a team that the governor has put into exercise for a long time now.
So now I know that you're not directly involved with this, but the FBI and the state police would be investigating her home in Oxford. Have you contacted the post office in that town?
No, that would be something that the people from public safety, law enforcement, and the FBI will be doing.
All right. It sounds like you're going to be up most of the night, so thanks for spending some time with us.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Dr. Joxel Garcia, the Commissioner of Public Health of the state of Connecticut. Keith?
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Joining us now on the phone is the Mayor of Derby, Mark Garofalo. Mr. Garofalo, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. I would guess you want to calm people in your town, in your area of the Naugatuck Valley who are very concerned at this point, correct?
That's correct. We want to make sure that everybody's aware that we've taken every possible precaution. In fact, the city has just finished last Friday our crisis management and rapid response team in the event of an unfortunate situation like this. But as everybody should be aware, there's no public health risk in terms of transmitting the disease person to person. And all of our emergency personnel, fire, police, hazardous materials, civil defense, and our local public health department are on alert and standing by awaiting direction of the FBI.
Mayor, let me ask you, this is Ann Nyberg. Is it true that this 94-year-old woman lives on a farm?
That I'm not aware of. She was brought into Griffin Hospital on Friday.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, it's okay.
I just got Mom the most incredible red sweater. Only $100.
Really? That'll go great with the cashmere wrap, gold earrings, and leather purse I got her. And I only paid $100. Oh, nothing.
Why go to department stores when you can get so much more at TJ Maxx? You should go.
We're gonna go do some errands for Mama today. Oh, what is that? Oh, we're gonna go for a ride. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
The 2002 Accord from Honda. You can't explain it until you have one of your own.
Now lease a 2002 Accord LX for $239 a month for 39 months.
These are your neighbors, the Northeast Farm families who own Cabot Creamery, makers of the world's best cheddar. While they may not be the biggest, they're pleased to be the best. What's their secret? Honest ingredients, gentle, natural aging, lots of love, and pride in a family tradition. So treat yourself to the cheese that's won every major award for taste. Insist on Cabot, Vermont cheddar cheese.
There's such a thing as pricing something too low, and at only $19.99, this is it. At $19.99, it just can't be. It just can't be. It just can't be. Don't be fooled by the low price. It's 100% imported Italian leather. Sofa, love seat, chair, and ottoman. Soft as a baby's tush. All 4 pieces, only $19.99. It just can't be, but it is.
Like every Subaru, the Forester comes with all-wheel drive standard. The Ford Escape doesn't. The Forester comes with ABS standard. The Escape doesn't. And in independent crash tests, the Forester received the highest rating. The Escape was rated simply marginal. Nice car.
What do I look like? A dummy?
Subaru Forester, a smarter way to build an SUV.
Now you can get an APR as low as 2.9% on all 2002 Forester models.
A reporter's trip to the last territory held by the Taliban. Useless anti-aircraft weapons and a very suspicious people. The airline strategy for the holiday season, it is cheaper to go where they want you to go. We'll take a closer look. And therapy with a canine touch. The dogs who've made a difference to those who were traumatized on the 11th.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening from New York again, everyone. We're actually going to begin in Washington tonight with a dilemma for an open society that is currently at war. How open to be? The White House has always been referred to as the People's House, and on holiday visits, the public rooms have always been a priority for visitors to Washington. Not this year. The Bush administration said today the White House will be closed to the public, and so will the lighting of the national Christmas tree. ABC's John Cochran is at the White House tonight. John, a decision not without controversy.
It's true. Peter, while the war in Afghanistan may be going well, ABC News has been told that may actually increase the danger here at home, including here at the White House.
In this holiday season, the president wants to resume public tours of the White House. But today, Mr. Bush, acting on the advice of the Secret Service, said that is not possible.
Evil knows no holiday. Evil knows no, doesn't welcome Thanksgiving or Christmas season. And in these extraordinary times, we're taking extraordinary measures.
Extraordinary measures, too, for the upcoming lighting of the national Christmas tree on the ellipse. Only invited guests who have undergone background checks may attend. Administration officials tell ABC News that scenes of the Afghan people enjoying their new freedom have infuriated Osama bin Laden's followers, making it more likely, officials say, that they will soon lash out at American targets. All this at a time when the president is urging people to come to cities like Washington.
Do your business. Do your business around the country. Fly and enjoy America's great destination spots.
Is the president sending a mixed message? No, it's worse than that, says Eleanor Holmes Norton, Washington's delegate to Congress.
I wish there were a mixed message. There's a consistent message with a megaphone. Don't come to the nation's capital.
And tonight, Peter, the White House is feeling the pressure. Administration officials tell ABC News they are looking for ways to ease the restrictions on tourists, starting with the lighting of the national Christmas tree in early December.
Thank you, John. We'll see what happens. President Bush today renamed the building which houses the Justice Department for Robert F. Kennedy, who was Attorney General during President Kennedy's administration. The current Attorney General, John Ashcroft, has cited Mr. Kennedy's approach to organized crime as a model for his approach to terrorism. ABC's Jackie Judd is there tonight. Another event in Washington today, Jackie, not without controversy.
Not without controversy at all, Peter. The Republican president and the nation's most prominent Democratic family did come together today, but there was this ripple of controversy. Robert Kennedy's son Joe, before an audience filled with Kennedys and family friends, lavished praise on President Bush.
Mr. President, your strength since September 11th has been a profile in leadership. You deserve the thanks of all who are committed to freedom from fear.
Not every Kennedy agrees. Before the building dedication, Carrie Kennedy Cuomo said her father would have objected to some legal steps taken by Mr. Bush as a violation of civil liberties.
My daughter, Cara, is here today. Cara, if anyone tries to tell you this is the type of justice system your grandpa embraced, you just don't believe it.
But with strong public support, the president is moving fast to legally clamp down on terror suspects, keeping them in detention without being charged longer than normal, allowing prison meetings with lawyers to be monitored, targeting as many as 5,000 mostly Middle Eastern men for interviews, allowing suspects to be tried in secret and possibly executed by military tribunals. Critics on the left and some on the right complain the White House is acting dictatorially and not very democratically. Patrick Leahy chairs the Senate Judiciary Committee.
But it seems no matter what powers you're giving, well, we got some other powers. We want this, we want this, we want this. We're too good a nation for that.
Senator Leahy's office said tonight that Attorney General Ashcroft has now agreed to testify before the committee. But with the strong conviction that extraordinary measures are now needed, no one expects the administration to alter course in any way. Peter?
Thank you, Jackie. Jackie Judd in Washington. One item about anthrax tonight. The governor of Connecticut says that a woman in Derby, Connecticut, in her 90s, has tested positive for inhaled anthrax. At this point, it is a simple mystery how she got it. In Washington today, in Afghanistan today, the Northern Alliance told the Taliban and their non-Afghan allies in the city of Kunduz they had 3 days to surrender or else. The alliance has the city under siege. The two sides are talking. And many of the major Afghan factions have now agreed to a conference on the country's future next week in Germany. They've been under a lot of international pressure to do so. ABC's Bob Woodruff reports from Kabul tonight.
The meeting in Germany will include most of Afghanistan's major factions, the Northern Alliance, which controls much of the country, envoys of Afghanistan's former king, and leaders of the country's dominant ethnic group, the Pashtun. The Taliban were not invited.
It seems to all of us that the Taliban as a movement, as a structure, is on the verge of collapse.
The UN also said today it would encourage the various parties to include women at the meeting, and in Kabul, some women took to the streets to demand that the next government, whoever controls it, give them the right to work. Such a protest would have been unthinkable a short time ago. I'm a widow with a son and no house, this woman says. I need to make money. At the U.S. Embassy, abandoned by U.S. diplomats 12 years ago, there was plenty of work today. Northern Alliance soldiers removed tanks hidden here by the Taliban during the U.S. bombing of the city. Apparently, the Taliban believed the U.S. would not bomb its own property. They were right. The embassy was damaged in September when pro-Taliban demonstrators burned and looted the place. Today, the local staff began cleaning it up.
Do you think you'll live to see the day there's another U.S. ambassador here?
We pray for that. I mean, you know, if, like you said at first, if this embassy opens, all the embassies will open and everything will be normal.
Although normal life is still a long way off here, there is hope now that Afghanistan could finally get a government by agreement instead of by force. Bob Woodruff, ABC News, Kabul.
In Washington today, the Secretary of State Colin Powell opened a conference on rebuilding Afghanistan. 21 countries took part. Mr. Powell said reconstruction must begin as soon as possible in areas no longer controlled by the Taliban. He called it a noble task and said the onset of winter made aid all the more urgent. In southern Afghanistan, the Taliban is holding on to its spiritual center, Kandahar. It is the one large city still under Taliban control. We have a report tonight from inside Taliban territory, or what's left of it. On the road to Kandahar, the BBC's Matt Fry.
These were the crowds who met us as we drove into the last chunk of Taliban territory. This is the Taliban's proud heartland, but the miserable houses on the main shopping street are disused containers. Here the movement was born only 7 years ago, and here the Taliban is making its last stand. We saw anti-aircraft guns, but they're covered in blankets, useless against the American bombers well out of range and expected to pound the earth for another night. The road to Kandahar, it sounds beguiling, but it's lined with human misery. This is the refugee crisis which the world hasn't seen yet. Thousands of tents stretching into the desert as far as the eye can see. The occupants are Afghan families who escaped drought, bombing, and now the threat of more civil war. Also lining the road, thousands of oil drums, fuel for the war effort perhaps. There was much to see, and so little time to see it. Our escort drove us as fast as they could to a secure compound. People are extremely edgy here, not least because this is the birthplace of the Taliban. It is here, in this town, that the movement was founded 7 years ago. It is here that it's probably all going to end. But so far, at least, the Taliban still seem to be in charge. Darkness and the Taliban look like our protectors and jailers. They were fascinated by the spectacle of television, still banned here. The war may soon be over, but the clash of cultures and the culture of mistrust will not. Matt Fry, BBC News, inside Taliban-controlled Afghanistan.
One other item from the country, the bodies of 4 journalists who were ambushed and killed on their way to Kabul were recovered today. They were taken to the eastern city of Jalalabad, where they were identified by their colleagues. When we come back, is the Pope a target for terrorists? An ABC News investigation. Domestic news, we'll take a closer look tonight at the wave of discount fares. Question is, what comes down? Must it go up? And finally, at the end of the broadcast, giving thanks for dogs. They have done so much in this disaster.
I've seen literally firemen come back to life. I've seen children able to sleep for the first time.
This country keeps rolling. It's not about to slow down, and neither are we. Interest-free financing from GM continues from now through January 2nd on most new cars, trucks, and SUVs. One country, one way. Keep America rolling.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Vioxx, a prescription medicine available from your doctor. Or call 1-888-VIOXX22 for information. Vioxx.
Now through Wednesday at Zales, save an extra $100 to $500 on selected jewelry, like this $14.99 3-carat diamond bracelet for just $9.99. At Zales, the diamond store.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises. And you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
During True Value's great big holiday sale, get your choice of a Master Mechanic variable speed reversing drill, variable speed jigsaw, or palm grip sander, all for just $24.99, less $5 mail-in rebate. Make the holidays a whole lot happier at True Value.
It's LensCrafter's best $99 offer ever. Right now, get a complete pair of glasses with DuraLens, our most scratch-resistant plastic lens for only $99. The $99 DuraLens event. This is one you don't want to miss. Offer ends November 24th.
When that pastrami on ride catches up with me, heartburn big time. My passenger says, here, take a Zantac 75. I say, what are you, a doctor? And he says, yeah.
Zantac 75, the heartburn relief doctors trust.
The former director of the CIA's anti-terrorism branch told an Italian newspaper over the weekend that he believed Osama bin Laden will strike again between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Vince Canestraro, who's a security consultant to ABC and also advises the Vatican, said that bin Laden could strike in Rome because he has a prime target in the Pope. Italian authorities believe the Pope has already been a target for al-Qaeda some years ago. And ABC's Brian Ross is here tonight to tell us why the Vatican is so concerned right now.
That's right, Peter. There was an earlier plot, and authorities believe that but for a series of missteps, the plot would have been carried out. It was 6 years ago in the Philippines. The Pope was coming for a visit, and bin Laden's operatives were in place.
He looks at the Pope as the symbolic head of the Crusaders and a natural target.
But authorities say the plot was disrupted 1 week before the Pope arrived, when bin Laden's men accidentally set fire to their apartment in Manila as they mixed chemicals for a bomb. Some of the men later caught admitted the Pope was to be the target of a suicide bomber and identified the mastermind as top bin Laden Lieutenant Ramzi Youssef.
Ramzi Youssef's safe house was found with a lot of clerical robes, a map, a diagram of the Pope's itinerary in Manila, the Philippines, and it was clear they were planning to kill the Pope.
Today, as authorities search Europe for al-Qaeda terrorist cells still at large, Italian police are particularly concerned.
I'm quite sure that there are still some of them in Italy.
And there is official concern the Pope, even behind the walls of Vatican City, could be a target in the coming holiday season.
I think al-Qaeda probably wants to be seen to be up and fighting in spite of the enormous setbacks that they've suffered.
The Vatican has sought to play down any suggestion the Pope could again be a target, and bin Laden himself has made no mention of the Pope in any recent statements. But the Vatican has taken steps to enhance security, some of which can be seen and some of which cannot, including undercover police in priest robes, on the lookout for al-Qaeda terrorists who authorities fear might try again.
They have shown that they take a different approach to time. They don't mind waiting years if necessary. It's obvious that he's the kind of target that would be a very powerful symbol.
As part of the enhanced security, authorities said tonight that for the last 2 weeks there has been an intensive effort to inspect every truck entering Rome, particularly those nearing Vatican City. Peter.
Thank you, Brian. Brian Ross on the issue of the Pope. There's some items in the national briefing tonight. The Census Bureau finds that San Jose, California had the highest household income in the country last year, about $72,000 per household. This was before the collapse of the technology boom, which drove up wages in San Jose. The census also reveals another changing demographic. Nearly 61% of Miami residents were born outside the United States. The Education Department says that only 1 in 5 high school seniors has a strong grasp of science. Only half know the basic, they say, and students are not scoring as well on national science tests as they did 5 years ago. One note from the medical file: the government has approved the first skin patch for birth control. Ortho Evra releases hormones into a woman's bloodstream in order to prevent pregnancy. And in Iowa City, which used to be the state's capital, there's been a fire in the old Capitol building. No one was hurt, but the famous Golden Dome, which symbolized the University of Iowa, has been destroyed. When we come back, the airlines and the bargain airfares. It depends how far you want to go.
World News Tonight with Peter Jennings and a closer look is brought to you by Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Want to try that triple Lutz?
What the heck? I got supplemental insurance.
What's that?
A Lutz?
No, that something insurance.
Even the best insurance doesn't give you cash for things like lost pay and other expenses. This does.
What does?
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
It was my grandson's birthday. He just turned 3. We're going to move him out of his crib and buy him a big boy bed. I was on chemo then, and I was exhausted. I said to the doctor, I need help. I'm on a mission.
If you're a chemotherapy patient and feel tired and weak, you may be anemic. Ask your doctor about Procrit. Procrit is a natural way to regain red blood cells lost during chemotherapy. And more red blood cells can mean more strength.
Oh, this is a great one. This is a good one.
Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo. Procrit is for patients with non-myeloid cancers.
How do you like it up here now?
Call now and learn how Procrit can help you get back the strength you need.
See? What'd I tell you?
Your strength for living.
He takes a lot of energy, but I never get tired of him.
When my arthritis started choosing the notes, I thought my jazz days were over. But my doctor said keep moving with Advil. It's strong enough to let me control the pain. That's me playing again.
Take Advil and take control.
Abner, we're rich.
We're rich?
It's our new litter. It's got diamonds in it.
Diamonds! What's a diamond?
A diamond is a very valuable...
You are mistaken, my friends. The diamonds are crystals in Tidy Cat's Crystals Blend. The clay traps moisture, the crystals eliminate odor, and that is the only reason I agreed to live here with the likes of you.
Whatever.
Tidy Cat's Crystals Blend.
I still think they're diamonds.
Now, the same Caltrate that helps fight bone loss may help your colon too. In a recent study, Caltrate helped reduce the risk of recurrence of colon polyps, a risk factor for colon cancer. The same Caltrate you take for your bones, now for colon health too.
Tomorrow, herbal weight loss supplements. You've seen them, you want to try them, but could you wind up at risk? Find out what happened to this cheerleader on Good Morning America tomorrow.
We're going to try to stay on top of the airline industry through the holiday season. It isn't always easy. The airlines, as you know, say they're in terrible financial trouble. They've had a lot of help from the government. They are slashing their schedules and certainly offering tickets at discounts. The average one-way fare for non-business travelers along the major routes last week was $112. Well, ABC's John Yang has taken a closer look at holidays travel, and it very much depends on where you want to go.
For some last-minute travelers, the deals are irresistible. John Kiefer got a $175 round trip from Chicago to New York.
Absolutely, I hate New York, and just because of the price, I'm going.
Bill Gore is going to Los Angeles.
We got a smoking deal, $181 round trip.
The airline industry, which lost a combined $2 billion last quarter, is desperate to fill empty seats.
It's like the whole world's on sale. For this upcoming Thanksgiving holiday.
It does depend on where you want to go. As airlines cut their schedules after September 11th, they focused on maintaining dominance at their high-profit hub cities. Flights to secondary cities were cut back even further. That system leads to wildly varying airfares. An advance purchase ticket from Washington to Pittsburgh, a trip of 183 miles, is now nearly twice as much as one all the way to Los Angeles. That's because there's less competition between Washington and Pittsburgh. Airline analysts say that on those non-competitive routes, it could get even more expensive.
You will see higher fares in short-haul markets, in the premium fare classes, in your walk-up fares.
And if the economy turns around, there will be financial pressure to get rid of low-price deals altogether, if airline passengers stand for it.
They're conditioning the public to wait for sales before they buy tickets, so that when things get back to normal, it's going to be hard for them to raise fares.
The airlines are clearly taking a risk. The next time, vacation travelers may choose to stay home if fares have gone up. John Yang, ABC News, Washington.
When we come back, the final item in our broadcast this evening, call it, if you will, the dogs of war.
It was my grandson's birthday. He just turned 3. We're going to move him out of his crib and buy him a big boy bed. I was on chemo then, and I was exhausted. I said to the doctor, I need help. I'm on a mission.
If you're a chemotherapy patient and feel tired and weak, you may be anemic. Ask your doctor about Procrit. Procrit is a natural way to regain red blood cells lost during chemotherapy. And more red blood cells can mean more strength.
Oh, this is a great one. This is a good one.
Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo. Procrit is for patients with non-myeloid cancers.
How do you like it up here now?
Good.
Call now and learn how Procrit can help you get back the strength you need.
See? What'd I tell you?
Your strength for living.
He takes a lot of energy, but I never get tired of him.
Oh, how was your dinner, eh? Oh, I heartburn. I've got just what you need.
Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief. Faster than Pepcid AC or even the leading prescription. Cool, effervescent heartburn relief. A different kind of Alka-Seltzer that puts out the fire of heartburn fast.
Feels better, eh?
Alka-Seltzer Heartburn Relief. Nothing puts out the fire faster.
Everything's bustable with the scrubbing power of the Scum Buster. Built by Black & Decker.
If you have osteoarthritis, you owe it to yourself to learn about Celebrex. Celebrex targets only the COX-2 enzyme, a key source of arthritis pain. Celebrex relieves arthritis pain, plus inflammation and stiffness, too. Celebrex should not be taken if you've had aspirin-sensitive asthma or allergic reactions due to aspirin or other arthritis medicines, or certain drugs called sulfonamides. In rare cases, serious stomach problems, such as bleeding, can occur without warning. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems. Celebrex. Powerful 24-hour relief from osteoarthritis pain, inflammation, and stiffness. Ask your doctor about prescription Celebrex.
You never put your hands on a guy?
Nobody who didn't know they deserved them.
I want to feel like I'm doing something for her. What's her crime? Where's the victim?
NYPD Blue, 9/8 Central.
I want to learn how you do it.
Philly, 10/9 Central.
I keep my word.
ABC Tonight. Viewer discretion advised. The first Thanksgiving post 9/11. What to expect in airports, on roads, in malls. Plus, how families are giving thanks as never before on World News Tonight.
Just a brief review of the story we began with this evening. President Bush has been urging people to travel, including making a visit to Washington, D.C., but he said today that the White House would remain closed to the public. White House sources tell us they are still concerned about a potential terrorist attack. Finally, this evening, grateful to the dogs. President Truman once said, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. And many of us who own dogs certainly know they've been unusually good company these last several weeks. When ABC's Barry Sarafin paid a visit to Lower Manhattan this week, he discovered that dogs were positively indispensable.
Near Ground Zero, where work still goes on 24 hours a day, the Red Cross continues to help those who have lost loved ones, jobs, and homes. And some of the most effective help comes from counselors who never say a word.
You're so beautiful.
For 2 months, dozens of specially trained therapy dogs have been bringing comfort to victims and volunteers.
There you go.
Everywhere the dogs go, they produce smiles among people who haven't had much to smile about. Some victims of the World Trade Center attack have been more responsive to therapy dogs than to human counselors. Just ask Joanne Duffy.
I lost a lot of friends, and it's been on the hard side. But with a friend, you have to kind of sit and talk about how you're feeling. With an animal, he knows how you're feeling.
It's almost like magic, like a life infusion, where they begin to feel again and react again.
You're such a good doggy.
Studies have shown that pet therapy reduces anxiety. The ASPCA is coordinating the effort here.
The hurt feeling is eased when you touch an animal.
Hey, sweetie.
That's what happened to Mindy Foreman, who was recently reunited with a dog named Tenor. She first met the golden retriever near Ground Zero.
Terrible images flooded me, and Tenor put her head into my forehead as the tears were rolling down. And it was just like, in her uncanny way, she said, I'm here. I'm going to help you get through this.
Pets have been used in hospitals and nursing homes, but experiences like those of Mindy Foreman are opening up a whole new role for therapy dogs, comforting those traumatized by disaster.
Thank you.
Barry Sarafin, ABC News, New York.
That is our report on World News Tonight. We had an interesting trip on the road this week. Our thanks to the people we met in California and in Texas and in Colorado. Hope you have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
This has been a presentation of ABC News.
Oxford, Connecticut has inhalation anthrax. That woman hospitalized in critical condition. She has no known connection to the mail service, the media, or politics. The source of that anthrax unknown. In the war zone now, in Afghanistan, the Taliban denied today that they know the whereabouts of terrorist suspect Osama bin Laden. A spokesman for Taliban leader Mullah Muhammad Omar says the Taliban have severed ties with bin Laden and at this time have no communication with him. U.S. warplanes on patrol over Afghanistan again today, but no strikes so far in Kunduz, that's the city in the north. Two Taliban commanders meet today also with a Northern Alliance commander to talk about the possible surrender of that city. The president coming to Fort Campbell, Kentucky today to have turkey with the troops. President Bush will tell paratroopers of the 101st Airborne Division, quoting now, "We have made a good start, but there is still much more to be done. The most difficult steps in the mission still lie ahead." The president will celebrate Thanksgiving at Camp David tomorrow. Getaway day for the Thanksgiving holiday. AAA estimating 34 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home, and a record 87% will go by car. Also, Greyhound and Amtrak both expecting more passengers on the ground this year. However, the Air Transport Association predicting air travel will drop 15 to 20% from last year. Some analysts saying that drop could be as high as 25%. Something to watch throughout the day today. And if you're traveling, be safe out there. Here's Leon once again.
Yeah, I can tell you about 15 or 20 of those traveling. They'll be at my house.
Your house.
About an hour.
Enjoy.
Right.
Clean up when you're done.
You got it. All right, buddy, we'll see you in a bit. Now, along with the turkey and the pie, perhaps one of Thanksgiving's most enduring traditions is the Macy's Parade. But you know, 10 weeks after September 11th, things are going to be a little bit different this year. You should have expected that. So the 75th Macy's Parade is going to march on, but there will be tighter Turkey Day security. Here's Jason Carroll.
And Hawaiian dance troupe wearing New York City Fire Department baseball caps. This year's Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade will be different from parades past. There's more patriotism and concern about security.
As a group, a little bit nervous, but we're all together.
I don't think I'm nearly grand enough to be a target. I think, you know, I'm just an actor.
Humor aside, the concerns are real. Hundreds of thousands of spectators will line the 2.5-mile parade route, stretching from Manhattan's Upper West Side to Midtown. Keeping it secure is never easy.
No one has ever asked us about security before. This year, it seems to be a concern of everyone. Of course, it's going to be stepped up.
Neither Macy's nor the New York City Police Department would talk specifics about security, but Professor Robert Hare will. He specializes in security management.
You can only maximize the security. What you do is you strive to maximize it. You have to know, and anybody who deals in security or police work, no, there are no absolutes.
Large parades are typically divided into 3 sections: the formation area, the parade route, and the dispersal area, in this case right here in front of Macy's. Each area is, in security speak, sterilized. In other words, all of the vehicles, all the trash cans are removed. Any item where things can be hidden, cleared away. Control is handled through a heavy police presence, surveillance, and random searches.
There'll be a lot of security. It'll be just as secure as the World Series was, and the World Series was very secure, and we had the marathon.
Hi, Mom, I'm from Kansas.
Confidence in the city among performers like the Universal Cheer Squad is as high as their spirit. A few cheerleaders backed out, but most were like Samantha Osborne.
It was a time that it was to have fun, and nothing's going to stop me to come.
Cancellations? Rare. The lineup? Full. The show will go on. Jason Carroll, CNN, New York.
First Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, then the Taliban. Well, now the U.S. military has set its sights on gasoline tankers in Afghanistan. CNN's Jim Clancy is in Spin Boldak, one of the last provinces still in Taliban hands.
The U.S. has apparently declared war on segments of the gasoline tanker industry in Afghanistan, suspecting they are part and parcel to the Taliban and Al-Qaeda's financial network. In repeated strikes, the U.S. has hit at convoys of fuel tankers moving between Iran and Pakistan. On the night of November 17th, U.S. ground forces joined the fray. Shahzada says he was sleeping next to his truck when U.S. Special Forces awakened him. He said one of the soldiers spoke the Iranian language Farsi. The soldier accused Shahzada and others of working for terrorists. Abdullah, who was also a driver in the convoy of 5 fuel tankers, says he insisted the truck was his own and he knew nothing about terrorist schemes. Tell me how you were tied up. Shahzada, Abdullah, and Mohammed Nadir, a third driver, say all 5 drivers and 5 assistants were bound with plastic handcuffs and bundled into 4 U.S. military armored vehicles. Then, they said, the soldiers called in an airstrike and destroyed their tankers. Terrified they were going to be killed, the drivers said they were taken about 4 miles away and released unharmed. But they eagerly showed us the marks left by the plastic handcuffs. The U.S. military began inserting ground forces for special operations a month ago. Now, it's apparent they are using light armored vehicles. Equally clear, they are hurting segments of the business network that has benefited Osama bin Laden and the Taliban. A source inside Afghanistan's petroleum tanker trade says Taliban spiritual leader Mullah Muhammad Omar is involved. The source said Mullah Omar awarded exclusive hauling contracts.
Wallingford and to visit Seymour to visit the employees. I've been talking to John Steele and to Bill, and I know some of the employees are somewhat hesitant to go on the antibiotics, and I'm going to encourage them to do so for peace of mind and for precautionary purposes.
There was some confusion about whether mail was diverted from New Jersey and Washington maybe a few weeks ago. Can one of the postal officials talk about that?
I don't know if we have any particulars.
Yeah, we had no contingency plan.
Aircraft leaving Afghan airspace. It's all in an effort to try to prevent Osama bin Laden from even trying to escape.
More special operations troops are moving into Afghanistan to join in the search for bin Laden. Today, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld paid a visit to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to see special operations troops in action.
We sure would like to find them, and we sure got a lot of folks looking, and we do intend to find them.
He was asked if he wanted bin Laden alive.
The president's policy is dead or alive, and, you know, I have my preference, but...
A Saudi newspaper today with good Taliban contacts suggested bin Laden is now preparing for the end. The paper said, quote, bin Laden gave precise instructions to his closest aides to shoot him if the Americans surround him and he could not escape. It also reported he had recorded a videotape message to his followers to be played after his death, urging them to continue the fight. The Taliban insisted today it would not give up. In a news conference for nearly 100 foreign journalists, a spokesman vowed the Taliban would stay in Kandahar and fight. He also claimed the Taliban no longer had ties to bin Laden after providing him safe haven for years.
We have no idea that where he is. There is no relation right now. None. There is no communication.
To add pressure on both the Taliban and bin Laden, more than 1,000 U.S. Marines may soon be going into Afghanistan to fight.
Sources say the Marines could be used to help in that hunt for bin Laden or to assist in the assault on the last Taliban stronghold in the South Kandahar. Officials say the southern opposition groups may not be able to do that job on their own. Peter?
Thank you, John. John McCarthy at the Pentagon this evening. We learned today that the commander of the U.S. campaign in Afghanistan was in the country yesterday. It was General Tommy Frank's first visit since the bombing began, and he was talking to the leaders of the Northern Alliance. The alliance is still surrounding the city of Kunduz in the northeast. Here's ABC's Don Daler nearby.
Half a dozen times today, the Taliban were reminded of what may come if negotiations for the surrender of Kunduz fail. The Northern Alliance moved an additional 12 tanks to the front lines, while the U.S. continued to drop bombs and make predictions.
I don't know how long that battle will continue, but at the end of the day, we will prevail in the vicinity of Kunduz.
Kunduz has been a strategically vital city since the beginning of the war, mainly because this highway leads from the north of Afghanistan southward to Kabul.
A highway now used by refugees who say many Taliban soldiers are trying desperately to get out. They are cutting their beards, he says, changing their clothes and hiding their guns and escaping from Kunduz. Alliance commanders say they expect most of the Afghan Taliban will soon give up and go home. But there are still thousands of Arabs and Pakistanis and other non-Afghan mercenaries to be dealt with. The alliance says it will deal with them fiercely and soon. Don Daler, ABC News, near Kunduz, Afghanistan.
Well, down that road to Kabul now. Kabul became the capital of Afghanistan in the late 1700s. It has been racked by war many times since. The British held it briefly in the 19th century. The Soviets invaded in 1979. Many thousands of civilians have died there, and the children are among the latest victims. ABC's Bob Woodruff is in Kabul tonight.
Every day brings another reason for hope in this city. Today, the United Nations handed out food, blankets and tents to more than 100 families, families who lost their homes in the U.S. bombardments. The people are hungry, this woman says, and they are looking for help. But the day also brought reminders that this is still a very violent place. Although these trucks made it here safely, UN officials said another convoy in western Afghanistan was robbed by commanders who apparently stole the food for their own village.
Under the threat of arms, they unloaded 185 tons of food and distributed it to the local population.
And near the presidential palace today, 2 young boys were badly injured in an explosion. According to witnesses, they were either playing or collecting wood when they picked up a loaded grenade launcher. It's not clear which of Afghanistan's many armies left it behind. Afghanistan remains a land without a government, and these orphans in Kabul are paying the price. Until recently, the Taliban paid to care for 800 children here. But with the American bombing and the Taliban collapse, most of the orphans have left to live with anyone who will take them. There are only 70 of them still here, with barely enough food to get by. I have no mother, no father, no home, this boy told us. I have no place to go. Eventually, a new government may take care of these children, but for now, like so many people in Afghanistan, they are struggling on their own. Bob Woodruff, ABC News, Kabul.
On the subject of reminders of war, New York officials say today that the number of people dead or missing in the trade towers is now 3,682. New York is constantly checking its list of people missing for errors and duplications. As of now, 3,682. In a Connecticut hospital today, a 94-year-old woman died from inhaled anthrax. She is the 5th person to die in this manner. She lived in a rural area of the state, far away from other recent anthrax cases, and it is a mystery how she got it. ABC's Brian Ross is with us. Brian?
Peter, Ottilie Lundgren lived alone, rarely went out, and authorities have ruled out any sort of naturally occurring anthrax from the farms near her Connecticut home. As FBI agents and health investigators moved in on the small town of Oxford, authorities said they suspect the anthrax death of Ottilie Lundgren is another case of cross-contamination through the mail.
We have no other reason to believe that a 94-year-old woman would have contact with anthrax.
As soon as she was diagnosed with anthrax last night, FBI agents began searching her home, checking her clothes, her mail, magazines, and catalogs.
No way, Oxford. You know, it's a small town. I mean, you know, everybody knows everybody. How could anything like that happen here?
Today, agents contacted her beauty parlor, the New Look salon in Oxford, one of the few places she regularly visited.
Once a week she came in. She was here about an hour. Yeah, I think she looked forward to getting out every week, you know, coming out to get her hair done.
The postal facility that handles mail for this part of Connecticut had come up clean in a random anthrax check last week, but authorities were taking no chances.
We've encouraged the employees, about 1,500 postal employees at both Seymour and Wallingford, to get the antibiotic treatment.
There's no sign of any new anthrax letters since the ones to Senators Daschle and Leahy, and authorities believe all of the cases so far trace back to those letters and an incredibly potent anthrax in them. In fact, ABC News has learned that the FBI assessment of the anthrax discovered in the Senator Daschle letter is that it contained billions, maybe even 1 trillion spores per gram, far beyond what experts say the U.S., Russia, or Iraq, Peter, ever achieved in their biological weapons programs.
Quite extraordinary. Many thanks, Brian. Brian Ross. Now let's look forward. The American Automobile Association predicts that 34.6 million Americans will travel this Thanksgiving weekend. That is a 6% decline from last year. ABC's Dean Reynolds is at O'Hare Airport in Chicago. Dean, I gather today you've noticed quite a change.
Peter, people traveling by plane have no problem with any room once aboard, but those on the road have about 30 million others for company.
AAA believes the vast majority of travelers, a record 9 out of 10 of them, will be in their cars over the holiday.
I don't have much confidence in the airlines right now.
Neither do those going Greyhound.
The lines are so long, and you have to wait, and they even check the fillings in your teeth, so...
Greyhound said advanced purchases are way up, along with the number of long-distance tickets, and the price seems right.
It cost me about $148 to catch the plane. But it cost me $48 to catch the bus.
All aboard! At Amtrak, the plane's loss is the train's gain. 75,000 seats have been added for Thanksgiving passengers.
Flying is just, it's too uptight, you know, it's too uptight of an experience.
Across the country, many say they just feel more secure on the road, even if the trip takes longer.
I haven't seen my family since August, so I mean, I'm just glad to be home and be with them again.
All of this is bad for the airlines, especially at larger hubs, which are expecting a passenger drop of 25% or so this weekend. But the industry is trying hard to make flying fun again. At Chicago's O'Hare Airport, the Rockettes are performing.
Krispy Kreme!
They have free donuts at Dallas-Fort Worth International, plus rocking chairs for the weary and stress balls for the stressed out.
This is just making me feel so much better. I'll just have a Bloody Mary and it'll be fine.
There's a mariachi band here at 6 in the morning. That's unusual.
Maybe it'll become a Thanksgiving tradition. And maybe it won't. But the fact remains that despite all of the concerns from terrorism to the economy, travel this year, by whatever means, is down only slightly from last year, suggesting that Americans' determination to be home for the holidays outweighs everything else. Peter?
Thanks, Dean. I'll take everything they have on offer. Couple of items in the national briefing tonight. Government weather forecasters say that last month was the world's warmest October since they started keeping records in 1895. The average global temperature was 58.2 degrees Fahrenheit. In Montgomery County, Maryland, outside Washington, the local government has passed one of the strictest anti-smoking measures in the country. Smokers would be fined $750 if their tobacco smell from their house offends the neighbors. And the U.S. Mint is laying off more than 350 workers. As the economy falters, more Americans are opening up their coin jars, reducing the need for coin production. Later in the broadcast, across the country on a bike, the firefighters' way of saying thanks to their fellow Americans. Flying 1,000 flags a day on Capitol Hill, that's not enough. And when we come back, desperate for holiday shoppers, we'll take a closer look.
This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, brought to you by Energizer.
How precise can changing a hearing aid battery get? Oh, this precise. Introducing the Energizer Easy Change, the world's first hearing aid battery dispenser. Simply turn the dial, then slide the battery out to activate. The magnetic arm holds the battery securely for precise placement every time, no matter what hearing aid style or battery size you use. The Energizer Easy Change. It changes batteries precisely.
Reading to the kids at the library is the highlight of Fred's week. But some days, his COPD keeps him from being there. Chronic bronchitis or emphysema associated with COPD can keep you from doing simple things.
But now taking Ceravent helps me take Fulubres.
Nothing can reverse COPD, but taking Ceravent twice a day can help improve your lung function around the clock. Ceravent should not replace fast-acting inhalers for sudden symptoms or be taken more than twice a day. Some people may experience increased blood pressure, heart rate, or changes in heart rhythm. Ceravent is a prescription medicine and may not be right for everyone. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure, or take MAOIs or tricyclic antidepressants. Ask your doctor if Ceravent is right for you.
And start taking Fulubres.
TPU. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner. Come in during True Value's great big holiday sale and get the twin-pack AudioVox 14-channel radio set for just $39.99. Or the Mag flashlight, including batteries and holster, now just $8.99. Make the holidays a whole lot happier at True Value.
When that pastrami on rye catches up with me, heartburn big time. My passenger says, here, take a Zantac 75. I say, what are you, a doctor? And he says, yeah.
Zantac 75, the heartburn relief doctors trust.
We're going to take a closer look tonight at the very important post-Thanksgiving period for the economy. This is when the holiday shopping season traditionally begins. It could not be more important for retailers. As the president of one major retail chain told us in San Francisco the other day, at the moment we're giving the stuff away. Here's ABC's Bob Jamieson.
The bright decorations and the stores stockpiled with merchandise are facing Americans reluctant to spend. At the Willow Bend Mall in Dallas.
We're mostly just out enjoying the Christmas decorations.
I don't think there's some of the sense of euphoria that we used to have.
We've probably looked at our list a little bit more carefully. It's a little shorter this year.
And a lot shorter for many. An ABC News poll shows that Americans who spent $930 each on Christmas 2 years ago plan to spend just $775 this year. Some industry analysts are forecasting that this could be the worst shopping season in more than a generation. For retailers who typically count on the holidays for 1/4 of their annual sales, there could hardly be worse news. But there is. Most stores made their Christmas plans during the summer.
Retailers ordered merchandise expecting a higher level of consumer spending. With the events of September 11th, consumer desire to spend tailed off, unemployment rose, and retailers now are left holding merchandise that they don't need as much of.
So stores are already having sales with discounts that are very deep. Stores that never discount. From New York's Bergdorf Goodman to Ralph Lauren's flagship store to Tabula Tua, a high-end houseware store in Chicago, which just had its first ever sale.
It gave us a good boost, a good start.
Beneath the great tree at Marshall Field and at stores across the country, executives are counting on the sales and something else.
With all of the other uncertainty that exists, this should be for many a comfort zone, and the realization that our tradition has not changed.
Because of an early Thanksgiving, this is the longest holiday shopping season in a decade. But if the forecasts are right, that may only mean consumers will have more time to shop less. Bob Jamieson, ABC News, New York.
Thank you, Bob Jamieson. There is other economic news. The government reports today that more than 400,000 people in the country filed for unemployment benefits last week. We've created a very useful and interesting interactive map at abcnews.com where you can look at the job market on a regional basis or on a state-by-state basis. Now, the unemployment rate, of course, varies as you go across the country. It is particularly bad in the Southwest, Texas, where we were at the beginning of this week, Colorado and California, where we were last week. There's great detail in every state. Go to Nevada, for example, and you can see the impact there of the downturn in tourism. The unemployment rate there has gone up a full 1.5% between September and October. But look anywhere on the map, you can see your own state and every other one. A very good picture of the state of the economy. So, when we come back, across the continent by bicycle, the firemen who lost so much on September the 11th are giving thanks.
And I just keep repeating their names over and over. That's what gets me up the mountains.
Abner, we're rich.
We're rich?
It's our new litter. It's got diamonds in it.
Diamonds! What's a diamond?
A diamond is a very valuable...
You are mistaken, my friends. The diamonds are crystals in Tidy Cat's Crystals Blend. The clay traps moisture, the crystals eliminate odor, and that is the only reason I agreed to live here with the likes of you.
Whatever.
Tidy Cat's Crystals Blend.
I still think they're diamonds.
Wherever there's dirt, there should be a dustbuster. Everything's bustable with the cleaning power of the dustbuster, built by Black & Decker.
It's LensCrafter's best $99 offer ever.
Right now, get a complete pair of glasses with DuraLens, our most scratch-resistant plastic lens for only $99. The $99 DuraLens event. This is one you don't want to miss. Offer ends November 24th.
After the new Chevy Trailblazer, everything else just seems kind of weak. The all-new 270 horsepower Chevy Trailblazer, like a rock.
Americans are asking what is expected of us.
What is expected of us?
What is expected of us?
We ask you to live your lives.
Do your business.
Do your business around the country.
Fly and enjoy
America's great destination spots.
Take your family.
Enjoy life.
The way we want it to be enjoyed. Greatness is found.
Greatness is found
when American character
and American courage. American courage.
Can overcome American challenges.
And we will.
And we will.
Clap on, clap off.
Presenting the Clapper. Just plug it in. Turns things on, turns things off, just by clapping. Perfect for hard-to-reach places. Switch to the away function for convenience and security. Your lights will turn on as you enter the room. Or if someone else tries to.
Clap on, clap off.
The Clapper.
The Clapper is available at Kmart, CVS, Rite Aid, and Eckerd.
Celebrate Thanksgiving around the country and with our troops around the world. Plus, why this year's Thanksgiving has such special meaning to Americans on Good Morning America.
We think this is going to be a very different Thanksgiving for the majority of Americans. There is so much to think about. Several days ago, 5 New York City firefighters who lost 10 of their colleagues on September 11th set out on a journey to thank other Americans for their support. And they're traveling by bike. ABC's Aaron Hayes encountered them as they were getting to Tennessee.
Feeling good.
They are.
That diesel is something else. Woo!
An interesting bunch.
Only 2,200 miles left.
These New York firemen.
A couple more feet, we'll be in Tennessee.
Out to see America. And they do like what they see.
The school kids all came out of their class for a few seconds, and I drove through. I smacked so many hands, I was getting beat red as I was going through.
What do we need?
They are being housed and fed along the way in fire halls.
Who made the mashed potatoes?
Cooked right there in the corner.
I'm telling you, not even a lump. This is great.
To the delight of firemen in every town they hit.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother.
Here, they are finding joy again.
Who loves you, Big Daddy? Who loves you?
Dan Rowan says the idea for the thank you trip came to him at the end of a particularly tough day at Ground Zero.
A homeless gentleman came up to me personally and gave me $1.22. I don't know about you, but no one's ever given me everything before.
He was struck too by the firefighters who came in from everywhere to stand in for the funerals.
How do you pay all these people back? I mean, you don't pay them back by, calling them up on the phone and say, hey, thanks a lot for what you've done for us.
So it is in person.
Thanks a lot.
Do they want to know what you went through?
Every place we go, they grab a hold of you. I think they want to touch you more than anything else.
It hasn't been easy.
I hurt everywhere but here.
Even pedaling close to 100 miles a day and, aching still feels good.
Because of the memories they're building and carrying with them.
We love you, Tom.
With the brothers, Tom. Amen.
Across America.
Move out, boys.
Aaron Hayes, ABC News, Johnson City, Tennessee.
Good journey. When we come back, 1,000 flags a day flying on Capitol Hill, and they cannot keep up with the demand.
I'm starving. Want some chicken and stars? Condensed soup? We're big girls now. There's a better tasting soup. Progresso chicken noodle. All white meat chicken, bigger veggies. See the difference? Just tastes better.
It's time to go to the better taste, the Progresso.
Now, The same caltrate that helps fight bone loss may help your colon too. In a recent study, caltrate helped reduce the risk of recurrence of colon polyps, a risk factor for colon cancer. The same caltrate you take for your bones, now for colon health too.
Happy holidays from all of the great gifts at Office Depot. Office Depot, proud sponsor of the 2002 U.S. Olympic team.
Ocean Spray is fortified with as much vitamin C as orange juice, so it's good for your whole body. Just leave the juicing to us. Ocean Spray. Crave the wave.
Thanksgiving according to Jim, with family, laughter, and some loving persuasion.
But Cheryl, today, I got a shot.
I'm listening.
Did you ever do anything perfect?
I married you. I'm kidding.
According to Jim, after a new My Wife and Kids, tonight on ABC.
This year, a very different Thanksgiving. From those who were lost to the survivors and our troops. For breaking news from the front lines and at home, turn to World News Tonight.
Finally this evening, yes, they have run out of flags. Every year, 100,000 flags are flown, ever so briefly, on Capitol Hill, for just a few seconds each, and then sent by senators and members of Congress to constituents for special occasions. They are much prized by anyone who gets one. There have been so many requests for flags since September 11th that instead of flying 350 a week, they are flying 1,000 a day. The flags must be American-made, and as of Thanksgiving, there are 30,000 requests which cannot be met. The government is looking for more. The flag office on the Hill calls all the interest in Old Glory glorious. But not enough flags. That is our report on World News Tonight. Tomorrow in World News, the American who's fighting the other war in Afghanistan, trying to feed the people. Don't forget Nightline this evening. I'm Peter Jennings. We hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Good night.
It's not a big deal if a girl plays with trucks, but let a boy play with dolls.
Yeah, that's a girl.
And watch the sparks fly.
Why would you buy your son a Barbie doll? He wanted a Barbie doll.
Tonight, what makes a real boy? Watch 2020.
Introducing Jeopardy's new Clue Crew, traveling all over unearthing cool new clues for Jeopardy.
Meet the new Jeopardy Clue Crew.
Coming up next on News Channel 8. The new Nissans are here, and we've made the best even better. Like the new 2002 Nissan Sentra. Want attitude? Want features? Want more? How about 0% short-term financing plus $500 cash back on a new Nissan Sentra? AAA's top car. Hey, there's no better time than now to drive the best. 0% financing plus $500 cash back. Offers end November 30th. Nissan. Driven.
Gather round with the family there. Gonna eat my share. It's a fine day. With turkey on a plate.
Dodge is giving you something special to take home for the holidays. The security of 7-year or 100,000-mile powertrain protection on any new Dodge. Plus, we've extended 0% APR on select 2002s through the end of the year.
It's good to see you, Dad. No thanks. It gives me gas.
With turkey on a plate.
All autumn long, trust Storm Team 8.
I'm Sophia of the Clue Crew at the Page Museum and the La Brea Tar Pits. We've got some new fossils for you today on Jeopardy!
This is Jeopardy! Here are today's contestants. A police lieutenant from New York, New York, Eamon Blake. A workers' compensation consultant from Akron, Ohio, Jackie Suki. And our returning champion, a management analyst from Washington, D.C., Trevor Norris, whose 2-day cash winnings total $18,601. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I hope you are all suitably impressed by our college students for the past 2 weeks. I know Trevor was. Jackie and Eamon, good to have you here. Let's go to work. Jeopardy round is where we start with a one daily double in one of these categories, and you're going to find a theme here. Damn Yankees, Grease, Camelot, Hello Dolly, Aita, the Virginia Monologues. Trevor?
I'll take Damn Yankees for 100, please.
This catcher, known for his malaprops, said of a restaurant, nobody goes there anymore, it's too crowded. Eamon.
Who's Yogi Berra?
Yeah.
Damn Yankees for 200, please.
Catfish Hunter said, when you unwrap a candy bar named for this
center. On this day, in this place where giving thanks seems so strange, there was still work to be done.
I know it's hard and it's very difficult because they all want to be with their families, but at the same time, there are so many families that have hope that we'll be able to find the remains of their loved ones.
A few miles away, New Yorkers celebrated the annual Thanksgiving parade. The city's heroes were given a special tribute. On a mild autumn day, a record crowd was entertained by the usual marching bands, floats, and oversized cartoon characters. But this year, there was an unmistakably patriotic flavor.
I just think everyone needs this now. I think it's definitely a good thing.
Another reminder of the times, heightened security, more police on the streets and in the air. The same patriotic fervor and pride were evident at public celebrations around the country. In Philadelphia, at the Jingle Elf Parade in Chicago.
I think everybody's a lot more patriotic. You see a lot of people out with their flags now.
In the nation's capital, in Atlanta, and in Los Angeles, another difference this year. There were more homeless to feed and more volunteers to feed them. At this Los Angeles Catholic church, there was a special Thanksgiving Mass. The message, giving thanks in troubled times. So many people came, it had to be held in the parking lot. Back in Lower Manhattan, the recovery teams took a few moments off this afternoon for a traditional feast, served by volunteers, including New York's mayor.
The recovery workers had insisted that they not be given the day off. They said that too many families still need answers. And Charlie, as always, they will be here all night.
All right, thanks. Ron Claiborne, who is at Ground Zero here in New York. It is, of course, a particularly meaningful day for U.S. soldiers in various parts of the world. In Kosovo, more than 5,000 troops had Thanksgiving dinner at the Bondsteel military camp. They've been deployed there since 1999. There was also a special Thanksgiving dinner at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany. And aboard the USS Roosevelt in the Arabian Sea, a launch pad for bombing missions into Afghanistan. There, troops said Thanksgiving prayers for the Afghan people. And in Afghanistan itself tonight, chaos and confusion and the battle for Kunduz, where up to 14,000 Taliban soldiers are holding out. There have been conflicting reports throughout the day. First, that negotiations were leading to surrender by Taliban troops. Then came word that foreign soldiers supporting the Taliban would not give up. So today, Kunduz was a battleground, and ABC's Don Dahler was nearby.
The day started with such promise. Negotiations for the surrender of Kunduz led to words of hope from the Taliban. There will be peace in Afghanistan, he says, and from the Northern Alliance. If the Taliban keep to the agreement, this general says, we will be able to move peacefully to Kunduz. Hundreds of Taliban soldiers laid down their weapons and left the city. But by late afternoon, talk of peace was replaced by the sounds of war. More American bombing, and the alliance launched new attacks on Taliban positions around the city, moving hundreds of soldiers and tanks to the front lines.
But for all the confusion, one thing is for certain: allegiances here can be short-lived and dependent on who's got the advantage.
The Northern Alliance is confident that the advantage now lies with them. They have embraced many of their former enemies, Afghan Taliban fighters, who crossed the front lines. We joined the Taliban, this former Taliban commander says, because we thought they were real Muslims. But now we see there are a lot of Arabs, Chechens, and Pakistanis, and they want to capture our country. Tonight, it's hard to see an end to the fighting, because thousands more Taliban soldiers, in particular those fighters from other countries, are apparently refusing to surrender under any terms. What might have been their own day of Thanksgiving for the residents of Kunduz has instead become yet another day of war and misery. Don Dahler, ABC News, near Kunduz, Afghanistan.
The International Committee for the Red Cross said today that more than 400 bodies had been found in Mazar-e-Sharif in northern Afghanistan after it fell to the Northern Alliance. Not clear whether they were executed or killed in the fighting. But it is one more reminder of how unsettled and dangerous things still are. ABC's Bob Woodruff tonight in the Afghanistan capital, Kabul.
There are small pockets of Taliban resistance all over Afghanistan. Just west of Kabul today, the Northern Alliance opened fire on one of them. Alliance commanders had tried to negotiate a surrender. They even bribed the Taliban commander with $300,000 to get him to defect. He took the money, but did not switch sides. While the Taliban fights on, it suffered a devastating diplomatic defeat today. Pakistan ordered the Taliban to shut down its embassy, the last Taliban embassy anywhere, and leave the country.
Where you are going? You will leave Islamabad to where? To Afghanistan?
To Afghanistan, yeah.
Huh? Where? To Kandahar?
Yeah, in Kandahar.
But in Afghanistan's capital, the diplomats are coming back. The British have already returned to their old building. But until there is a new government, they are careful not to call this an embassy.
Diplomatic presence, despite the fact that it says British Embassy behind me, that's historic. The moment we regard this as a diplomatic presence.
The Russians say they want to open their old embassy as soon as possible. The problem is there are nearly 4,000 Afghan refugees living here. When we went there tonight, they said if the Russians want this place back, they will have to either build them homes or shoot them, because they have no place else to go. As for the American embassy, nearly destroyed by a Taliban mob 2 months ago, U.S. officials say they have no plans to send diplomats until things get a lot safer here. Bob Woodruff, ABC News, Kabul.
And to the other front in the war now, the campaign to get humanitarian aid to the people of Afghanistan. It is a staggering task. About 1.5 million Afghans are believed to be at risk of starvation. Nearly 7 million are dependent on outside assistance to survive the winter. The man in charge of the U.S. effort is Andrew Natsios, the administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development. He has just returned from a visit to the region, and here he is in the first person.
The economy's collapsed, the food system's collapsed, people are beginning to die from famine in the mountain areas now. The Afghan people are a very tough people. In many other areas of the world, there would have been mass starvation years ago because people aren't as tough as the Afghans are. But even they have limits, and now they've now reached their limit. In the particular village that I visited, American Food Aid had been getting in there for some time, so the children are actually in remarkably good shape. These kids were very cute. You'd want to adopt the whole classroom. I asked them, do they know where America is? And they said, oh, that's where all the food comes from. It comes from America. The sad thing is many of them have seen family members die. There was a study done that showed 40% of Afghan children have seen their relative get killed or die of starvation or die from disease up close. It is a lot of trauma from the war that's had an effect on kids. The biggest problem right now is the winter. That's what the biggest enemy is. Time is the biggest enemy in all famines. I am more optimistic than I was a month ago because the first 2 weeks of November, things turned around, and then with the victory against the Taliban, that has made a significant difference in the relief effort. We've got 2,000 trucks being used now to move food into the country. We've got the relief agencies mobilized. Many of them are sending their staffs back in who were evacuated last summer. If we don't reconstruct Afghanistan, we will leave the hopelessness that caused the problem of the terrorist networks in the first place.
In the first person. Two other notes on the war. Today, the White House launched a new round in the propaganda war in Afghanistan. It released a catalog of what it said were atrocities committed by the Taliban and the al-Qaeda network over the last several years. And we learned today that authorities in 50 countries, at the urging of the CIA, have arrested and detained about 360 suspects with alleged connections to terrorist groups since September 11th. When we come back, businesses consider how to sell in a very tough season. What's Mayor Giuliani doing in the store window? And from the Twin Towers to the Thanksgiving table, taking nothing for granted this year.
This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, brought to you by Office Depot.
From all of the great gifts at Office Depot. Office Depot, proud sponsor of the 2002 U.S. Olympic team. It's LensCrafters' best $99 offer ever. Right now, get a complete pair of glasses with DuraLens, our most scratch-resistant plastic lens for only $99. The $99 DuraLens event. This is one you don't want to miss. Offer ends November 24th.
Driveway's almost done.
Clam chowder?
Condensed soup. We're adults now. There's a better tasting soup. Progresso New England clam chowder. More chunks of clams and potatoes. See the difference?
This is better.
Now with 50% more clams in every bowl.
Tomorrow is a day some stores call Black Friday, when in a normal sales year, their books go from red ink to black. But this may not be a normal sales year. So how to attract shoppers? Well, for the first time on a Thanksgiving weekend, Kmart stores will open at 5 a.m. tomorrow, starting 66 straight hours of sales, looking for every dollar. Retailers nationwide are expected to spend $6.2 billion on marketing this season. With the cautious consumer, it'll be a tough sell. ABC's Betsy Stark takes a closer look.
In good times, retailers hope for a windfall during the holidays.
$87.68.
This year, many are hoping simply to avoid a bust.
This isn't only a tricky Christmas, this Christmas is unprecedented.
How to connect with the consumer in an atmosphere marked by war, recession, and fears of terrorism. Take a look at the store windows. At Macy's, famous for its Christmas displays, Santa is still the star.
That's nice, that's cute.
But the trimmings are unabashedly patriotic, including an authentic 1940s war bond poster and lots of red, white, and blue.
We have basically incorporated the American flag with the traditional Christmas as we know it. So it's a great combination for people because people really want to feel good about things right now.
The chic New York retailer Barney's has never had a Santa in its quirky windows until this year. Before September 11th, Barney's had planned to poke fun at New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani in one of its Christmas windows. Now the mayor, celebrated around the country, is celebrated here too.
This is wonderful.
As Rudolph the Ride-On Reindeer.
There's definitely an accommodation to the way people are feeling. I think everyone in New York is re-embracing the holidays in a more traditional way. They're not as blasé as they used to be, and so neither are we.
Children's stores are also paying tribute to the times. Fire engines are featured here. Even kids understand who the real heroes are. Retail marketer Tom Holliday says the usual must-have hype has been drowned out by the news. The accents are on home, hearth, and family.
Everybody, retailers included, are feeling a responsibility to reflect traditional values, to make people feel comfortable.
Comfortable enough to buy. And if setting the right mood doesn't do it, setting the right price is another holiday tradition. Betsy Stark, ABC News, New York.
In a moment, we'll have some of the day's other news. The Pope goes online, and the cartoonists do their bit to mark a special Thanksgiving.
Americans are asking what is expected of us.
What is expected of us?
What is expected of us?
We ask you to live your lives.
Do your business.
Do your business around the country.
Fly and enjoy
America's great destination spots.
Take your family.
Enjoy life.
The way we want it to be enjoyed. Greatness is found.
Greatness is found
when American character
and American courage. American courage.
Can overcome American challenges.
And we will.
And we will.
It seems like only yesterday. When I started skating at 8 years old, I never thought I'd experience the thrill of winning a medal. With all the great memories has come another thing I thought I'd never experience, the pain of osteoarthritis.
Vioxx is here, a prescription medicine for osteoarthritis pain. With one little pill a day, Vioxx can provide powerful 24-hour relief. Vioxx specifically targets only the COX-2 enzyme, a key source of arthritis pain. People with allergic reactions such as asthma to aspirin or other arthritis medicines should not take Vioxx. In rare cases, serious stomach problems such as bleeding can occur without warning. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems. For more information, talk to your doctor about once daily Vioxx for the relief of osteoarthritis pain.
Perhaps my biggest victory is to be able to plan my day around my life instead of my pain.
Ask your doctor if Vioxx is right for you. Vioxx for everyday victories.
Everything's bustable with the scrubbing power of the Scum Buster, built by Black & Decker.
What's as gentle as Senecot natural vegetable laxatives? With 100% natural Senna, Senecot tablets offer overnight relief from occasional constipation gently. Senecot works gently, works overnight.
An evening in front of the fireplace can be so relaxing, but each year there are thousands of reported chimney fires. Protect your home with CSL, the chimney sweeping log. It cleans your chimney while it burns. Inside your chimney walls, there's a constant buildup of highly flammable tar and creosote. The active minerals in CSL will dry out those dangerous deposits. Most of this dry, brittle material will then flake off harmlessly, making your next fires safer. So effective, burn it only once a year. CSL, the chimney sweeping log.
Available at Kmart, Ames, Eckerd, and Walgreens.
It's the biggest shopping day of the year. Are you ready? The hottest toys, the hottest gifts, and the best places to get them. Everything you need to know on Good Morning America tomorrow.
There is other news around the world and in the country today, including a major study about Alzheimer's disease. The study in the New England Journal of Medicine finds the strongest evidence yet that pain relievers like Advil, Aleve, and Motrin, anti-inflammatories, may help prevent Alzheimer's. Older people who took the medicines daily were 80% less likely to develop Alzheimer's. A top postal official in a postal workers union says he'll recommend that his 360,000 members refuse to work in any buildings where traces of anthrax remain. 2 postal workers have died from anthrax, and some contamination has been found in 21 postal facilities. Overseas in the Middle East, 5 Palestinian boys walking to school were killed by an explosion in the Gaza Strip. Palestinian police say they accidentally set off an unexploded Israeli shell, but the Israelis say it may have been Palestinian explosives. In Colombia today, a mudslide killed at least 27 people who were illegally mining for gold at an abandoned site in the west of the country. Rescue workers pulled several people from the mine, but dozens more are still missing. In Vatican City, the Pope used a laptop computer to send his first message to the world directly over the internet. He was supposed to speak in person to Catholics in the South Pacific nation of Oceania when he traveled there. But the Pope has been cutting back on travel and resorted to modern technology as a substitute. And on this Thanksgiving Day, you may have noticed a difference in your local newspaper. A difference on the funny pages. Cartoonists like Mort Walker, who draws Beetle Bailey, and many others, banded together to adopt a common theme of patriotism and thanks. High and Lois featured a tribute to New York firefighters and police. The man who draws the family circus featured a tearful little boy whose pile of blocks has collapsed. Don't worry, PJ, we'll rebuild. It's the American way. The original artwork in those comic strips and dozens of others is being auctioned off on the internet to benefit victims of September 11th. When we come back, the survivors, the church, and Ladder Company 25. A very special Thanksgiving.
Finally got out of college.
Finally got a job.
And then?
Marriage.
Now what?
Kids.
What?
And a house.
How many bedrooms?
And appliances.
That's the easy part.
At your local brand source store, great value, selection, and service allow you to focus on the more important things in life.
And for the baby's room?
Baby? Oh. Baby.
Brand Source. We're your neighborhood expert.
It was my grandson's birthday. He just turned 3. We're going to move him out of his crib and buy him a big boy bed. I was on chemo then, and I was exhausted.
Grandpa.
I said to the doctor, I need help. I'm on a mission.
If you're a chemotherapy patient and feel tired and weak, you may be anemic. Ask your doctor about Procrit. Procrit is a natural way to regain red blood cells lost during chemotherapy. And more red blood cells can mean more strength.
Oh, this is a great one. This is a good one.
Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo. Procrit is for patients with non-myeloid cancers.
How do you like it up here now?
Good.
Call now and learn how Procrit can help you get back the strength you need.
See? What'd I tell you?
Your strength for living.
He takes a lot of energy, but I never get tired of him.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
During True Value's great big holiday sale, get your choice of a Master Mechanic variable speed reversing drill, variable speed jigsaw, or palm grip sander, all for just $24.99, less $5 mail-in rebate. Make the holidays a whole lot happier at True Value.
Friday, you want to get up as early as we are, because you don't want to miss the early bird sale at KB Toys and KB Toy Works. Get the hottest toys at incredible savings from 5 a.m. to noon only. Plus, get a bonus Holiday Celebration Barbie 2001, a $39.99 value, free with any $100 toy purchase. With great values like these, you'll get your free collectible Barbie in no time. So don't sleep in. It's only Friday, only at KB Toys and KB Toy Works.
ABC Tonight. Take an all-access look inside a one-of-a-kind life.
I like that.
Being Mick. Tonight at 10/9 Central, only on ABC.
The kick is up, and it is good. He got it. Nebraska wins it.
Texas A&M, then Nebraska, Colorado, Friday on ABC.
To quote for a moment from the New York Times lead editorial today, the Times wrote, "The grace of this Thanksgiving lies in the humility it implies, the acknowledgement of how much we rely on each other. It seems sometimes as though one of the inexplicable duties of living is to give thanks, even in our bitter moments, and so to ease their bitterness." Indeed, the words of thanks today at so many family tables had so much poignance. Here's ABC's John McKenzie.
It looked like any other Thanksgiving in Harry Handler's home. The turkey, the trimmings, and lots of family.
Hey guys, come on up, the turkey popped.
But there was also an awareness today of how tragically different their Thanksgiving could have been.
This year was so close to being, the end of me and the end of the family unit as we've had it.
Handler was in the South Tower of the World Trade Center on the 67th floor when one of the jets crashed into the building about 100 feet above.
There was a huge explosion in the building. The ceiling came down. The wall right next to me ripped from top to bottom.
Handler made it out of the building minutes before it collapsed.
I personally am very lucky. The fear of what could have been is always there in the back of my mind, but being here with you, it's the most special thing in the world.
Robert Cloud is another survivor. He was on the 30th floor of the South Tower.
In the past, I usually take Thanksgivings for granted. You go to your houses, you eat, you go home.
Not this year. Cloud, who has spent virtually every day since the attack doing volunteer work, helping other survivors.
I'm thanking God that you're here and I'm here.
Spent today savoring time with his aunt, who raised him and put him through college.
I want my aunt to know how thankful I am that I'm here to be with her, how thankful I am for everything that she has done for me in the past, and I just want to be thankful for her the whole day.
Thank you very much. For many New Yorkers today, giving thanks meant a visit to the neighborhood firehouse.
They're great guys. Everybody's supportive of them now, and they deserve it. They've always been supportive of us.
Ladder Company 25 on Manhattan's West Side lost 7 firefighters.
Thanks. Here's a little card, and we wish you guys a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you. Thanks a lot. You guys are taking good care of us.
Some gave thanks in prayer. St. Paul's Chapel, just a block from the World Trade Center, was spared on September the 11th, and today serves as a sanctuary for those working at Ground Zero.
This year, Thanksgiving feels different. It's what it feels like to be blessed.
It's a bittersweet day. There's still the sadness of the people who are not here, but it's a sweet day for the fact that the family is together and that we can enjoy each other and the love of family and friends. Very, very special day. Give thanks.
What Thanksgiving is meant to be. John McKenzie, ABC News, New York.
And that is our report on World News Tonight. We hope you have had a thankful day and will have a good holiday weekend. I'm Charles Gibson. Good night.
This has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
This is our first family holiday together. I want it to be special.
This Friday, a time for warm family gatherings
What is your problem? What is your problem?
and giving thanks.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Once and again this Friday at 10/9 Central.
Introducing Jeopardy's new Clue Crew, traveling all over unearthing cool new clues for Jeopardy.
Meet the new Jeopardy Clue Crew. Coming up next on News Channel 8. Tonight at 9/8 Central, it's your last chance to see a little Q&A. It's the final night of Millionaire Supermodel Edition. Then at 10/9 Central, Being Mick, an all-access look inside a one-of-a-kind life.
Yeah, I like that.
Featuring the world premiere of Mick's only live performance of God Gave Me Everything. Supermodel Millionaire and Being Mick back-to-back.
It's a nice position to be in.
Tonight, starting at 9/8 Central, only on ABC.
Turn right here.
Excuse me, do you know where the art museum is?
It's 2 blocks up.
Thank you.
You're into art?
Eyewitnesses say the revolt took place in Mazar-e-Sharif at the compound where the Taliban soldiers are being held. Time magazine reporter Alex Perry tells CNN 2 U.S. coordinators were caught up in the uprising and one is presumed dead. It would be the first U.S. combat fatality. Pentagon officials say no U.S. servicemen have been killed, but they say they can only speak for military personnel, not contractors or the CIA. Witnesses describe a bloody scene at the compound. They say some Taliban members detonated hand grenades, killing themselves and nearby guards. At that point, other Taliban forces grabbed weapons that had been confiscated and began rebelling. It's not clear how many of the nearly 400 surrendered soldiers took part. Still, despite today's violence, a Northern Alliance leader says Taliban soldiers who surrendered will be shown mercy and should be turned over to the United Nations and granted amnesty.
I must say regarding to this issue, I personally asked the Special Envoy of the United Nations that we won't treat the Taliban as prisoners. This is our decision not to treat them as prisoners. We don't keep them as prisoners, and after an agreement we will release them.
A Northern Alliance commander tells CNN a deputy of Osama bin Laden was killed after a bomb blast near Mazar-e-Sharif. Juma Numangani was a prime target of U.S. bombings 2 weeks ago. His death has not been independently confirmed. Meanwhile, a former top-ranking Taliban official who defected says he warned Supreme Leader Mullah Mohammed Omar that Osama bin Laden would bring trouble, but was ignored. The former Deputy Interior Minister says he told Omar to order bin Laden and his al-Qaeda fighters out. But Omar fell under bin Laden's influence. That brought on the U.S.-led war. The deputy minister is the highest-ranking Taliban official to switch sides. 61 bodies have been uncovered in a village north of Kabul. Some are believed to be the remains of Taliban fighters. The Red Cross is also still uncovering bodies in Mazar-e-Sharif. It's already collected 300 bodies. Another estimated 400 to 600 bodies remain to be retrieved in that area. Food delivery has turned into a near riot in Afghanistan's capital. A rich merchant was giving out wheat, rice, and flour yesterday. The starving crowd apparently got impatient. They stormed the gates of the man's compound, stealing all the food they could carry. Meanwhile, the United Nations World Food Program says the first humanitarian airlift from Tajikistan was a success. The agency is asking Afghan women in Kabul to help distribute food. It's bringing in supplies for isolated villages in northeastern Afghanistan. 3 Japanese Navy ships are on their way to the Indian Ocean to provide logistical support for the war in Afghanistan. It's Japan's first military deployment in a war situation since World War II. The ships are being sent under a new law allowing the Japanese military to provide non-combat support for the U.S.-led strikes. They're restricted to that role by Japan's pacifist constitution. The mission is scheduled to last 6 months, but could be extended if necessary. The political future of Afghanistan will begin to take shape this week at a United Nations-sponsored conference in Germany. Representatives from 4 ethnic groups, but not the Taliban, will begin meeting Tuesday in Bonn. They'll try to form a 15-seat council, which could provide the basis for a future broad-based government. A representative for the former Afghan king says the talks won't solve all of the country's problems, but they are an important first step. The flight recorders have been recovered from the wreckage of a Swiss passenger jet that crashed near Zurich. Crossair Flight 3597 crashed in bad weather while approaching Zurich Airport last night. 33 passengers and crew were on board. 9 people survived the crash. 2 of them are in critical condition. Authorities say the bodies of 24 victims were recovered today. The 4-engine jet is an RJ-100 Avro Jambolino, like the one pictured here. Officials haven't pinpointed the cause of the crash, but they say it does not appear to be terrorism. A proposed overhaul of the food stamp program would allow recipients to shop for both potato chips and multivitamins. Under current law, food stamps can be used to buy chips and other food, but not vitamins. A study of the proposed changes concludes one effect could be snarl lines at supermarket checkouts. That's because store employees would decide whether a shopper could use food stamps to buy multivitamins with added herbal supplements, which are not covered under the new rules. The Senate could begin considering the changes as early as this week. A lot more of today's top headlines are coming up straight ahead on your 24/7 News Network, including details on the latest breakthrough in cloning technology. Keep it here.
Your health is brought to you by Walgreens, the pharmacy America trusts.
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Nobody? Not even parents scrambling for batteries or wrapping paper or stocking stuffers?
Getting everything done for the holidays isn't make-believe. Walgreens has thousands of stores open every day, many even 24 hours, so you can get what you need when you need it at Walgreens.
How can you find great holiday gifts? Easy. Go to America Online keyword eBay. You can find a gift for that aspiring director in your family. Get your sis into the swing of things. Or maybe some DVDs for that friend who never gets off the couch. At AOL keyword eBay, you'll find brand new gifts for everyone every time you visit. You can find practically anything and get a great deal right now. You'll even find each and every doll on her wish list. Get all of your holiday shopping done easily with eBay and America Online. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1.
An extraordinary in-depth interview with the legendary Barbara Walters on the day that changed America forever, and what she's done to help New York. Tonight, 9 Eastern on Larry King Weekend. You can depend on CNN.
Now, CNN.com and IDG.net combine to offer in-depth technology news and comprehensive product reviews. Get smart about the digital world at CNN.com Technology in association with IDG.net.
Scientists in Massachusetts say they've cloned a human embryo. They say they are not trying to create human beings, just stem cells for medical therapies. Stem cells are described as master cells that can grow into any other kind of cell in the human body. The researchers are from the biotechnology company Advanced Cell Technology, or ACT. They say using stem cells with a patient's own genetic code would solve the problem of transplant failures. And they say the result could be life-saving treatments for diseases including diabetes, cancer, AIDS, and Alzheimer's. Still, the Senate Majority Leader called today's announcement disconcerting.
I support the cloning for research purposes, but we vehemently oppose any cloning for purposes of human replication. I don't think there's any need to do that. I think there is strong bipartisan, overwhelming opposition in the Senate and the House to do that.
Embryonic stem cell research has long been a controversial topic. This latest breakthrough will almost certainly receive heavy criticism from those who say scientists are creating embryos just for spare parts. Earlier this year, President Bush allowed limited research on existing stem cells, but he opposes human cloning, and federal law forbids the use of taxpayer money for that purpose. But there's no law preventing privately funded companies like ACT from doing that. The case of a missing Harvard professor is being closely watched by the FBI. Biophysics professor Don Wiley, who's been missing for a week, is a national expert on a number of deadly viruses, including Ebola. The Boston Globe reports the FBI became interested because of Wiley's expertise, especially in the wake of the September 11th attacks. Police in Memphis, where Wiley's car was found, aren't saying whether detectives are considering his profession a reason for his disappearance. A blast of winter weather moved through California, dropping snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. The snowstorm lowered visibility on roads yesterday, making driving dangerous. The same storm brought different conditions to the northwestern part of the state. Strong winds and rain toppled trees and knocked out power.
Limited term financing for a limited time, which is really something. See your Lincoln dealer today.
They all laugh at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. They all laugh when Edison recalls.
So who is Motor Trend's 2002 Sport Utility of the Year? The GMC Envoy. Those who say America can't compete don't take test drives. We are professional grade.
Whoa, 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 who's got the last laugh now?
On World News Tonight this Sunday, hundreds of Taliban prisoners of war are killed in a revolt. And at least one American working for the CIA is killed. The fall of Kunduz. The Northern Alliance claims it controls the last Taliban stronghold in northern Afghanistan. A scientific first. A U.S. company says it has cloned a human embryo. And severe weather blows through the west and south with deadly consequences.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight, Sunday.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Carol Simpson. Tonight, ABC News has learned that an American has been killed on the ground in Afghanistan. The man, a CIA contract employee, was in a Northern Alliance fortress when Taliban prisoners rioted. But we start with late reports that waves of American troops are on the ground near the Taliban's spiritual capital, Kandahar. ABC's Jim Sciutto is at the Pentagon. Jim, what's the latest?
Carol, Pentagon officials tell ABC News that U.S. Marines are on the ground near Kandahar. They will go in phases, and within a day, there should be 1,200 to 1,600 U.S. Marines on the ground, again near the southern Taliban stronghold of Kandahar. They come from two amphibious ready groups that were floating in the Arabian Sea until today. Their first job will be to secure the airport near Kandahar, and then their primary goal will be to attack Taliban targets. This news comes as government officials confirmed to ABC News that one American affiliated with the CIA was killed today in a firefight near Mazar-e-Sharif.
The firefight erupted Sunday morning at the compound of Northern Alliance Commander Abdul Rashid Dostum. Pentagon officials say 300 to 400 Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters, mostly Arabs, Pakistanis, and Chechens, have been held there since yesterday after surrendering outside Kunduz. Pentagon officials say the fighters smuggled weapons into the compound and began firing on cue in what they believe was a planned suicide attack. A German television reporter and crew witnessed the attack and spoke to this man, who identified himself as an American military advisor named David.
We heard the American military advisor speaking through our sat phone with his headquarters and saying that he thinks, he was not sure, but he thinks that one of the American military advisors got killed.
U.S. government sources now confirm to ABC News that an American affiliated with the CIA was killed today in the firefight. A second American was injured. U.S. government sources also say that the CIA did have people on the ground in the compound today. Their job, to screen the hundreds of Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters imprisoned there.
CIA advisors are involved in sorting out the rank and file from the hardline al-Qaeda leadership. They're intelligence collectors, and they're trying to determine the whereabouts of other members of al-Qaeda, both abroad and in Afghanistan.
Pentagon officials say that U.S. special forces on the ground called in airstrikes to help put down the rebellion, along with the aid of several hundred Northern Alliance reinforcements. Tonight, U.S. officials tell ABC News that the situation on the ground is under control. Northern Alliance commanders claim that hundreds of Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters were killed. Carol?
Thank you very much. ABC's Jim Sciutto reporting from the Pentagon. The deaths of the Taliban prisoners raise a key question. Is the Northern Alliance capable of holding large numbers of prisoners until they are handed over to international authorities? And do they intend to? ABC's Bob Woodruff reports from Kabul.
Just hours before tonight's riot, the Northern Alliance political leader was promising protection for all captured Taliban soldiers, even the foreign fighters. These foreigners who ask for amnesty from us, we will hand over to the United Nations, he said, and they will know what to do. Since the Northern Alliance began taking Taliban prisoners 2 weeks ago, it has been feeling pressure from Pakistan and many Arab countries who are deeply concerned about the potential massacre of their citizens. The Northern Alliance troops say that their commander's orders are clear. If they encounter any foreign Taliban troops on the battlefield, they can kill them. But if they come to surrender, they should take them alive. Although some foreign fighters are believed to be connected to the al-Qaeda terrorist network, many are religious students who came to Afghanistan in the last 2 months.
I think Pakistanis feel very strongly that even those young men who went from Pakistan to join the jihad because of mistaken beliefs, that they should be treated as outlaws. They don't deserve to be slaughtered.
And by preventing a slaughter, the alliance was hoping to encourage defectors, like former Taliban Deputy Interior Minister Mullah Khatsar, who was paraded in front of the Western media yesterday to announce he had switched sides. But tonight there are serious questions about the ability of the Northern Alliance to ensure the safety of its prisoners, and some are now worried that Taliban soldiers who had planned to surrender may now prefer to die fighting. Bob Woodruff, ABC News, Kabul.
For 12 days, thousands of Taliban soldiers have been under siege in the Afghan city of Kunduz. In recent days, there have been many reports of the city's imminent fall. Tonight, the Northern Alliance is reporting that the Taliban's last northern stronghold finally has fallen. More from ABC's Don Daler near Kunduz.
As Kunduz fell, the Afghan Taliban fighters who surrendered were warmly welcomed by their fellow Afghans of the Northern Alliance, and many of the Taliban promptly switched sides. We were surrounded and the Americans were bombing us, he says, so what else could we do but come over to the Northern Alliance?
With the shifting sands of allegiances in this country, the Afghan Taliban, when they surrender, can just go home.
Apparently with full amnesty. But the fate of the foreign fighters, who are mostly Arab, Pakistani, and Chechen, is much more uncertain. Northern Alliance General Dostum says they will be imprisoned until they can be turned over to the UN and tried before an international court. The UN, however, says they have no way to handle thousands of prisoners. Another concern, bad blood between former Taliban allies. We were the first group who wanted to surrender, he says, but the foreign Taliban started to fight with us. This Taliban fighter was shot the day he decided to stop fighting. By late Sunday, the Northern Alliance claimed to have the entire city of Kunduz under its control, and the last of the foreign Taliban either captured or on the run. The alliance now has a clear supply route from northern Afghanistan to Kabul, leaving the Taliban in control of only one major city, Kandahar. Don Daler, ABC News, near Kunduz, Afghanistan.
Turning now to news at home, a biotech company in Massachusetts said today it has cloned a human embryo. The scientists say their ultimate goal is not to create human beings, but rather embryonic stem cells. That in itself is controversial. ABC's Dan Harris has this report.
It took a year and a half of painstaking, top-secret work at a small biotech company in Massachusetts called Advanced Cell Technology. None of the embryos involved in the research developed past the early stages, but the hope is that eventually cloned embryos can develop enough to provide large amounts of stem cells. Stem cells are the body's utility players. They can grow into any type of cell.
The concept is that we could do for the human body what is so easy to do for an automobile, make replacement parts.
Put very simply, what the scientists did was inject DNA from an adult human cell into a human egg, which then grew into an embryo. It may still be years away, but scientists say human embryonic cloning could help patients with a variety of conditions, from damaged spines and hearts to diabetes and cancer. While this may be a medical breakthrough, it is definitely an ethical dilemma. Some worry the inevitable result is that infertile couples will use human cloning as a way to make babies. A bill banning all forms of human cloning has already passed the House. The author, Congressman and Dr. Dave Weldon, says the researchers who created Dolly first created sheep with severe defects.
If you try to create cloned human beings, you have the real possibility of babies being born with severe birth defects.
The scientists at Advanced Cell Technology, who say they do not support cloning entire human beings, argue the risk of abuse does not outweigh the reward, alleviating human suffering.
And to say, look, we're afraid of the future, we're afraid of a brave new world, we're afraid to go help these people, would be irresponsible.
By publishing their methods, Advanced Cell Technology admits, despite its best intentions, it may have already provided scientists the world over with a human cloning cookbook. Dan Harris, ABC News, New York.
Across much of the country, it was a day of cleanup after a weekend of severe weather. In many places, Americans who had just given thanks on this holiday weekend suffered great losses. At least 13 people died and dozens more were hurt as tornadoes tore through the South, destroying homes and businesses in Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Alabama.
There was no warning whatsoever. We even called radar out at Carrions Field. It apparently just fell out of the sky and without any warning.
This morning when I left, I had a roof, and when I came back, it wasn't no roof because the whole house is to the ground.
This tornado touched down in Trussville, Alabama, north of Birmingham. One of the most powerful twisters, with winds over 200 miles an hour, hit the small town of Madison, Mississippi. Houses were ripped off their foundations and cars were tossed in the air. Mississippi's governor has declared a state of emergency in 9 counties. The severe weather was not limited to the South. In California, high winds and rains brought down trees and cut off power to more than 500,000 customers. Residents in some remote areas might have to wait until tomorrow before the lights come back on. And on one of the busiest travel weekends of the year, an early snowstorm caused havoc on the highways in Oregon and in Utah. Still ahead on World News Tonight this Sunday. Is there a high cost to the low prices luring shoppers into the nation's stores? American mediators head for Israel in the shadow of new violence. And when less means more hunger in America.
This is World News Tonight, Sunday. Brought to you.
And consumers, and some bad news. ABC's Aaron Hayes reports.
The early signs have been quite good.
I'm in a holiday shopping mood.
Holiday sales are off to an unexpectedly strong start.
It was a real surprise. Most people were expecting a very kind of somber beginning to the holiday season, and what they saw were big crowds carrying lots of packages.
Encouraging hopes for the nation's economy.
The number that I saw earlier this morning indicated holiday sales on Friday were 4% over a year ago. That doesn't sound to me like a weak consumer.
One discount chain, Walmart, hit a one-day sales record.
There's no doubt that the discounters are going to have a very good holiday season. The thing this year is all retailers are discounters.
That was apparent at retailers across the country, slashing prices.
I mean, everywhere you look, everything's on sale.
The kind of discounts not usually seen until after Christmas.
Some incredible sales compared, I think, to previous years.
I think this year we're going to actually be spending a little bit more.
I think there's a tremendous pent-up demand. You know, people have counted their blessings and they're back out in force now.
The shopping surge is a real relief to retailers who've been worried about inventories that had not been moving much the past few months. Similar concerns prompted other industries, hotel chains, car manufacturers, to offer deep discounts some weeks ago. That strategy has been getting customers in, but analysts caution at a price.
There's a dark side to these numbers, and the dark side is that retail profits will be impacted by that. It's clearly going to hurt them in their profits.
And if it takes continued discounts to keep customers buying, that could put companies in a real bind by year's end. For now, though, customers seem inclined to shop.
I think everybody wants to get a sort of sense of normalcy again, and this is about as normal as you can get, the packed malls during holiday season.
The stores are just hoping it lasts. Erin Hayes, ABC News, Atlanta.
Police in Massachusetts used bomb-sniffing dogs today to search for clues in a potentially deadly high school plot. 3 New Bedford students are accused of devising a plan to use explosives, shoot fellow students, and then themselves. 17-year-old Eric McKeon and 2 younger students are being held on bail. They will be arraigned tomorrow. The final voyage for the Ehime Maru, the Japanese fishing vessel accidentally sunk by a U.S. submarine.
Retaliation, Israel said, for the death of an Israeli soldier. The night before, Israeli missiles destroyed this car, killing 3 Palestinians. Among them, this man, Mahmoud Abu Hanoud, a senior military member of the extremist group Hamas. A man Israel says directed as many as 7 suicide bomb attacks that left dozens of Israelis dead. As Israel's military congratulated itself on finally getting Hanoud, Palestinians were united in their anger. Yesterday, 50,000 attended his funeral in Nablus. 10,000 more demonstrated in Gaza. And today, Palestinian leaders accused Israel's prime minister of sabotaging America's peace efforts before they begin.
He's provoking, he's inviting the retaliation because he wants the continuation of this vicious circle of Israeli violence.
For his part, Ariel Sharon said he would make every effort to work with the Americans to secure a ceasefire. It is now a test for the Palestinians, he told his cabinet today, to show their intentions. But with 14 Palestinians dead in the last 4 days, good intentions may not be enough. Ariel Sharon has opened the gates of hell, one Hamas leader said this weekend. Revenge will be quick and painful. And these days, no one doubts it. Gillian Finlay, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Flight recorders have been found in the air crash near Zurich, Switzerland. The Crossair jet went down yesterday in bad weather on its approach to the airport. 24 people are dead, 9 people walked away from the wreckage. Up next, less to give to some of the nation's neediest. Used to be a time of year when charitable contributions peak. But like so many other routines of life, this too appears to have been changed dramatically by the events of September 11th. More from ABC's Michelle Norris.
The fundraising effort for the 911 relief funds has been no less than spectacular, raising $1.3 billion. Now there are worries that such extraordinary fundraising has siphoned money away from other charities, especially programs that feed the hungry.
A lot of the money that's going to the September 11th funds is money that might have come to us.
Because of the sudden downturn in the economy, donations on the whole have dropped, while the need for charity is on the rise.
It's kind of my worst nightmare. On the one hand, our services are needed more than ever. More people need food, and we need to get more food out. And on the other hand, food donations are down.
You got the kielbasa ready to go over here?
Like many charities around the country, the City Harvest program collects unused food from restaurants and redistributes it to more than 700 emergency food centers. But even popular restaurants are struggling in this tight economy, scaling back spending and donations.
I think 9/11 unfortunately hurt all of us economically, and because of that, my ability to contribute to City Harvest or any other charity has been curtailed.
From California to Illinois to Washington, D.C., donations at emergency food centers are down by as much as 30%.
Despite the drop in donations, most food banks around the country are able to keep up with demand. For now.
This is the peak fundraising season, and unless money or donations start rolling in, it will be hard to keep these shelves stocked.
We may have to do what no food bank would ever want to do, to ration food and tell agencies who come to us for help, instead of getting 2 boxes of cereal, we can only give you 1 because we have to ration.
Harsh realities, hard choices for the food banks that serve 25 million hungry Americans each year. Michelle Norris, ABC News, Washington.
And we'll be back after this.
So next Saturday night, you'll see these Buffaloes again. In the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship, it'll be Colorado against either Oklahoma or Texas. If OU handles Oklahoma State tomorrow in Norman, they'll be there against Colorado. And wouldn't that be a great matchup with Oklahoma's defense against this Colorado offense? Oh, you wouldn't want to miss that one, folks. And what will Gary Barnett come up with against that defense?
How about just more of the same? You can run the ball, you can throw the ball to the tight end. You got a quarterback that is as accurate as Pesavento has been. I like that against any defense, especially that tight end.
If something should happen to Oklahoma, then of course Texas, which came on in the 4th quarter to put away the tough Aggies today, down at Texas A&M, they would be the representative of the South. At any rate, I've been there, covered several of them, and it's always a great event, the Dr. Pepper Big 12 championship game. They're going to play this one at Texas Stadium. Here's the pooch kick, fielded at the 30-yard line. Well, Gary, here is the Dodge drive summary.
Last 3 times you see Colorado, I said they needed to score. They did it. That 93-yard drive when Pesavento came out of his own end zone on the scramble, I think was the key play of this half. Remember, Graham bumped into each other, came in, but 3 straight touchdowns because they were getting tired on defense. Gets into the end zone, nobody there. It was not a design play. Pesavento says, I got to do it. I come out, and that really opened up everything for this Colorado team.
First down and 10. And here is Brown. We check in with Jackaroo. Jack.
Well, Brown, when you look at Bobby Pesavento's numbers, 6'5", 230 pounds, you would think that the NFL would be lusting for this young man. But they really don't project him being a real NFL prospect, maybe as a free agent. That has bothered Bobby Pesavento. And when I talked to him before the start of the game, he said, I've known since I was given the nod as the starting quarterback here that this game was going to be my opportunity to showcase my abilities to NFL scouts. He said, it's the day after Thanksgiving. They don't play until Sunday. There's going to be a lot of people in the NFL watching me today. I think he's proven his point.
Absolutely, Jack. 6:25 to go. We reached the top of the hour. That's the running back Brown, who scored 6 times for Colorado. For those of you who have just joined us, as we run a few minutes over, that score is accurate.
You know what? Derek and I are a little tired of introducing the business report from London every morning. So today we brought in a guest to do it.
Yeah. Good morning. Hi, everyone.
The shocking Declan Curry.
A surprise return. I'm Declan Curry. You might remember me from an earlier appearance on World News Now when I made a couple of disparaging comments about a poor, injured turkey. Well, that sure made a turkey out of me. So here to introduce the business today is Julia Caesar in London. Julia, good morning.
Good morning, Declan. Declan, I want to know about your electronic puppy.
The electronic puppy is ensconced in the Waldorf Astoria, sound asleep at this time of night.
What are you like? You should be on holiday, not working. He's a terrible boy.
This is like holiday. Or the mobile phone stocks.
The mobile phone stocks, well, yesterday Nokia really came out saying that they have lost some of their market share to Motorola. So Motorola picking up on the back of the fact that the European mobile phone business seems to be in decline in the 3rd quarter. So not such good news for not such good news for Nokia, certainly better news for Motorola. But I have to tell you about a merger that's just literally hit the wires here. P&O and Royal Caribbean, the cruise liners, have decided to join forces and merge in a deal which is worth around $6 billion. So big news for that particular area and that company as well.
That's just happening, so that's something that affects people off on a cruise for Thanksgiving, say.
Yes, indeed. And since those attacks on the US on September the 11th, that whole sector has really been struggling quite a lot. So the fact that this is pushing the companies forward, it means they're going to have a joint force or fleet of some 41 ships. I called them boats earlier. Bad move, Julia. But they're ships, and so it's going to really be pushing forward in that sector.
Boat ships, they're all the same. They all move around on the waves. Tell us about the Swiss priest with a CD.
Yes, now this is one really for you, Declan, I think, definitely. This Swiss priest has come out saying he wants people to be much more happy by Christmas, and he's decided to put a CD together, which is encouraging people to have more fun with sex. He says that those who have a subdued sex life really don't enjoy life to the same amount. I don't know what he's talking about, Declan, do you?
No, we may have to gloss over that one. Maybe our main anchors here know something about.
Well, I think it ties in completely with Declan's electronic puppy, but I don't know.
Something about the Waldorfer story. I kind of like when Declan does the business news. We get to kick back.
Yeah, it's more very relaxing.
Oh, very.
Can we go with this every day?
I'm thinking about it. What do you say, Declan?
I've got a plane going.
Oh, rats.
Well, that's the news for this half hour.
We're so glad you're here.
Over and
It was great to see Declan.
When you need to know, just click on WTNH.com. When you need to know about severe storms heading your way, click on Storm Team 8 Doppler for up-to-the-minute radar images. Saving time and avoiding traffic problems on your morning commute are a click away at WTNH.com with Traffic Cam. And for the latest news from across Connecticut, WTNH.com is the only place you need to go. WTNH.com. Coverage you can count on.